Chapter 191. Lu Mingyang's words made Han Xiaoxing reveal a gratified expression. Even though Lu Mingyang, who was at the second level of the mystic enlightening stage, was still no match for Han Qin. But if his strength increased by one level, it would at least increase his chances of winning. The other disciples also looked at Lu Mingyang with envy as they discussed in low voices. Senior brother Lu was at the first level of the mystic enlightening stage when he entered the sect. It's only been 2 months, and he's already at the second level of the mystic enlightening stage. It's several times harder for a mystic enlightening stage martial artist to advance by one level than a true energy stage martial artist. It's unbelievable that he can advance by one level in 2 months. The genius Ji Tianxing has already given us a lot of pressure. I didn't expect Lu Mingyang to be so strong as well. We have to work hard. Lu Mingyang listened to everyone's discussion and felt even more proud. He turned to look at Ji Tianxing with a smug look in his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing Ji Tianxing's expression at this moment. Was it jealousy, envy, or vigilance? However, Ji Tianxing's expression was as calm as usual. There was no ripple in his eyes as though he was indifferent to this matter. Lu Mingyang was a little disappointed. He frowned and withdrew his smug look. Han Xiaoxing encouraged everyone with a few words before asking them to leave and gather here tomorrow morning. Everyone left the main hall and returned to their respective residences. After Ji Tianxing returned to his room, he continued to cultivate and try to refine his acupoints. Although Lu Mingyang had successfully broken through to the second level of the mystic enlightening stage, it was useless. However, in his opinion, this was completely useless. Lu Mingyang was still no match for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Lu Mingyang could not even defeat Ran Donglai, who was at the second level of the mystic enlightening stage, let alone Han Qin and Yin Fei Yang, who were at the 5th level of the mystic enlightening stage. Ji Tianxing's eyes were like torches. He had long seen that Ran Donglai had been at the second level of the mystic enlightening stage for a long time and was about to break through to the 3rd level. Lu Mingyang was definitely unreliable if he wanted to win the Dragon Mountain tournament for the Sky Pillar sect and reclaim Dragon Mountain and honor. At that time, only he could complete such a heavy task. The next morning, a new day and a new month had begun. All the disciples were already prepared and hurried to the main hall. Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu had arrived long ago, waiting for everyone in the main hall. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Han Xiaoxing announced in a loud voice, "Today, the triennial Dragon Mountain Grand Tournament will be held. The time for our sect's honor has come. The Spirit Beast Hall has already prepared mounts for us. In a moment, I will lead everyone to Dragon Mountain. In addition, the 2 elders of our sect will also go to supervise the battle. I hope that the 2 participating disciples will fight for the honor of our sect." Han Xiaoxing only used 3 short sentences to stir up everyone's blood, causing their morale to soar. Subsequently, Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu led the group out of the Wind Cloud courtyard. Outside the gate, the disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall had brought over 12 chasing wind horses and were waiting quietly. Those wind-chasing horses were all mid-tier demonic beasts that were raised in the wild. They were bigger than ordinary horses, faster, and had more stamina. Han Xiaoxing and the others mounted the chasing wind horses and followed the mountain path out of Heaven Upholding Peak, galloping towards the north. Dragon Mountain was located 300 miles north of the Sky Upholding sect, at the border between the Sky Upholding sect and the Tianjian sect. Of course, Dragon Mountain was closer to the Sky Upholding sect, being more than 500 miles away from the Tianjian sect. In the past, Dragon Mountain belonged to the Sky Upholding sect. The Sky Upholding sect had invested a lot of manpower to turn Dragon Mountain into a beautiful medicine garden. The scenery was very pleasant. It was a pity that the 2 sects had conflicts later on. They had no choice but to decide the ownership of Dragon Mountain in the form of an arena competition. Ji Tianxing and the other disciples had been discussing Dragon Mountain recently, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. On the way to Dragon Mountain, everyone was still imagining what Dragon Mountain, which had provoked the 2 sects to fight over it, would look like. The chasing wind horses were extremely fast. Facing the rising sun, they galloped between the mountains as fast as an arrow leaving a bow. In less than 2 hours, everyone had arrived at the foot of Dragon Mountain. When everyone dismounted and stood on the grass, they immediately revealed complicated and strange expressions as they sized up Dragon Mountain from a close distance. The towering and majestic mountain range in front of them was over 3,000 meters high. It wasn't as green and lush as everyone had imagined. There were only a few scattered towering trees, a few useless jungles, and a lot of messy weeds on the mountain. Most of the places were covered with dark brown ground and rocks. Only a few places still had some seedlings of medicinal herbs. However, they looked half dead and didn't have any sense of vitality. At the foot of Dragon Mountain, there was a large river that meandered along the mountain. The river water in the big river was extremely turbid and filled with yellow silt. There were many places in the river that were blocked by huge mountain rocks. There were also a lot of dark brown ores and stone dregs scattered along the riverbank. Everyone could see that this was obviously the Tianjin sect's excessive mining of the ore veins in Dragon Mountain. Moreover, after the Tianjin sect mined the ore veins, in order to save manpower, they dumped the mountain rocks and dregs into the river at the foot of the mountain. Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu's expressions immediately became unsightly. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn the Tianjin sect. They're a bunch of bastards and robbers. Back then, when our sect was managing Dragon Mountain, everything was in good order. We made Dragon Mountain a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. Yes, when we came to Dragon Mountain to supervise, there were towering trees everywhere. There were herb gardens full of flowers and plants. Even the air was fresh and sweet. The river at the foot of the mountain was as bright as a pearl belt. The river water was so clear that you could see the bottom. You could clearly see many fish swimming in it. In just 3 years, the Tianjin sect destroyed Dragon Mountain to such a miserable state. You can imagine how crazily they plundered Dragon Mountain's resources in these 3 years. When the disciples heard Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu's discussion and saw the miserable state of Dragon Mountain today, their faces were gloomy and their hearts were filled with anger. Lu Mingyang frowned and asked tentatively, "Deacon Han, Dragon Mountain was destroyed by the Tianjin sect. The resources must have been plundered. Does our sect still need to fight?" Hearing his words, Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu both frowned. After a moment of silence, Han Xiaoxing said in a deep voice, "Even if Dragon Mountain was destroyed to such a miserable state, you still have to do your best in today's competition. After all, this Dragon Mountain competition is not only to decide the ownership of Dragon Mountain, but also an opportunity for our sect to wash away the shame and regain our honor." Lu Mingyang nodded silently. He didn't say anything, but he was obviously disappointed in his heart. Everyone stopped at the foot of the mountain for a while. Then, under Han Xiaoxing's lead, they rushed to the top of the mountain. Every Dragon Mountain competition was held on the dragon viewing platform at the top of the mountain. Chapter 192. From the foot of the mountain to the summit, there was a small path paved with bluestone. Although the path was only 2 meters wide, it was clean and tidy, allowing everyone to pass through. However, this was the situation when the Sky Pillar sect was in charge of Dragon Mountain. When Han Xiaoxing led everyone up the mountain, the path became bumpy and rugged. Not only was the bluestone path untended, but it was also overgrown with weeds and fallen leaves. In fact, there were many places that had collapsed or were blocked by mountain rocks. Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu walked in front, looking at the miserable scene on Dragon Mountain. Their expressions became more and more gloomy. Not long after, everyone finally reached the summit. At the highest point of Dragon Mountain, there was a 100-meter-wide platform made of marble. It was the dragon viewing platform. In the middle of the stone platform, there was a huge statue of the dragon god. The statue was the legendary dragon god. When the Sky Pillar sect was in charge of Dragon Mountain, the dragon viewing platform was always clean and tidy. It was surrounded by exotic flowers and spirit herbs, giving off a pleasant fragrance. But now, the dragon viewing platform was covered with mud and sand. The exotic flowers and spirit herbs had long been harvested. The entire dragon viewing platform looked desolate and dilapidated. If it weren't for the dozens of Tianjin sect flags and the dozens of Tianjin sect members standing on the platform, who would believe that this was the Dragon Mountain tournament? There were 12 people on the platform. Two of them were old men wearing purple robes. They were the Tianjin sect's elders. The three middle-aged men wearing black robes were the Tianjin sect's deacons. Deacon Qi was also among them. The other 7 youths were the Tianjin sect's disciples. Apart from Hang Chen, Yin Feiyang, and Ran Donglai, who wore blue robes, the other 4 wore white robes. They were clearly inner sect disciples. Seeing Han Qiuxing and the others climb to the summit, the Tianjin sect's deacons cupped their fists and greeted them. Although the grudges between the two sects were difficult to resolve, they still had to act on the surface. Han Qiuxing and Du Wu suppressed their anger and expressionlessly cupped their fists in return. Then, they led the 10 disciples up the platform. The Tianjin sect's people stood on the north side of the dragon viewing platform, while the Sky Pillar sect's people stood on the south side. The two factions were separated by dozens of meters, sizing each other up. Hang Chen, Yin Feiyang, and Ran Donglai all had confident looks on their faces. There was even a mocking sneer on their faces. A few days ago, when they were at the Sky-bearing sect, they had purposely restrained their arrogance and pretended to be polite and well-mannered. However, this wasn't the Sky Pillar sect, but Dragon Mountain, the territory of the Tianjin sect. Hang Chen and the other 2 naturally did not need to disguise themselves. They all revealed their true arrogant faces. Their gazes when looking at Ji Tianxing and the others were also filled with contempt. Not long after, a fiery red bird as huge as a mountain flew over from the distant horizon. The fiery red bird flew to the peak of Dragon Mountain and landed below the dragon viewing platform. The 2 purple-robed men on the back of the bird leaped onto the dragon viewing platform. The 2 people who had come were the 2 elders of the Sky Pillar sect. The middle-aged man was an outer elder, Chu Huaishan. The other white-haired, purple-robed elder was the great elder, Mu Yunhai. Seeing the arrival of the 2 elders, Han Xiaoxing and the others hurriedly bowed in salute. The elders, deacons, and disciples of the Tianjin sect also cupped their hands in salute. The 4 elders exchanged greetings as they stood in the middle of the dragon viewing platform and talked about today's Dragon Mountain tournament. Ji Tianxing silently listened to the 4 elders' conversation. Only then did he know the identities of the 2 Tianjin sect elders. One of them was an outer elder surnamed Tang, while the other was an elder of the discipline hall. At this time, the 4 elders finished talking about the tournament. Great Elder Mu Yunhai looked at the 2 Tianjin sect elders and asked with a solemn expression, "When our sect was in charge of Dragon Mountain, it was covered with herb gardens. The scenery was so beautiful. In just 3 short years, your noble sect has actually destroyed Dragon Mountain to such an extent. Do you want to destroy this precious land?" The 2 Tianjin sect elders had clearly expected that the Sky Pillar sect would make things difficult for them. The 2 had already prepared an explanation. The Discipline Hall elder immediately cupped his hands in salute to Mu Yunhai and said with a sigh, "Elder Mu, please calm down. Our sect also has its own difficulties. Our sect is not like your noble sect. Not only does it have 1,000 years of heritage, but it also controls the entire Tianshan region and has endless resources. Our sect's heritage is weak, and we have very few spirit veins and precious lands. The cultivation resources we produce every year are simply not enough to make ends meet. It is difficult to guarantee the daily necessities of our disciples. Therefore, in order to maintain the cultivation needs of our disciples, our sect can only do its best to extract resources. Please understand, Elder Mu." Elder Master Tang also added, "Of course, we did not wish for Dragon Mountain to become what it is today. If your noble sect dislikes Dragon Mountain, why not give it to our sect? This tournament will also end here. This way, the harmony between the 2 sects will not be damaged." Without waiting for him to finish, Mu Yunhai angrily shouted with a gloomy expression, "Impossible! You want our sect to hand over Dragon Mountain? Don't even think about it. Even if Dragon Mountain is destroyed, it is still a place with spirit veins and precious lands. After our sect takes over, it will only take 12 years to restore it." The Tianjin sect's Elder Master Tang and the Discipline Elder were not angry, but they both smiled disapprovingly. If Elder Mu thinks so, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed today. This old man has something to say. I hope Elder Mu does not mind." Your sect's disciples participating in the tournament are really weak. It will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to defeat our sect's 3 genius disciples." The 2 elders echoed each other, and their brows were filled with pride. Mu Yunhai and Chu Huaishan were so angry that their faces turned cold. Mu Yunhai frowned and said in a low voice, "This seat is too lazy to argue with you. Let the disciples fight in the arena." Then, Mu Yunhai waved his sleeves and turned to Han Qiuxing and the others. The Tianjian sect's discipline elder went back to the team as well. Only the outer elders of the 2 sects were left on the stage. Chu Huaishan and the Tianjian sect's Elder Master Tang would be hosting the Dragon Mountain tournament together. Elder Master Tang was the first to speak. He said a lot of high-sounding words, explaining the origin and meaning of the Dragon Mountain tournament. After he finished, Chu Huaishan announced the rules in a loud voice. To put it simply, the tournament would be held in a best-of-3 format. No pets or external forces were allowed to be used during the matches. Apart from the fact that no one was allowed to kill the other, any kind of injury or disability could occur before one side admitted defeat. After Chu Huaishan announced the rules of the large competition, Hang Chen stared at Ji Tianxing with a mocking sneer in his eyes. Ji Tianxing had already guessed that Hang Chen was up to no good. He didn't think much of the strange look in Hang Chen's eyes. Anyways, from the moment he decided to participate in the Dragon Mountain tournament, he had thought about all the possible consequences. At the same time, Elder Master Tang announced in a loud voice, "The Dragon Mountain tournament has officially begun. Disciples of the 2 sects, please get ready to decide the participants for the first round." Chapter 193. Ji Tianxing and Lu Mingyang looked at each other. Neither of them was in a hurry to get on the stage. On the Tianjian sect's side, the disciplinary elders, deacons, and disciples all smiled confidently. They seemed to have a card up their sleeves. Hang Chen and the other 2 didn't even need to discuss. They had already decided on the order of battle. When Elder Master Tang's voice fell, Ran Donglai, who had the lowest strength, took the lead and walked out of the crowd to the center of the dragon platform. Elder Master Tang immediately announced, "In the first round, the Tianjian sect's Ran Donglai will fight." Chu Huaishan turned his head to look at Ji Tianxing and Lu Mingyang, waiting for them to decide on the order of battle. Lu Mingyang saw that Ran Donglai was the first to appear. He immediately smiled and said to Ji Tianxing, "Let me go first." Then, without waiting for Ji Tianxing's agreement, he ran to the center of the dragon platform. Chu Huaishan immediately announced loudly, "In the first round, the Sky Pillar sect's Lu Mingyang will fight." The first round of battle began. Chu Huaishan and Elder Master Tang retreated to the edge of the dragon platform and stared at the 2 people in the field. Ran Donglai stood calmly in the field with his sword on his back. He looked at Lu Mingyang with a smile and said, "Junior brother Lu, we meet again." Lu Mingyang squeezed out a smile. He didn't want to talk to Ran Donglai, so he quickly took out a silver ball. He held the silver ball in his palm and poured a majestic amount of true essence into it. Suddenly, the silver ball lit up with a dazzling silver light and turned into a set of shining silver armor, covering his whole body. This set of armor not only covered his body, but also a pair of combat boots and a helmet, completely covering his entire body. Even the eye area of the helmet was protected by a layer of silver wire. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mingyang turned into a silver armored giant. He was about 2 meters tall. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Wind Cloud Academy didn't feel mighty at all. Instead, their expressions were a bit strange. As for the disciples of the Tianjian sect, they were already convulsing with laughter. Even the deacons and disciplinary elders could not help but chuckle to themselves. Ran Donglai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Lu Mingyang playfully and teased, "Junior brother Lu, you are well prepared. When I saw you transform into an armored giant, I was scared witless. I was intimidated by your domineering aura and couldn't help but want to admit defeat." Of course, Lu Mingyang knew that everyone was mocking him, but he endured the humiliation, holding a golden sword with both hands and staring coldly at Ran Donglai. "Senior brother Ran, fighting in the arena depends on strength, not on bickering. Bring it on. Let me see what you have to be so arrogant." Ran Donglai immediately retracted his smile and pulled out a black sword from his back. His fighting spirit soared, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Junior brother Lu, I won't stand on ceremony then. The 7 killing swordsmanship that I used on the square of your sect that day was just an entry-level move. Now, I will let you see the real 7 killing swordsmanship. Ran Donglai held his sword with both hands and rushed toward Lu Mingyang. His whole body was bursting with killing intent. First kill, broken bones. Ran Donglai rushed in front of Lu Mingyang and slashed down with his sword with a roar. The black sword burst out with a sword light that was nearly 2 meters long and broke out with a power that could split mountains and rivers. It slashed toward Lu Mingyang. Just in time. Lu Mingyang was not to be outdone. He shouted with high morale and slashed out 3 sword lights. The sword lights of both sides collided instantly and burst out with a muffled bang. 2 of the 3 sword lights that Lu Mingyang had slashed out were broken by Ran Donglai's sword. The remaining sword light also missed its target. Ran Donglai continued to charge and slashed his sword toward Lu Mingyang again. His murderous aura almost condensed into a wind. Third kill, hard execution. 3 powerful sword lights flashed with cold light and shrouded Lu Mingyang's figure on the spot. The powerful murderous aura and terrifying power made Lu Mingyang's eyes widen. His face was full of dread. Unfortunately, he was wearing a helmet and others could not see the change in his expression. At the critical moment, he retreated while brandishing his sword and slashing out sword lights all over the sky to resist with all his strength. Bang bang bang. The sword lights all over the sky collided violently and burst out with a muffled sound again. Lu Mingyang's sword lights were all slashed into pieces and splashed in all directions. Ran Donglai's murderous aura became more and more turbulent. He strode toward Lu Mingyang with an indomitable spirit and an unparalleled posture. Fourth kill, soul severing. The black sword once again slashed out 4 sword lights with terrifying power and shrouded Lu Mingyang's figure. Lu Mingyang was weaker than Ran Donglai in terms of momentum and fell into a disadvantage from the first exchange. He was shocked by Ran Donglai's violent murderous aura and did not dare to face Ran Donglai's fatal attack head-on. Seeing the 4 sword lights slashing toward him, he could only continue to retreat and slash out 18 sword lights to resist desperately. Bang bang bang. In a series of muffled sounds, Lu Mingyang's sword lights were all slashed and shattered. 3 of Ran Donglai's 4 sword lights were also shattered. And the 4th sword ray finally hit Lu Mingyang, ruthlessly slashing at his armor. Clang! In the deafening sound of metal clashing, Lu Mingyang was sent flying by the sword and fell to the ground 3 meters away. A deep indentation appeared on the left shoulder of the silver armor. It was clearly damaged. Fortunately, the armor blocked the sword, so Lu Mingyang was not injured. His face was pale with fright. Seeing Ran Donglai rushing over with murderous aura, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Damn it! How can Ran Donglai be so powerful? Is this his real strength? At the same time, Ran Donglai rushed in front of him and once again slashed out 5 sword lights. 5th kill, earth splitting. Lu Mingyang dodged again and waved his sword to resist. Bang 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 bang. Clang. After a series of muffled sounds, Lu Mingyang was once again sent flying by the sword and rolled 4 meters away. There was also a deep groove in the armor on his chest. Only now did he understand that Ran Donglai's 7-kill swordsmanship was a fierce and violent fighting sword technique. This sword technique used murderous aura to boost its power. It did not pay attention to fancy moves at all. It was to charge forward and destroy everything unstoppably. Moreover, the fiercer the charge, the stronger the murderous aura and sword intent, and the more powerful the sword technique. 6th kill, mountain splitting. Without waiting for Lu Mingyang to get up, Ran Donglai swung his sword again. Without a doubt, Lu Mingyang was unable to block it and was sent flying again. This time, there were 3 more grooves on his silver armor. It had already become tattered and deformed. Although this was a black-level upper-grade armor, Ran Donglai's sword was also a black-level upper-grade weapon. 7th kill, sky-shattering. Ran Donglai roared again and finally used the strongest killing move of the 7-kill swordsmanship. Chapter 194. When Ran Donglai used the last move of the 7-kill swordsmanship, 7 dazzling sword lights shone like the sun. The murderous aura that burst out of his body condensed into a light red gust of wind that whistled and rushed toward Lu Mingyang. Lu Mingyang had long lost his will to fight. When he saw the 7 sword lights and Ran Donglai's blood-red murderous aura, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He had no doubt that as long as Ran Donglai's ultimate move hit him, he would die without a doubt. He might even be beheaded. In this situation, Lu Mingyang could no longer care about his previous plan, let alone the ownership of Dragon Mountain and the honor of his sect. Without hesitation, he held his sword horizontally and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop! I admit defeat!" When his loud voice spread throughout the dragon viewing platform, Ran Donglai's 7 sword lights were about to hit him. At this critical moment, Ran Donglai couldn't hold back his sword. The 7-kill swordsmanship was too fierce and violent. It focused on advancing murderous aura. However, Ran Donglai's cultivation was still shallow. He hadn't cultivated the 7-kill swordsmanship to the realm of Dashang, so he couldn't control it at will. Seeing that Lu Mingyang had admitted defeat in front of everyone and was about to be killed by Ran Donglai on the spot. At this critical moment, Chu Huaishan frowned and waved his hand, shooting out 2 dark green true essence splendors. Swoosh! One of the 2 dark green true essences turned into a shield to protect Lu Mingyang, and the other turned into a green light wall to block Ran Donglai. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 7 dazzling sword lights hit the green light wall and were all blocked. The first battle was over. Ran Donglai also calmed down and the blood-red murderous aura around him finally dissipated. He put his sword back into the scabbard and looked at the embarrassed Lu Mingyang with a smile. He saluted with his hands folded and said, "Junior brother Lu, thank you for letting me win." Although he didn't say much, he looked down at Lu Mingyang with a contemptuous look that was like a sharp blade that deeply stabbed Lu Mingyang's heart. Lu Mingyang's heart was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and endure. He snorted coldly. He didn't want Ran Donglai to speak, and he didn't want to see Ran Donglai's smug look. The silver armor was already tattered and distorted, so he took it off and put it away. With a gloomy expression, he returned to the Sky Pillar Sects group. "Deacon Han, Elder Chu, this disciple has disappointed you." He endured the humiliation and bowed to Han Xiaoxing and Chu Huaishan. Chu Huaishan frowned slightly. His expression did not look good, but he did not say anything. Han Xiaoxing sighed helplessly and nodded. "You've done your best. Don't blame yourself too much." In fact, everyone could see that Lu Mingyang had fallen into a disadvantageous position from the beginning, and the outcome was already decided. After all, he had just advanced to the 2nd level of the Mystic Comprehending stage, while Ran Donglai had already reached the peak of the 2nd level and was about to step into the 3rd level. The first match of the Dragon Mountain tournament ended in a hurry. The Sky Pillar sect had a bad start and lost the first match. This caused the elders, deacons, and several disciples to be shrouded in a layer of haze. They were faintly disappointed and helpless. In everyone's opinion, since Lu Mingyang, who was at the 2nd level of the Mystic Comprehending stage, had been defeated, it was impossible for Ji Tianxing, who was at the 1st level of the Mystic Comprehending stage, to create any miracles. It seemed that the Sky Pillar sect would lose for sure in this Dragon Mountain tournament, and they would not be able to take back Dragon Mountain. The Tianjian sect's people also had the same thought. The 2 elders, deacons, and disciples all revealed smug smiles. In particular, the inner sect disciples were discussing with complacent expressions as they pointed at the Sky Pillar sect's disciples. Their expressions were full of contempt and disdain. At this moment, Elder Master Tang walked to the center of the dragon viewing platform and announced the results of the matches. The Tianjian sect wins the first match. Next, please prepare for the second match. As Elder Master Tang finished speaking, Ran Donglai returned to the group with a smug look on his face. Yin Feiyang walked out from the crowd and stood in the middle of the field with a smile. He looked calm and confident. Elder Master Tang announced loudly, "The second match, the Tianjian sect's Yin Feiyang will fight." As his voice fell, everyone looked at Ji Tianxing. The Sky Pillar sect only had 2 disciples participating. Lu Mingyang had already been defeated and was not qualified to fight again. Now, only Ji Tianxing was left to fight. Ji Tianxing expressionlessly walked out of the crowd and was about to walk to the center of the field. Chu Huaishan looked at him and solemnly exhorted, "Ji Tianxing, you have to win this match no matter what. Even if our sect loses in the end, at least don't lose too badly." The large tournament was a best-of-3 match system. If Ji Tianxing lost one more match, the large tournament would immediately end. If the Sky Pillar sect lost both matches, they would become the laughingstock of the Tianshan region. Ji Tianxing didn't say anything. He only nodded to Chu Huaishan and then walked to the center of the field. He stood tall and straight in the middle of the field, his left hand holding the black dragon sword and his right hand behind his back. His entire body exuded a calm and composed aura. Yin Feiyang looked at him with a playful expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. "Junior apprentice Brother Ji, when we were in your sect, I experienced your debating talent. I really admire it. Now that you and I are going to fight, I'm looking forward to seeing if your martial strength is as strong as your debating talent." The people of the Tempest Hall were familiar with Ji Tianxing. They all knew that he was a steady and calm person. He wasn't good at debating and didn't have any eloquence. Yin Feiyang's words were clearly mocking Ji Tianxing's sharp tongue, saying that he only knew how to brag and didn't have any real strength. Ji Tianxing didn't bother to bicker with him. He said expressionlessly, "You'll soon experience my strength." Yin Feiyang did not manage to take advantage of Ji Tianxing, nor did he manage to infuriate Ji Tianxing. He sneered again and said, "Even now, Junior Brother Ji is still holding on. You're not simple. Since Junior Apprentice Brother Ji is so confident, I'll let you have 2 moves first. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to draw your sword." Yin Feiyang's words spread throughout the dragon viewing platform, causing an uproar. The disciples and deacons of the Tianjian sect all revealed disdainful sneers. They took pleasure in Ji Tianxing's misfortune, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In their opinion, with Yin Feiyang's strength at the 3rd stage of profound enlightenment, defeating Ji Tianxing, who was at the 1st stage of profound enlightenment, was as easy as blowing off dust. The people of the Sky Pillar sect were so angry that their faces turned cold. They inwardly cursed Yin Feiyang for being too arrogant and condescending. Even Han Xiaoxing and Chu Huaishan were enraged. They felt that the Sky Sword sect's people were too arrogant. They were too arrogant. Ji Tianxing was still expressionless. He looked at Yin Feiyang indifferently and said calmly, "Since Senior Apprentice Brother Yin is so confident, then I won't be polite." Originally, he wanted to give Yin Feiyang an eye for an eye. He'd said in public that he'd let Yin Feiyang have 3 moves to counterattack and anger him. But after thinking about it, he immediately changed his mind. Wouldn't it be even more humiliating to defeat an arrogant opponent with 1 move? Chapter 195. "Junior Brother Ji, bring it on." Yin Feiyang sneered disdainfully. He stood calmly in the field without any intention of drawing his sword. He said that he would let Ji Tianxing make 2 moves, so he would only block and dodge. He would not take the initiative to attack. "Take this!" Ji Tianxing shouted in a low voice. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he used the shadowless step. His feet moved in a mysterious way, and he rushed toward Yin Feiyang as fast as lightning. He was so fast that he left a few afterimages behind him. In a flash, he rushed 10 meters away and arrived in front of Yin Feiyang. He pulled out the black dragon sword and slashed with all his strength. Dragon soars from the 9th heaven. When the black dragon sword was unsheathed, it shone with a dazzling cold light. It was as if a thunderbolt had torn the night apart. When Ji Tianxing poured his majestic true essence into the black dragon sword, it immediately turned into a huge 3-meter-long sword light. The sword light burst out with a power that could split heaven and earth. It fell from the sky and slashed toward Yin Feiyang. The dazzling sword light condensed into a 9-meter-long black dragon shadow. It emitted a bone-chilling cold. The entire dragon viewing platform was shocked by the power of this sword and trembled slightly. With Ji Tianxing as the center, the air within a radius of 20 meters was squeezed out, making crackling sounds. The power of this sword was so terrifying that the disciples of the two sects were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. Before the black dragon sword hit Yin Fei-yong, he was suppressed by the terrifying sword intent. He could not move an inch. His eyes were full of horror and despair. He instantly forgot what he had just said and subconsciously held the hilt of his sword. He wanted to pull it out and fight back. However, it was too late. Bang! In a deafening sound, the 3-meter-long sword light and the 9-meter-long black dragon shadow drowned Yin Fei-yong on the spot. The huge sword light slashed the dragon viewing platform and cut a huge gully in the ground. Countless gravel splashed out. The entire dragon viewing platform trembled violently as if there was a big earthquake. Such astonishing destructive power caused everyone to reveal expressions of disbelief. The people of the Tianjin sect were even more worried. They stared at the chaotic scene in the field, guessing what would happen to Yin Fei-yong. After a full 10 breaths of time, the true essence brilliance and the black dragon phantom dissipated, and the dust and gravel that filled the air also settled down. Only then did everyone see the situation clearly. Ji Tianxing held the black dragon sword in his hand and stood proudly in the middle of the field, exuding a confident and calm aura. On the stone floor in front of him, there was a huge crack about 0.5 meter wide and 5 meters long. Yin Fei-yong was lying at the side of the rift. His body was trembling, his face was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was in an extremely sorry state. He was obviously heavily injured, and he struggled with all his might to get up, but he was unable to do so. Xing, you deserve to die. This is impossible. Yin Fei-yong raised his head with great difficulty. He raised his blood-stained face and glared at Ji Tianxing with bloodshot eyes. His voice was hoarse, and his words were intermittent. When he opened his mouth to speak, blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Obviously, his injuries were not only external, but also his internal organs. Ji Tianxing looked at him expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Senior brother Yin, you clearly said that you would let me make 2 moves first, so that I wouldn't even have a chance to draw my sword. This is only the first move. Please keep your word and take my second move." As he spoke, he raised the black dragon sword again. His fighting spirit soared, and he was about to use his second move. Yin Fei-yong was suddenly filled with fear, and he felt extremely indignant and humiliated. Just a moment ago, he had been full of pride and disdain for Ji Tianxing, and he had said arrogant words in front of everyone. But now, he had been seriously injured by Ji Tianxing's sword. He didn't even have a chance to draw his sword and counterattack. He had almost died on the spot. How ironic and ridiculous this was. With his current heavily injured body, how could he possibly withstand Ji Tianxing's second attack? Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to kill him? In his grief and indignation, Yin Fei-yong actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Tianxing turned a blind eye to this. He raised the black dragon sword and looked like he was about to slash down. At the critical moment, Manager Qi of the Tianjin sect quickly jumped out and rushed to Yin Fei-yong's side. He glared at Ji Tianxing and shouted in a deep voice, "Ji Tianxing, what are you doing? Are you going to kill someone in front of everyone?" Ji Tianxing looked at him indifferently and deliberately mocked him. Yin Fei-yong said that he would let me make 2 moves first. What, Manager Qi, are you going to interfere with the competition? Or, Manager Qi, are you going to help Yin Fei-yong renege on his debt and be a villain who goes back on his word? Manager Qi's face turned ashen with anger, and his eyes were filled with cold light. However, the deacons and elders of both sects were present, so he could only endure and not flare up. He gnashed his teeth and shouted coldly, "We admit defeat in this round." Only then did Ji Tianxing put away his black dragon sword. He glanced at Deacon Qi with a mocking gaze and said disdainfully, "Wouldn't it have been better if you had admitted defeat earlier? Why wait until you've been beaten to a pulp before surrendering?" Manager Qi was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. If it were another occasion, he would definitely kill Ji Tianxing. However, on the dragon viewing platform, under the watchful eyes of everyone, no matter how much Ji Tianxing humiliated him and Yin Fei-yong, he could only endure it. Soon, Manager Qi supported the heavily injured Yin Feiyang and left the stage dejectedly. The faces of the Tianjin sect's people darkened. They glared at Ji Tianxing with hatred and gnashed their teeth. The disciples of the Sky Pillar sect were filled with shock. They revealed excited smiles and shouted while waving their fists. "Great! We've won! Ji Tianxing, well done!" As expected of the influential figure of our sect. That sword move was too gorgeous and terrifying. Ha! Clowns of the Tianjin sect, why don't you continue to be arrogant? The first elder, Chu Huaishan, Han Qiuxing, and the others obviously did not expect this result. They all revealed gratified smiles. Not bad, not bad. Ha! What a good move, dragon soars from the ninth heaven. It really has the momentum of a dragon soaring through the ninth heaven. I didn't misjudge him. This battle alone is enough to make him famous in the ancient realm of the stars. This kid is only at the first stage of the profound comprehending realm, but he can display such terrifying combat strength. It's really incredible. Previously, I thought that the Tianjin sect had no chance of winning with Hang Chen, who was at the fifth stage of the profound comprehending realm. Now it seems that Ji Tianxing may be able to create a miracle. Ji Tianxing listened to the discussions and praises of the crowd, but he was not arrogant or complacent. His expression was still calm and composed. Although he could defeat Yin Feiyang with his own strength without using the Black Dragon Sword, he would not be able to achieve such a shocking effect. The little black dragon had lived in the Grand Peace Palace for a month and eaten many spiritual fruits. It had recovered 20% of its strength, which made the Black Dragon Sword so powerful. It was also because of this that Ji Tianxing had not chosen a weapon and had only chosen a set of soft armor. How could the profound grade treasured swords in the outer sect's treasury compare to the Black Dragon Sword's power? Chapter 196. On the dragon viewing platform, the crowd discussed for a long time. The people of the Tianjin sect were filled with anger and resentment. They glared at Ji Tianxing with murderous intent. The people of the Sky Pillar sect were jubilant. They were proud of Ji Tianxing's easy victory. After a while, Chu Huaishan announced the result of the fight. The Sky Pillar sect wins the second round. Next, both parties, please prepare for the third battle. The third battle was not only the final battle, but also the crucial battle that would determine the outcome of the competition. At the same time, it was also a battle between the strongest outer sect disciples of the two sects. Ji Tianxing was still standing in the field, waiting for the third round. Among the people of the Tianjin sect, Hang Chen walked out with the heavy sword of the setting sun on his back. He looked cold and murderous. Previously, he had disdained Ji Tianxing and didn't put him in his eyes at all. However, after witnessing Ji Tianxing's sword, he no longer underestimated Ji Tianxing and began to view him as a mortal enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Hang Chen walked to the center of the field, neither too fast nor too slow. His heavy footsteps made muffled sounds. He stopped 10 meters away from Ji Tianxing. He stared at Ji Tianxing maliciously and spoke. "Junior brother Ji, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. To be able to use such amazing swordsmanship. However, no matter how powerful your swordsmanship is, you're only at LV1 of the Tongxian realm. You're no match for me. Since you've met me, you're destined to lose miserably. I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame my heavy sword of the setting sun for being merciless." Hang Chen's tone was firm, and his eyes were full of confidence. As a martial arts genius, he naturally had the confidence and pride to match. Even though Ji Tianxing had just displayed amazing combat strength, he had only stopped looking down on him and treated him seriously. He was certain that the final result would not change. The victory would belong to him. A LV1 of the Tongxian realm martial artist wanted to defeat a LV5 of the Tongxian realm expert? This was simply the ravings of a lunatic, an absurd delusion. Ji Tianxing looked at Hang Chen calmly and said in an indifferent tone, "I always believe that everything depends on human effort. Nothing is predestined, and nothing is impossible. Hang Chen, I will definitely win this battle, and Long Shan will definitely return to our sect." Hang Chen was very arrogant. Ji Tianxing was also very confident. His tone was also resolute and unquestionable. Hearing his words, Hang Chen immediately frowned. He reached for the heavy sword of the setting sun on his back and grinned coldly. Junior brother Ji, since you're so confident, it seems that you've already made preparations. If that's the case, then put on the armor you've carefully prepared. Let's see if I can chop you into pieces. Hang Chen gripped the heavy sword of the setting sun with both hands as his entire body emitted a bloody killing intent. His skin became even redder, and his expression became even more ferocious. The blood in his body surged violently, emitting the sound of wind and thunder. It was obvious that he was accumulating terrifying power. There was no doubt that he had stimulated the potential of the battle sword bloodline. He had also begun to go berserk, and his combat strength was rapidly increasing. Seeing this scene, the people of the Tianjin sect secretly clenched their fists, looking forward to the scene of Hang Chen tyrannizing Ji Tianxing. A few disciples also shouted excitedly, cheering for Hang Chen. Hang Chen, release your killing intent. Let the trash of the Sky Pillar sect experience the power of the battle sword bloodline. Hang Chen will win. Our sect will win. When the people of the Sky Pillar sect saw the changes in Hang Chen's body and aura, their expressions became grave. A few disciples widened their eyes and stared at Hang Chen, their faces filled with worry. Han Qiuxing, Chu Huaishan, and the others also frowned, their hearts filled with worry. In their opinion, Hang Chen's strength was already at the 5th level of the Mystic Enlightening Realm. Now that he had used the power of the battle sword bloodline, his combat strength was close to the 6th level of the Mystic Enlightening Realm. No matter how monstrous Ji Tianxing was, it was impossible for him to surpass 5 levels and defeat Hang Chen. It was no longer a miracle, it was a complete fantasy. At the same time, Hang Chen's aura reached its peak, and his body was surrounded by a layer of light red killing intent. His eyes also turned dark red as he stared at Ji Tianxing and shouted angrily, Ji Tianxing, die! Battle Blood Manic Sword. Cloud Crushing Slash. Hang Chen held the sword of the setting sun with both hands, his whole body emitting blood-red killing intent. He rushed toward Ji Tianxing like a flood, brandishing the sword and slashing out 2 blood-red sword rays. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2-meter-long sword rays were as wide as half a table. They were blood-red in color and emitted a strong bloody aura. They were extremely violent. The 2 sword rays slashed toward Ji Tianxing from the left and right at an incredible speed, leaving afterimages of the sword rays in the sky. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Tianjin sect were all excited and exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Battle Blood Manic Sword. Hang Chen is actually using his secret sword technique." Hang Chen didn't use the 7 killing swordsmanship, but directly used his secret sword technique. It seems that he wants to end the battle in a few moves. I bet that Ji Tianxing won't be able to last more than 3 moves under Hang Chen's sword. Haha, Ji Tianxing must have been shocked by Hang Chen's killing intent. He must have been scared silly. When the disciples of the Tianjin sect saw Ji Tianxing standing in the field expressionlessly, they all thought that he had been scared silly. Then, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. Facing Hang Chen's fierce attack, Ji Tianxing didn't wave his sword to block it. Instead, he put away the black dragon sword. He was facing Hang Chen's attack with his bare hands. Seeing this, the people of the Sky Pillar sect were all surprised and discussed with puzzlement. What is Ji Tianxing doing? Is he going to fight Hang Chen with his bare hands? Isn't this too ridiculous? Not to mention that he's only at the 1st level of the Mystic Comprehending Realm. Even if he's also at the 5th level of the Mystic Comprehending Realm, it's impossible for him to block Hang Chen. Ji Tianxing was able to defeat Yin Feiyang with 1 move. In addition to his own strength, his sword is also very powerful. It's obviously not an ordinary sword. Yeah, I really don't know what he's thinking. He actually abandoned his divine weapon and wants to face the enemy with his bare hands. When the disciples of the Tianjin sect saw Ji Tianxing put away his sword, they were all stunned for a moment. Obviously, they hadn't expected this. Then, several disciples came back to their senses and revealed expressions of contempt and disdain as they laughed unscrupulously. Haha, is this guy's brain flooded with water? He's going to face Hang Chen with his bare hands? This isn't confidence. It's completely throwing an egg against a stone. He's courting death. It's also possible that Ji Tianxing knows that he's no match for Hang Chen and will definitely lose, so he simply gave up resisting. When I saw him defeat Yin Feiyang with one move, I thought he had some ability and would be able to withstand a few moves from Hang Chen. Now it seems that the outcome has been decided. Longshan still belongs to our Tianjian sect. Chapter 197. In fact, Hang Chen's attack couldn't threaten Ji Tianxing at all, so he didn't need to dodge. When the two blood-red sword radiances were about to hit Ji Tianxing, he finally counterattacked. He activated the power of the sword embryo in his body and instantly released 8 golden sword radiances. They circled around him rapidly and formed a sword net. Swish, 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 swish. The sword radiances flew back and forth like shooting stars, making sharp sounds and bursting with sharp sword chi. The two blood-red sword radiances were blocked by the sword net and shattered on the spot. Hang Chen was stunned when he saw this. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. The disciples of the two sects were also stunned. They didn't expect Ji Tianxing to be able to perform such an exquisite sword technique without using a sword. In the next moment, the 8 golden sword radiances split into 16 sword radiances under Ji Tianxing's control and stabbed toward Hang Chen. The 16 sword radiances attacked in unison and arranged themselves into a fan-shaped sword formation, bursting with sharp sword chi. With Hang Chen as the center, the sword radiances covered an area of 10 meters. The sword chi was everywhere. Hang Chen immediately came to his senses and hurriedly waved the crescent sun sword. He performed the sword technique of the blazing blood sword and slashed out several sword radiances to attack the golden sword formation. The blood-red sword radiances and the golden sword radiances collided, producing muffled bangs and bursting with violent chi that formed gusts of wind. The sword formation formed by the 16 sword radiances was swayed by Hang Chen's violent attacks, and the sword radiances danced wildly. However, Ji Tianxing calmly performed the sword technique and split the 16 sword radiances into 32 sword radiances. Swish, swish. The 32 sword radiances surrounded Hang Chen and covered an area of 10 meters. They kept attacking and stabbing. This area became the domain of the sword radiances. The raging chi and sword radiances seemed to be tearing the sky apart. Hang Chen was surrounded by so many sword radiances that his body was completely covered by them. He desperately waved his heavy sword, trying to block and break the sword radiances around him. However, the 32 sword lights were as swift as lightning, and their order and trajectory contained some sort of special law that was difficult to fathom. He furiously brandished his sword and madly attacked dozens of times, but he still couldn't break through the encirclement of the sword rays that filled the sky. It was to the extent that he was trapped on the spot, unable to move at all. He had been circling in a radius of 5 steps. Seeing this scene, the people of the two sects revealed expressions of surprise and astonishment and began to discuss one after another. What kind of move is this? Ji Tianxing can actually display such exquisite swordsmanship? No wonder he didn't use a treasured sword to face the enemy. It turns out that he had grasped such an unimaginable sword technique. It's really too gorgeous, too shocking. Does anyone feel that there seems to be a special pattern to the attack routes and sequences of the golden sword auras, like the power of an array? It can't be? Could it be that Ji Tianxing had combined array and swordsmanship? Isn't this too unbelievable? Hang Chen is attacking left and right, but he can't break through the sword light's encirclement. It looks like there's something strange about those sword lights. Everyone was discussing with surprise and shock. The people of the Sky Pillar sect were all amazed and secretly cheered for Ji Tianxing. The disciples of the Tianjian sect were also awed by Ji Tianxing's exquisite swordsmanship. They put away their contempt and didn't dare to mock him again. In the field, the golden sword auras that filled the sky still surrounded Hang Chen, forcing him into a fluster. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds were incessant, and the raging wind continued to sweep in all directions. Ji Tianxing controlled the sword array from 10 meters away and continued to attack Hang Chen. Hang Chen desperately attacked in the sword array, but he couldn't break through the encirclement of the sword array. He couldn't even touch the corner of Ji Tianqing's clothes. His patience had finally run out, and the discussions of the people around him made him feel ashamed and angry. Ji Tianqing, you want to trap me with these insignificant skills? Don't even think about it. Hang Chen roared with a ferocious expression. His skin turned dark red like blood, and a blood-red murderous aura lingered around him. The dense murderous aura condensed into a red cloud. I'll let you see the power of my sword-fighting bloodline. Obviously, the furious Hang Chen no longer held back his strength and completely activated the power of his sword-fighting bloodline. At this moment, his combat strength was raised to the peak and was comparable to a LV6 Tongxian realm expert. Sky-splitting strike. Hang Chen roared and rushed toward Ji Tianqing with the sword of setting sun in both hands. He fiercely slashed out a blood-red sword light that could split heaven and earth. He completely ignored the sword lights around him and rushed out of the sword array's encirclement at the risk of injury. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of deafening muffled sounds burst out. Hang Chen broke through the encirclement of the sword lights with an overbearing attitude and extremely powerful destructive power and arrived in front of Ji Tianqing. However, he was also stabbed by many sword lights. Several deep sword wounds were left on his body, and dark red blood gushed out. Although he had broken through the sword array with absolute strength and domineering methods, he was also heavily injured. However, his body was also heavily injured, and his strength was weakened by 30%. When he rushed in front of Ji Tianqing was already prepared and had already used the shadowless step to retreat. Ji Tianqing, give me your life. Hang Chen roared furiously. He waved the sword of setting sun and pounced on Su Mo, launching a frenzied attack. Ji Tianqing did not meet him head-on at all. He dodged and evaded the attacks while controlling the sword lights to tangle with Hang Chen. The people from the two sects watched the battle closely, their faces full of worry. The people from the Tianjian sect originally thought that with Hang Chen's strength, he could defeat Ji Tianqing in 3 to 5 moves. However, they did not expect that a full 15 minutes had passed, and the outcome of this battle was still undecided. Everyone found this hard to believe, and they couldn't accept it. On the other side, the people from the Sky Pillar sect were also shocked and found it unbelievable. Before today, no one believed that Ji Tianqing, who was in the first stage of the profound enlightening realm, could match Hang Chen, who was in the 5th stage of the profound enlightening realm. But now, Ji Tianqing had done it. Even if he had not defeated Hang Chen, the fact that he could fight evenly with Hang Chen was already a miracle. The disciples of the Tempest Hall were all staring at Ji Tianqing with admiration. They were dazzled and intoxicated as they watched the battle. The First Elder and Chu Huaishan were also silently watching Ji Tianqing. Both of them were experts at the peak of the Origin Core stage. Of course, they could see Ji Tianqing's methods and intentions. The two of them stood at the edge of the dragon viewing platform and were talking through their spiritual senses. The First Elder praised from the bottom of his heart, "Elder Chu, this Ji Tianqing is not simple. He knows that he is not as strong as Hang Chen, so he won't fight him head-on. He knows how to make use of his advantages. This kid is proficient in formations. He actually combined formations with swordsmanship to display an exquisite sword formation. In order to break the sword formation, Hang Chen could only use brute force to break it. As a result, he was seriously injured and his strength was weakened by 30%. Chu Huaishan also nodded and said, "Yes, Ji Tianqing's attainments in formations are not bad." Knowing that Hang Chen's talent in formations is not good, he used a sword formation to deal with Hang Chen. This is using his strength to attack Hang Chen's weakness. This kid can still be so calm and composed in a fierce battle. He knows how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He first weakened Hang Chen's strength. He is really calm and wise. The First Elder smiled and said with a gratified face, "Originally, with Ji Tianqing's strength in the first stage of the profound enlightening realm, I did not have high hopes of winning against Hang Chen, who is in the 5th stage of the profound enlightening realm. I did not expect that although Ji Tianqing is weaker than Hang Chen, he is brave and resourceful. He knows how to gradually weaken Hang Chen's strength. Although Hang Chen's strength is not bad, he is a brute. Now that he only has 70% of his strength left, Ji Tianxing has a chance of winning. At present, it seems that Ji Tianxing is likely to defeat Hang Chen today and create a miracle. Chapter 198. Just as the crowd was discussing, there was a change in the battle situation. Within 100 breaths, Hang Chen chased after Ji Tianxing and attacked him crazily. He had already made more than 100 moves. He relied on the strength of a LV5 Tongxian realm martial artist, the violent power of the fighting sword bloodline, and the power of the blazing sun sword to fight Ji Tianxing at close range. Ji Tianxing was not as strong as Hang Chen, and he was unarmed. Of course, he could not fight Hang Chen at close range, let alone face him head-on. He used the shadowless steps to dodge and controlled the sword radiance to block and counterattack. However, he was only a LV1 Tongxian realm martial artist, so he was not Hang Chen's match. It was difficult for him to distance himself from Hang Chen. After exchanging more than 100 moves with Hang Chen, he also suffered serious injuries. There were several hideous wounds on his body, and blood was gushing out from them. However, he was wearing the black class high golden sun soft armor, so his injuries were not serious. By now, Ji Tianxing and Hang Chen had both used up a lot of genuine vitality. Both of them were covered in blood and their hair was disheveled. They looked a little embarrassed. Hang Chen originally thought that he could easily crush Ji Tianxing, but now that he had ferociously attacked over 100 times, he was still unable to defeat Ji Tianxing. His heart was filled with anger and anxiety, and he became more furious. He had the fighting sword bloodline and was a LV5 Tongxian realm martial artist. It was a disgrace that he was forced into such a state by Ji Tianxing, who was only a LV1 Tongxian realm martial artist. Hang Chen gradually lost his patience. He only wanted to defeat Ji Tianxing as soon as possible. However, he was eager to win. Although the power of his sword technique increased, he neglected his own defense and exposed many flaws. Ji Tianxing finally seized the opportunity and retreated 10 meters to distance himself from Hang Chen. "Thousand Feather Blade!" He shouted in a low voice and performed the flying star sword technique without hesitation. He activated the power of the sword embryo in his body and released 9 1-meter-long dark golden sword radiances that stabbed toward Hang Chen. Swish, 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 swish. The 9 sword radiances enveloped Hang Chen and attacked him from different angles and directions. In the short span of a breath, the 9 sword beams had actually stabbed nearly 200 times. Hang Chen was enveloped by the sword shadows that filled the sky, and he immediately revealed a horrified expression. He swung the setting sun heavy sword with all his might, creating a sky full of blood-red sword light to block the sword light. Ding ding ding! Amidst the crisp sounds of collisions, the golden and blood-red sword beams continued to collide, bursting forth with a violent and raging strength chi. Even though Hang Chen tried his best to block it, his sword was too slow, and he couldn't block the lightning-fast sword light. In just 5 breaths of time, the 9 streaks of sword light had stabbed over 1,000 times before finally dissipating. On the other hand, Hang Chen had already become a bloody figure. His entire body was covered in over a dozen crisscrossing sword wounds, and dark red blood ceaselessly gushed out from them. The green robe he wore had long been shredded into pieces, turning into a pile of rags scattered on the dragon viewing platform. Fortunately, he was wearing a red soft armor that protected his vital parts, so he didn't embarrass himself in front of everyone. Even so, his blood-stained appearance made him look extremely miserable, causing the disciples of the 2 sects to cry out in alarm. After being seriously injured, Hang Chen's strength fell again, and he only had 40% of his combat strength left. At this moment, his strength was only equivalent to the 4th level of the mystic comprehending realm. The pain from the wounds all over his body and the anger that filled his heart made Hang Chen roar at the sky in rage. "Ji Tianxing, you damned bastard! I'm going to tear you into pieces!" Hang Chen roared as he charged at Ji Tianxing. He swung the setting sun heavy sword and slashed out over a dozen blood-red sword light that could split the sky and earth. Suddenly, an extremely dense bloody aura spread out, causing the entire dragon viewing platform to be covered in a bloody wind and rain. It was shrouded in a blood-red murderous aura. Ji Tianxing sneered when he saw that Hang Chen's strength had plummeted and that he was about to go crazy. After being ravaged by the sword formation and the thousand-feather blade, Hang Chen was so furious that he had lost his mind. His combat strength was also very weak. This was the result of his meticulous plan. He wanted to weaken Hang Chen's combat strength step by step and finally defeat him completely. Gale Thunderstrike. When Hang Chen swung the setting sun heavy sword and charged at him, Ji Tianxing used the ultimate move of the flying star sword technique again. He released two huge sword lights with all his strength and attacked Hang Chen from both sides. The two golden sword lights were 2 meters long and shone with a dazzling golden light. They carried an extremely violent wind as they slashed at Hang Chen fiercely. At that moment, the golden sword lights mixed with the wind and struck Hang Chen like a huge golden lightning bolt. Kaboom! A thunderous explosion suddenly exploded on the dragon viewing platform, causing the entire dragon viewing platform to tremble violently. Hang Chen was sent flying on the spot. He fell 5 meters away covered in blood and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. Wherever he flew, dark red blood splattered on the ground. It was a ghastly sight under the sunlight. Everyone on the platform was shocked by the terrifying power of the Gale Thunderstrike. They stared at the arena with their eyes wide open with complicated expressions on their faces. They saw that the Gale Thunderstrike had blasted a huge pit on the marble floor. Dense cracks extended all around it. The disciples of the two sects were stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my God! Is this really the strength of a Tongxian realm martial artist?" Ji Tianxing is actually able to use such a terrifying sword technique without using a treasured sword? Even a LV7 Tongxian expert wouldn't be able to wield a sword from afar and execute such a powerful sword technique. It's incredible! Hang Chen was beaten so badly by him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Everyone was discussing, but Ji Tianxing turned a deaf ear to them. He was still calm as he stared at Hang Chen, who was 10 meters away. Hang Chen was covered in blood. He climbed up shakily from the ground. He held the setting sun heavy sword with both hands and wanted to charge at Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing frowned and said indifferently, "Hang Chen, you've lost. Give up struggling and admit defeat." His tone was cold and certain. It was not arrogant, but it contained great confidence. Hang Chen was instantly filled with humiliation. He glared at him with a ferocious face and roared furiously, "Impossible! I'll definitely defeat you. I'll never admit defeat." He had been accepted as a disciple by the Tianjian sect leader. He had the fighting sword bloodline and was at LV5 Tongxian realm. He was a martial arts genius who had been specially trained. How could he admit defeat to Ji Tianxing, who was at LV1 Tongxian realm? This was more humiliating than killing him. "Ji Tianxing, I'll kill you!" Hang Chen roared furiously. He activated the last power of the fighting sword bloodline and entered a state of madness. He charged at Ji Tianxing recklessly. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing frowned slightly and said coldly, "Since you won't admit defeat, I'll have to beat you to the ground. It's also a good opportunity for you to see my real trump card." This is the 5th chapter of the day. There's a 6th chapter at 20 p.m. Chapter 199. The flying star sword technique was Ji Tianxing's ultimate skill, but it was not his trump card. At this point, Hang Chen had already been heavily injured by him, and his strength was weak to the extreme. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Hang Chen's momentum was gone and he was powerless to reverse the situation. There was no doubt that he would lose this battle. However, Hang Chen gritted his teeth and endured his injuries. He was still fantasizing about a desperate counterattack. Since that was the case, Ji Tianxing could only use his trump card to completely defeat Hang Chen and make him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. He slowly raised his palms with his left palm facing down and his right palm facing up. He pressed his palms together and activated the sword embryo in his body with all his might. Buzz. Amid the buzzing sound, Ji Tianxing's palms lit up with a dazzling golden light. A small golden sword appeared. The small golden sword was only the size of a thumb, but it shone with a dazzling golden light. It emitted a soaring sword essence and a sharp sword chi that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. There was no doubt that this was his sword embryo. Ever since he had reached the mystic comprehending realm, the sword embryo had turned from a shadow to a solid object. Such a huge change naturally caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. The sword embryo, which had condensed all of his skills in his life, naturally had unparalleled power. However, Ji Tianxing knew very well that although using the sword embryo in a battle had unparalleled destructive power, it was a method of harming oneself in order to kill 1,000 enemies. He would exhaust his true origin and be weak for half a month before he could recover. Therefore, he only used the sword embryo in his body at this crucial moment that determined the outcome of the battle. As he continued to circulate his chi, the golden sword embryo floating in his palms spun rapidly and became bigger and bigger. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The sword embryo spun rapidly, emitting a soaring sword essence and emitting a series of buzzing sounds. After a few short breaths, Ji Tianxing opened his palms. His left and right palms were separated by more than a meter. At this moment, the sword embryo had become a dazzling golden sword that was more than a meter long. With him as the center, the area within a 30-meter radius was filled with extremely sharp sword chi, and the marble floor was cracked by the sword chi. Everyone on the dragon viewing platform was shocked. Their eyes were fixed on Ji Tianxing's sword embryo. The weaker disciples all thought that it was Ji Tianxing's sword aura. Only the deacons and elders of the two sects could see that it was not an ordinary sword ray, but a real divine sword that contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Hang Chen was also shocked. He stared at Ji Tianxing's sword embryo with wide eyes, fear and terror surging in his eyes. He was also a sword Dao genius, so he could feel how terrifying the power of the golden sword embryo was. Finally, Ji Tianxing pushed the power of the sword embryo to the limit. He stared at Hang Chen and shouted coldly, "Hang Chen, time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled the sword embryo with both hands and attacked Hang Chen from 10 meters away. The dazzling golden sword embryo immediately transformed into a 3-meter-long golden giant sword, releasing a torrential golden flame. The dazzling golden flame was like a pair of wings on the sword embryo, pushing the speed and power of the sword embryo to the limit. The entire dragon viewing platform was enveloped by the golden light and became dazzling. The sword will that burst forth from the sword embryo carved out numerous cracks and ravines on the ground of the dragon viewing platform. Hang Chen was enveloped by the terrifying sword essence. His eyes were full of fear and his legs were weak. Looking at the incoming giant sword, he could only use all his strength to raise the heavy sword of the setting sun and release the final attack. Bang! The winged giant sword of the setting sun hit Hang Chen viciously, drowning his body and exploding with a deafening sound. At that moment, everything within a 30-meter radius turned into a field of golden light. It was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Even the scorching sun high in the sky was covered by the golden sword chi, appearing dim and lifeless. The dragon viewing platform was shaking violently as if there was a super earthquake. Huge ravines were formed on the ground. Many disciples were shaken to the ground. They could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. The violent strength chi turned into a golden hurricane and exploded in all directions, blowing the sand and stones of the dragon viewing platform into the air. Such a gorgeous and shocking sword move shocked everyone on the platform. It was unforgettable. After a long time, the golden light and dust that blotted out the sky gradually dissipated. The dragon viewing platform was quiet again. Ji Tianxing and Hang Chen's figures also appeared. Everyone looked over and saw Ji Tianxing standing proudly in the field. His face was still cold and indifferent. The 3-meter-long giant sword of the setting sun had already turned back into the sword embryo and was put back into his body. The dazzling and devastating sword move just now had consumed 80% of his vital essence. He was very weak and his spirit was also somewhat dispirited. However, the result of that sword move was shocking. On the ground of the dragon viewing platform, a huge pit with a radius of 3 meters was blasted out. There were hundreds of wide cracks around it, like a spider web. Hang Chen was seriously injured and unconscious. He was lying at the bottom of the crater covered in blood. Half of his body was buried by countless gravel and dust. The armor he was wearing was completely destroyed and turned into a pile of twisted scrap iron. His tall and burly body was also covered with crisscrossing wounds. There was also a bowl-sized bloody hole in his waist that went through his front and back. It was a miracle that he was not killed on the spot after suffering such serious injuries. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his injuries were too severe. He would not be able to recover without 2 or 3 years of recuperation. The dragon viewing platform was silent. Everyone was stunned. They widened their eyes and opened their mouths in silence. They even forgot to breathe. Even the deacons and elders of the two sects, as strong practitioners of the Origin Elixir realm, were shocked by this. After a long time, the crowd finally recovered from the shock. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. They exclaimed and roared in disbelief. "Oh my God! Is that guy still human?" He almost tore down the entire dragon viewing platform. He's only at LV1 of the Tongxin realm, but he has such terrifying destructive power. What kind of swordsmanship did he use? It's incredible. Today, I can see such a shocking swordsmanship and witness such a wonderful battle. It's simply a great fortune. But why is it like this? How can Hang Chen lose? How can our Tianjian sect lose? Ha! We won. Ji Tianxing really created a miracle and defeated Hang Chen. Long Shan has finally returned to our Sky Pillar sect. Ji Tianxing, good job. You're a great contributor to our sect. We're proud of you. Exclamations and shouts sounded one after another from the north and south sides of the dragon viewing platform. The people of the Sky Pillar sect were wild with excitement. Several disciples were dancing and cheering. Even Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu were discussing with surprise. The people of the Tianjian sect were grief-stricken. Their faces were extremely ugly as they discussed and cursed in disbelief. Especially Elder Master Tang and the Discipline Hall Elder, their faces were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. In this Longshan tournament, not only did they lose Longshan, but their newly recruited genius, Hang Chen, was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. It was simply miserable to the extreme. Today, the 6th update had arrived. Xiaohe knew that the brothers and sisters were waiting anxiously, so he didn't wait until 20 o'clock to update. He updated in advance just to make everyone happy. Xiaohe updated 6 times every day. This was known to all the brothers who had been following the updates for a few days. However, some people with bad intentions insisted that Xiaohe only updated 2 or 3 times a day. For these people with ulterior motives, don't pay attention to them and don't be misled by them. Chapter 200. The crowd on the dragon viewing platform clamored for a long time without quieting down. The people of the Tianjian sect were filled with grief, indignation, and humiliation. Elder Master Tang was too ashamed to announce the results of the competition. In the end, Chu Huaishan walked to the center of the field and announced the final result with a booming voice. The Sky Pillar sect wins the 3rd match. After saying that, he looked at the 2 elders of the Heavenly Sword sect with a face full of smiles and said loudly, "I announce that the Sky Pillar sect has won 2 out of 3 matches in this Dragon Mountain Grand Tournament. From now on, Dragon Mountain belongs to the Sky Pillar sect. According to the rules, the people of the Tianjian sect must evacuate Dragon Mountain within 2 days." As his voice fell, the disciples of the Fengyun courtyard let out a burst of excited cheers. Everyone knew that the victory of this tournament was not easy to come by, and it was also beyond everyone's expectations. Ji Tianxing was worthy of being called the #1 genius of the Fengyun courtyard. He had created an incredible miracle in front of everyone and won victory and honor for the Sky Pillar sect. Although the disciples did not participate in the battle, they were fellow disciples of the same sect as Ji Tianxing. They were all on the same side and shared honor and disgrace. Now that Ji Tianxing had won an unbelievable victory, the disciples also felt honored and proud. The people of the Tianjian sect had gloomy faces and did not say a word. Those disciples had been very arrogant and proud before, but now they were crying as if their parents had died. Elder Master Tang and the Discipline Hall Elder were full of anger, but they could only hold it in. When they heard Chu Huaishan's announcement, the two of them had no choice but to salute and say in a low voice, "Congratulations to your sect for winning. Our sect has lost. We will follow the rules and evacuate Dragon Mountain as soon as possible." The Tianjian sect had already lost miserably enough. The two elders could not act shamelessly. That would only be more humiliating. They just wanted to leave the dragon viewing platform as soon as possible to avoid being ridiculed by the people of the Sky Pillar sect. At this point, this year's Dragon Mountain tournament was finally over. Ji Tianxing walked back into the crowd with an indifferent expression. He was surrounded by several disciples of the Wind Cloud Hall, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars. The deacon of the Tianjian sect rushed to the field and took Hang Chen, who was lying unconscious in the big pit, away. Then he rushed back to the Tianjian sect. With Hang Chen's severe injuries, if they were not treated in time, his life would be in danger. After a while, the people of the Tianjian sect left the dragon viewing platform one after another. When the two elders and deacons left, they didn't even say goodbye to the Sky Pillar sect. Clearly, they were extremely angry and disappointed. However, the people from the Sky Pillar sect were not in a hurry to leave. They continued to discuss on the dragon viewing platform for a long time. Han Xiaoxing walked to Ji Tianxing's side and said with a gratified smile, "Ji Tianxing, well done. Today, you have indeed created a miracle and defeated Hang Chen. You have truly brought honor to our dean. News of your battle with Hang Chen will definitely spread throughout the ancient realm of the stars and reach the ears of all major sects." After he finished speaking, he looked at the disciples of the Storm Hall. "Are you very envious of Ji Tianxing? Are you also fantasizing that one day you can be like him and make contributions to our sect and become famous in the ancient realm of the stars?" The disciples nodded one after another, their faces full of expectation and longing. Han Xiaoxing smiled and said earnestly, "I believe you have also seen that with Ji Tianxing's strength, he was not Hang Chen's opponent. So how did he defeat Hang Chen? It is because he is calm and wise. He knows how to use his strengths and advantages to combine the Array Dao and the Martial Dao to continuously weaken Hang Chen's strength. In the end, he defeated Hang Chen. In the past 2 months, I have often taught you to learn and apply it flexibly. You should see more and think more. Studying the Alchemy Dao and the Array Dao will also be of great benefit to your Martial Dao. Today, you have all seen that Ji Tianxing did this. Therefore, he created a miracle and defeated Hang Chen. If you can also be like Ji Tianxing, I believe that one day you will also become true geniuses and make a name for our sect." Han Xiaoxing's words immediately made the disciples' blood boil and they couldn't help but applaud. 2 months ago, when Han Xiaoxing said these words to them, they didn't have much of a deep feeling. At this moment, Ji Tianxing's performance proved this truth. Only then did the disciples truly understand and comprehend Han Xiaoxing's intentions. The Martial Dao was the foundation of one's life. It was extremely important. Although the Alchemy Dao and the Array Dao were auxiliary studies, if they were thoroughly studied and used reasonably, it would also make everyone's Martial Dao strength more powerful. Today's battle between Ji Tianxing and Hang Chen also gave the disciples of the Storm Hall a vivid lesson. Everyone's eyes gathered on Ji Tianxing. They regarded him as a great hero, a top genius, and the pride of the Storm Hall. As for Lu Mingyang, he stood in the crowd and was completely forgotten. No one paid attention to him, and no one blamed him. Everyone ignored him. He silently looked at Ji Tianxing, his heart filled with unwillingness and jealousy. His expression was very ugly. However, he had personally seen how Ji Tianxing defeated Hang Chen and was very impressed by Ji Tianxing's strength. He had to admit that Ji Tianxing was indeed a genius with courage and wisdom. He was qualified to receive such an honor. Whether it was courage, wisdom, or strength, Ji Tianxing could crush him. What qualifications did he have to be dissatisfied with Ji Tianxing? After a long time, everyone quieted down. Han Xiaoxing and Du Wu led the 9 disciples down the mountain and rode their chasing wind horses back to the Sky Pillar sect. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was given special treatment. He was given the treatment that only those who had rendered meritorious service would receive. Chu Huaishan brought him on a spirit bird and flew high in the sky towards the Sky Pillar sect. In the Sky Pillar sect, sect Master Chu Tianxing lived in the palace. He was sitting cross-legged in a secret room with an ancient bronze chessboard in front of him. Although there were crisscrossing lines on the chessboard, there were no chess pieces. Instead, there were some kind of array pattern. The chessboard lit up with white light and condensed into a white screen that looked like a mirror. The image in the mirror was the dragon viewing platform at the peak of Dragon Mountain. This bronze chessboard was called the Heaven Reading Disc. Like the star chart, it was a powerful heaven origin artifact. It was one of the many secret treasures of the Sky Pillar sect. Chu Tianxing sat in the secret room and used the Heaven Reading Disc to pay attention to the dragon viewing platform hundreds of miles away. He could see the situation of the Dragon Mountain tournament. Now that the Dragon Mountain tournament was over, the two sects had left. Chu Tianxing frowned and pondered for a moment before revealing a gratified smile and putting away the Heaven Reading Disc. Ji Tianxing, oh Ji Tianxing, I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed the person shown by the star chart. Your wisdom and talent are on par with Yun Yao. As long as I continue to secretly nurture you, you will become a genius on par with Yun Yao sooner or later. Our sect is lucky to have a genius like Yun Yao. Now we have another Ji Tianxing. God bless our Sky Pillar sect. Today's update will continue. It's a new week. Please recommend me. Chapter 201. In the vast mountain range thousands of miles away from the Dragon Mountain, there was a desolate mountain peak. Inside the mountain peak was the Demon's Cave. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and the others had entered this place before. Inside the Demon's Cave, there was a dark and cold secret room. The Blood Moon Infanta and the High Priest stood in the room, staring at a mirror on the wall. It was a 2-meter-tall oval-shaped mirror made of blood-red crystal. It contained a miraculous array formation and magic power. This was a powerful artifact of the demon race. Like the High Priest's smoke net umbrella, it was a heavenly origin-grade artifact. A slightly blurry image appeared in the mirror, showing the scene of the dragon viewing platform. The Dragon Mountain tournament had ended, and the Blood Moon Infanta and the High Priest had watched it for more than 2 hours. The two of them watched the entire Dragon Mountain Grand Tournament and witnessed Ji Tianxing defeat Hang Chen with their own eyes. Both of them were silent. Their eyes flickered with a dense cold light, causing the temperature in the room to become even colder. After a long time, the High Priest opened his mouth and said with a hoarse voice, "In my opinion, the previous Dragon Mountain tournament was just a small fight between the Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect. This time, Ji Tianxing's participation in the Dragon Mountain Grand Competition has indeed made it extremely exciting. To be able to see that kid's strength and trump card, it was worth it for me to use more than a dozen spirit stones to activate the demonic mirror." The Blood Moon Infanta said in a deep voice, "High Priest, you already guessed that kid's talent was extraordinary and would become a big problem for us in the future. That's why you paid so much attention to him, right?" The High Priest nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. There's something strange about that kid. In just a short month, he actually reached the Mystic Comprehending Realm and defeated an expert at the 5th stage of the Mystic Comprehending Realm. It's really unbelievable." The Blood Moon Infanta frowned and said in a low voice, "Back then, you detected the aura of the heavenly star bead in his body. Now, it seems that his monstrous talent is most likely related to the heavenly star bead. I only hate that I didn't kill him back then and allowed him to grow to such a level. If he's given a few more years, I'm afraid he'll grow to the point where he can stand shoulder to shoulder with me." The High Priest sneered and said coldly, "So what? We only need to keep a close eye on him, and we'll be able to obtain clues and the whereabouts of the heavenly star bead from him." "That's good too." The Blood Moon Infanta nodded and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "For the sake of the heavenly star bead and the revival of our race, let him live for a few more days." The High Priest was silent. He frowned and pondered for a while before talking about another topic. "Dragon Mountain is just an ordinary treasure land. Even I am not interested in it. In the ancient realm of the stars, there are many places with spirit veins like this. Now, the Tianjian sect is wantonly excavating Longshan. It's almost emptied. Why would the two strongest sects in the star ancient realm fight so fiercely over this spiritual vein that is about to be abandoned? especially the Tianjin sect. It seems that they are determined to win this Longshan competition. Is a hollowed-out abandoned mountain worth their unscrupulous fight? Hearing this, the Blood Moon Infanta frowned and pondered. After a while, she asked tentatively, "High Priest, do you mean that there might be some secrets or treasures hidden in Dragon Mountain that the Tianjin sect is so reluctant to part with?" "That's right. I have this suspicion." The High Priest's face was solemn, and his eyes were shining brightly. "However, this is only my guess. As for the exact reason, we still need to investigate before we can know." He thought for a while and said to the Blood Moon Infanta, "Infanta, take some people to the Tianjin sect. It's best if you can capture a disciple who is participating in the competition. When the time comes, I will interrogate him and see what the Tianjin sect is trying to do." "Okay, I'll go right away." The Blood Moon Infanta cupped her hands and left the secret room to carry out her mission. After returning to the Sky-bearing sect, Chu Huaishan rode his spirit bird and landed outside the gate of the Fengyun courtyard. He saw that Ji Tianxing was very weak and had suffered heavy injuries, so he asked Ji Tianxing to go back to the Fengyun courtyard to treat his injuries first. "Ji Tianxing, go back to the Fengyun courtyard and recuperate. You have made a great contribution to the sect this time. I will go to the sect leader later and ask for a reward for you. I believe that the sect leader will reward you personally after you finish recuperating." Ji Tianxing smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Elder Chu. I will take my leave now." After saying goodbye to Chu Huaishan, he returned to the Fengyun courtyard. After returning to his room, he quickly took out medicinal powder and white cloth from his 100 treasures brocade pouch to treat his injuries. Others only knew that he had defeated Hang Chen in public and created a miracle, but they didn't know how much effort he had put in to create this miracle. In order to defeat Hang Chen, he had done his best and used almost all of his abilities and trump cards. Before the competition began, he had already learned about Hang Chen's background. He knew that Hang Chen's martial strength was strong, but his talent in formations was very slow, so he used a sword formation in the competition. Even so, he was still unable to defeat Hang Chen and was even injured by Hang Chen, leaving several hideous wounds on his body. In the end, he was forced to use his trump card, the sword embryo, to completely defeat Hang Chen. Hang Chen was seriously injured and unconscious. His injuries were very miserable. However, Ji Tianxing didn't have it easy either. After using the sword embryo, he had consumed 80% of his true origin, and his strength was extremely weak. Even the sword embryo had become dim and dull, no longer showing its sharpness. His vitality was also greatly damaged. Fortunately, everything was over. He had won back Dragon Mountain for the Sky Pillar sect, so he would definitely be heavily nurtured by the sect. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's pale face revealed a smile. There is no honor or treatment that can be obtained without sowing. I need to fight for it myself. Only by becoming stronger and showing my value to the sect can I be valued by the sect. Fortunately, I succeeded. Now, it can be considered that the clouds have parted and the moon has seen the light. I can finally cultivate in peace and continue to increase my strength. Muttering a few words in a low voice, Ji Tianxing started to circulate his energy to heal his injuries, recovering his weak physical strength and true origin. Unknowingly, a day passed. At dawn the next day, Ji Tianxing's injuries were no longer serious, and his complexion also returned to normal. Following this, he still needed to meditate and recuperate for half a month before he could recover to his peak state. And at this time, the news of the victory in the Dragon Mountain competition had already spread in the Sky Pillar sect. Not only the outer court disciples, but even the inner court disciples, many deacons, and elders knew the news of the competition's victory. The disciples of the Wind Cloud Hall even publicized the process of the competition, describing the battle between Ji Tianxing and Hang Chen as brilliant, full of ups and downs, and very gripping. Very soon, Ji Tianxing and Hang Chen's peak battle spread in the Sky Pillar sect, causing countless disciples to be shocked and discuss. Chapter 202. Early in the morning, Ji Tianxing finished his cultivation. He turned his head to look out the window and found that the sun had yet to rise. It was drizzling outside the window. The pitter-patter of rain fell on the leaves, making a rustling sound. Ji Tianxing walked to the window, opened it, and breathed in the fresh air. After entering the sect for so long, the sun has been shining brightly almost every day. It's rare to encounter rain. This is interesting. He whispered, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. At this time, he suddenly saw a graceful figure at the entrance of the Tempest courtyard. She was holding a light green paper umbrella, and her footsteps were light as she walked into the courtyard. The graceful figure wearing a long green dress was clearly a young girl. Although the paper umbrella covered the girl's face, Ji Tianxing felt that her graceful figure was somewhat familiar. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and thought to himself, that young girl holding an umbrella came to the Tempest courtyard early in the morning. Who could she be? At this time, the door to a room opposite Ji Tianxing's room suddenly opened. Lu Mingyang, wearing a green robe, walked out with a face full of surprise and excitement. He quickly walked towards the young girl holding the umbrella. He strode in front of the young girl and blocked her path. He said with a heart full of joy, "Junior Xian, why have you come to the Tempest courtyard? It's still raining outside. If you're looking for me, you can send me a message and I'll personally come to see you." Lu Mingyang's mood was too pleasantly surprised. Once he opened his mouth, a long string of words came out. The gentleness and adoration in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The young girl holding the umbrella was Xian. She slightly raised the paper umbrella and glanced at Lu Mingyang, who was blocking in front of her. "I'm sorry, I'm not looking for you. Please move aside." Xian's expression was calm, and her tone was indifferent. She then walked around Lu Mingyang and walked towards Ji Tianxing's room. Lu Mingyang was immediately stunned, and the pleasantly surprised expression on his face instantly froze. He stood there awkwardly in the drizzle. Looking at Xian's back, his heart was full of disappointment. When he saw Xian walking towards Ji Tianxing's room, his face immediately turned gloomy and his eyes flashed with hatred. Xian nimbly walked under the eaves and put away the paper umbrella. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Ji Tianxing standing by the window, looking at her with a smile. Xian was startled for a moment before a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Tianxing, you're already up? It seems that I've come at the right time." Ji Tianxing of course understood that Xian was looking for him. He quickly opened the door and welcomed Xian into the room. After Xian sat down, he glanced at Lu Mingyang in the courtyard and closed the window. "Junior sister Xian, it's raining today. Why did you personally come to the Tempest courtyard to find me?" Xian nodded and revealed an extremely beautiful smile. "Last night, I heard grandfather talk about the Dragon Mountain tournament. Only then did I know that you took back the Dragon Mountain for our sect and even got injured. Last night, I wanted to come and see you, but it was too late. I guessed that you must be recuperating, so I didn't disturb you. Today, I came not only to congratulate you on your victory, but also to bring you some healing pills. You will definitely need them." After saying this, she took out a small white jade bottle from her ring and placed it in front of Ji Tianxing. "Here are 2 Tai Ching pills. Their healing effects are comparable to Jade Dew pills. I personally refined them." Ji Tianxing knew that Xian's grandfather was the Great Elder. Yesterday, he personally supervised the tournament on the Dragon Viewing platform. He originally wanted to decline, but he couldn't resist Xian's insistence. He also couldn't bear to refuse Xian's kind intentions, so he accepted the bottle. It just so happened that he had used up all his cultivation resources, so he didn't even have a single healing pill. Xian sent 2 pills early in the morning, which solved his urgent need. "Junior sister Xian, thank you." Ji Tianxing sincerely thanked her. Xian smiled and nodded. She chatted with him for a while, telling him to focus on recuperating. After a quarter of an hour, Xian said her goodbyes and left. When Ji Tianxing sent her out of the room, he saw that Lu Mingyang was still standing in the courtyard. Although Lu Mingyang's entire body was soaked from the rain, he didn't feel it at all. He was still coldly staring at him. Ji Tianxing was too lazy to pay attention to him. He waved goodbye to Xian and watched Xian leave the storm courtyard. Only then did he turn around and return to his room. Not long after, Just as he was about to take the Tai Ching pill to heal his injuries, there was a knock on the door. "Big brother Tianxing, are you there?" Following the knock on the door, Ji Ku's voice, which was filled with concern, entered the room. Ji Tianxing hurriedly put away the Tai Ching pill and opened the door. He saw Ji Ku standing outside the door. She was still wearing a long green dress, but it was changed to the special style of the spiritual medicine hall's disciples. Moreover, she didn't bring a paper umbrella, so her hair and dress were all wet. The thin dress clung to her body, revealing her graceful and moving curves. He could faintly see a large area of white and tender skin. Ji Tianxing hurriedly pulled her into the room and said with a somewhat reproachful tone, "Cuckoo, you silly girl. The spiritual medicine hall is more than 10 miles away from the spiritual medicine hall. Why didn't you bring a paper umbrella?" Although he said that, he had already found a clean handkerchief and helped Ji Ku wipe the rain from her body and face. Ji Ku didn't care about the rain at all. She even liked Ji Tianxing's protective action of helping her wipe her face. Her charming face revealed a smile and she hurriedly explained, "Big brother Tianxing, I was in a hurry to deliver the medicine to you. Therefore, I forgot to bring an umbrella when I went out." Ji Tianxing wasn't surprised by Ji Ku's occasionally muddle-headed personality. After helping Ji Ku wipe the rain, he sat down with her to talk. After the two of them chatted for a while, Ji Ku took out 3 jade bottles from her sleeve and placed them in front of Ji Tianxing. She introduced them to Ji Tianxing as if she was very familiar with them. "Big brother Tianxing, these are the pills that the spiritual medicine elder asked me to deliver to you. These pills are mysterious dragon pills. They are specially used to treat sword wounds. There are a total of 3 pills. Take one every 2 days. These are extreme blood pills. They are used to treat internal injuries. There are a total of 6 pills. Take one every night. These are recovery pills. There are a total of 12 pills. They can help you quickly recover your true essence." Hearing Ji Ku skillfully introduce the 3 pills, Ji Tianxing revealed a gratified smile. It seemed that Ji Ku had only been a disciple of the spiritual medicine hall for a few days, but she had already learned a lot. Ji Tianxing accepted the pills with a smile and remembered Ji Ku's advice. The two of them chatted for a while. Ji Tianxing finally felt relieved when he learned that Ji Ku was well taken care of in the spiritual medicine hall and that everything was going smoothly. After a quarter of an hour, Ji Ku said goodbye and left. When Ji Tianxing sent Ji Ku out, he saw Lu Mingyang still standing in the courtyard in the rain with a dazed look. Not long after he returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock, Ji Tianxing shook his head with a bitter smile and whispered, "What's going on today? It's clearly raining. Why are they looking for me one after another?" When he opened the door, he saw a beautiful woman in a white dress standing at the door. Chapter 203. Without a doubt, this beautiful woman in a long white dress was Yun Yao. Although she didn't bring a paper umbrella and seemed to have come to the storm courtyard in the rain, there was no trace of rain on her face. However, there was not the slightest trace of rain on her body. Her temperament was as cold and otherworldly as before, like a fairy who did not eat the food of mortals. Since she was a fairy from the 9th heaven, how could her clothes be drenched by the rain? "Eldest senior sister, why are you here?" Ji Tianxing greeted Yun Yao with a smile and welcomed Yun Yao into the room. "I'm here to see you." Yun Yao nodded slightly and stepped into the room. After sitting down, she looked at Ji Tianxing with concern and asked, "How are your injuries?" Ji Tianxing waved his hand and explained, "They're only minor injuries. I'll recover after 2 days of rest." Yun Yao nodded and took out 2 things from her ring, placing them in front of Ji Tianxing. These 2 things were a black ring and a small white jade bottle. Yun Yao explained to him, "The sect leader already knows about the Longshan tournament and is very satisfied with your performance. The sect leader asked me to bring these 2 things to you. Take them." Ji Tianxing looked at the black ring and the small white jade bottle and asked doubtfully, "There must be pills in the bottle." "I know that. But, eldest senior sister, what kind of treasure is this ring?" Yun Yao explained to him, "This is a top-grade profound-level treasure, a space ring. There's a small space in the ring that can store daily necessities." Ji Tianxing understood as soon as he heard this. The effect of this thing was basically the same as his 100 treasures pouch. He already had 100 treasures pouch and didn't need a space ring. However, Yun Yao persuaded him, "Junior brother Tianxing, although this space ring is exquisite, it's not a particularly rare treasure. The elders, deacons, and elite disciples all have them. Furthermore, the sect leader specially asked me to give this to you. You must accept it." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "In that case, I'll accept it. Thank you, senior sister." Yun Yao warned again, "There are 2 dew pills in that jade bottle. They can help you quickly recover your injuries and true essence. You should be able to use them." The competition has just ended, and the Tianjian sect is in the process of handing over some things to the Tianjian sect. You should focus on recuperating for the next few days. Ji Tianxing accepted the interspatial ring and the white jade bottle before chatting with her for a while. After a while, Yun Yao got up and left. When Ji Tianxing sent her off, Lu Mingyang finally did not continue to stand in the courtyard in the rain. For the next few hours, Ji Tianxing wanted to take medicinal pills to heal himself, but he was unable to do so. Every once in a while, someone would knock on the door and visit with gifts. Most of these people were disciples of the Storm Hall. Everyone was full of admiration for Ji Tianxing. They came to check on his injuries and gave him some medicinal pills and gifts, taking the opportunity to get closer to him. After all, everyone knew that Ji Tianxing was now an influential figure in the outer sect. He was a hero of the Sky Pillar sect, and his future was limitless. What Ji Tianxing didn't expect was that after he sent away 6 or 7 disciples, Imo and Shi Jingqing also came knocking on the door with gifts. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shi Jingqing and Imo standing outside, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Martial Brother Ji, we've come to see you." "Senior Martial Brother Ji, we took the liberty to disturb you. Please don't take offense." Seeing their smiling faces, Ji Tianxing couldn't treat them coldly, so he led them into the room. After entering the room, the 2 didn't even sit down before they simultaneously cupped their hands and bowed to Ji Tianxing. They said in a sincere tone, "Senior Martial Brother Ji, we came here today mainly to see how your injuries are. In addition, we also want to take this opportunity to apologize to you for the mistakes we made in the past. When we first entered the Storm Hall, we weren't familiar with each other, so there were many misunderstandings and some unpleasant quarrels. At that time, we were short-sighted and repeatedly criticized Senior Martial Brother Ji. Now, every time we recall those words, we feel ashamed and uneasy." The 2's expressions didn't seem to be fake at all. Their sincere apologies surprised Ji Tianxing. However, he didn't show it on his face. He faintly smiled and said, "We're all disciples of the same sect, and we're all geniuses of our respective countries. It's normal for us to be arrogant and conceited." Imo and Shi Jingqing repeatedly nodded and said, "That's right. In the past, we were all famous young geniuses in our respective countries. We considered everyone beneath our notice and were used to being arrogant. Now that we've entered the sect, we've seen the true world of martial arts. Our horizons have been broadened, and we've realized that there is always a mountain higher than the other. We've realized how laughable our conceit was. Senior Martial Brother Ji, please don't take our previous arrogant words to heart. Please don't lower yourself to our level." Ji Tianxing could tell that after what had happened at the Dragon Mountain tournament, the 2 of them truly admired him. However, the more important reason was that the 2 knew that he would definitely rise in the future and become a disciple that the sect would focus on cultivating. Under these circumstances, the 2 were definitely worried that he would retaliate or suppress them afterwards. Therefore, the 2 hurriedly came to apologize, hoping to bury the hatchet and reconcile. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He was somewhat moved in his heart. After all, we were born in a world of martial arts where the strong prey on the weak. The strong are like dragons and the weak are like ants. No matter whether it's changing the rudder according to the wind or seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, everyone will despise the weak and respect the strong. What a realistic human nature. Ji Tianxing was not a narrow-minded person. Of course, he wouldn't harp on those trivial matters. Imo and Shi Jingqing didn't have any deep hatred for him. It was just a verbal dispute. Since the 2 of them had come to his door to apologize, and their attitude was very sincere, He just laughed it off and threw all the old grudges to the back of his mind. Junior Marshall brothers, don't worry about anything. In the future, we'll still be brothers in the same sect. We'll still have to take care of each other in times of danger. As for those trivial matters before, I won't take them to heart. Hearing Ji Tianxing's words, Shi Jingqing and Emo both smiled. They were finally relieved. The two chatted with Ji Tianxing for a while. They each gave him a few spiritual fruits and elixirs before leaving. Ji Tianxing sent the two away and sat in the room for a while. At noon, when no one came to visit, he entered the secret room. He first took out the space ring that Yunyao gave him. After playing with it for a while, he figured out how to use the ring. The space in this space ring was the same as the space in the 100 Treasures brocade pouch. They were both as big as a room. In contrast, the space ring was more convenient to carry around than the 100 Treasures brocade pouch. Therefore, Ji Tianxing used his soul sense to refine the space ring. Then he put the ring on his hand. He stored the elixirs and gifts that everyone gave him in the space ring. It was convenient for him to use them at any time. As for the little ice fox and the little black dragon, they were still in the 100 Treasures brocade pouch. In the future, the pouch would only be their nest. Chapter 204. After sacrificing the spatial ring, Ji Tianxing sat in the spirit gathering array and started to heal his injuries. In the morning, everyone gave him countless medicinal pills, enough for him to go into seclusion to heal his injuries for a month. And among the medicinal pills that everyone gave, the Jade Dew pill and Extreme Clear pill were obviously of the highest grade and had the best effects. Ji Tianxing took the 2 Extreme Clear pills that Xian Xian gave him and started to refine the medicinal power to heal his injuries. The light in the secret room was dim and he couldn't see the changes in the sky outside. Time also seemed to pass faster. Under the catalysis of his true essence, the Extreme Clear pill turned into a gentle and majestic medicinal power, like a calmly flowing river, flowing endlessly into his meridians and limbs. As he refined and absorbed the medicinal power, he secretly sighed in his heart. Xian Xian's attainments in alchemy must be extraordinary to be able to refine such a powerful Extreme Clear pill. In terms of the healing effect of medicinal pills, the Extreme Clear pill was not inferior to the Jade Dew pill refined by the Spirit Medicine Hall. Time flew by quickly and Ji Tianxing's injuries were also quickly recovering. His true essence was also quickly recovering. The dim sword embryo in his body also became brighter and brighter, recovering its strength. 3 days later he refined the medicinal power of the 2 Extreme Clear pills. His injuries were basically healed and his strength was also recovered by 50%. Next, Ji Tianxing took another 2 Jade Dew pills and continued to cultivate. Another 3 days passed and his strength finally recovered to its peak. However, the medicinal power of the Jade Dew pill still remained and was still majestic and surging. Ji Tianxing continued to cultivate, using the medicinal power of the Jade Dew pill to try to refine the first aperture point of the first main meridian. The 4th level of the Path of the Sword required him to refine the 72 aperture points of the 9 main meridians. Once the 8 aperture points of each main meridian were completely refined, his strength would correspondingly increase by 1 level. Tempering the acupoints was much more difficult than tempering the meridians. It required greater endurance and willpower, as well as more meticulous control of true essence. Ji Tianxing cultivated unhurriedly and tried little by little, constantly exploring and accumulating experience. With the help of the Jade Dew pill's medicinal power, he still spent a day before he finished refining the first acupoint. However, after the first acupoint was successfully refined, the increase in his strength was negligible. However, he had succeeded in taking the first step and accumulated some experience in refining acupoints. He was excited and gratified. Phew! Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and opened his eyes. Originally, I would have needed to recuperate for half a month to recover. However, with the pills that Xian Xian and eldest senior sister gave me, I only needed 7 days to recover. He smiled, got up, and walked out of the secret room. When he returned to his room, he saw the sun shining brightly outside the window. It was morning. Ever since I went on a mission with eldest senior sister, I haven't been to Great Inn Palace in so many days. I wonder if that stinky old man will blame me. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing left the Tempest courtyard and rushed towards the Great Peace Palace. 15 minutes later, he reached the gates of Great Peace Palace. He greeted the sword servant guarding the gates and entered the Great Peace Palace, heading straight for the third courtyard. When he entered the third courtyard, he saw Xiang Wuji carrying a white jade water bottle, watering the medicinal plants in the nursery. Those medicinal plants had already grown to a foot tall. The leaves were crisp and green, emitting a rich vitality and fragrance. Xiang Wuji was watering as he hummed a little tune, seeming to be in a good mood. Ji Tianxing walked to his side, cupped his hands and bowed. "Senior, Junior has come to see you." Xiang Wuji didn't even turn his head as he continued to water, curling his lips and said, "You haven't come for almost a month. I thought you weren't coming. Why did you think of coming to see this old man today?" Ji Tianxing smiled and explained, "Senior, in this period of time, Junior had too many things to do. Not only did I have to help eldest senior sister with her mission, I also had to prepare for the Dragon Mountain tournament." Before he could finish, Xiang Wuji waved his hand and interrupted him. All right, what's there to explain? How could this old man not know what you've been doing in this period of time?" Xiang Wuji's tone was a bit impatient. It seemed that he knew Ji Tianxing's movements like the back of his hand. Ji Tianxing understood his temperament, so he didn't feel awkward at all. He just smiled silently. At this time, Xiang Wuji smacked his lips, revealing a rare gratified smile. "You did well in the Dragon Mountain tournament. You've made our sky-bearing sect proud." Xiang Wuji didn't praise people easily. Ji Tianxing had known him for so long, but he hadn't been praised many times. For him to say this, it was clear that he was very satisfied and gratified. Ji Tianxing smiled and said a few modest words, then went to find a broom and a bamboo basket to clean the courtyard. Xiang Wuji turned his head to look at him, frowning and asking, "Are you addicted to sweeping? Put down the things, you don't need to sweep today. Come, use the flying star sword art. This old man wants to see how you're doing." With that, he put away the water bottle and looked at Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze. Ji Tianxing did as he was told. He hurriedly walked to the center of the courtyard and used the 1,000-feather blade. He released 9 1-meter-long golden sword lights and stabbed over 1,000 times in 5 breaths of time, causing the courtyard to flicker with sword lights and sword chi. After Xiang Wuji finished watching, he revealed a mocking smile. "You really know how to take advantage of the situation. What this old man taught you was to use 3 sword lights to stab over 1,000 times in 5 breaths of time, but you used 9 sword lights." Ji Tianxing smiled and explained, "This junior's strength is low, so of course I'm not as strong as seniors. Of course, this junior is working hard to be like you one day, using 3 sword lights to stab over 1,000 times in 5 breaths of time." Xiang Wuji nodded and said, "All right, use the second move." Ji Tianxing released 2 more sword lights and slashed at the ground 10 meters away. The sword lights and the wind gathered into a golden thunderbolt and hit the blue stone ground hard, creating a big hole in the ground and splashing out countless stones. Xiang Wuji immediately frowned and scolded, "You brat! Do you want to destroy this old man's courtyard? Later, you will clean the courtyard for this old man and fill up the hole." Ji Tianxing had expected this, so he was not surprised. He just smiled and nodded. "Senior, how is my practice of these 2 moves?" Xiang Wuji stroked his white beard and nodded, Not bad, barely qualified. Today, this old man will teach you the 3rd move of the flying star sword art. Open your eyes wide and watch." With that, he walked to the center of the courtyard and waved his hands to make a special gesture. He drew out a mysterious path and activated his vital core. The next moment, he put his palms together in front of him and pushed forward. Red Dragon Flash. A 2-meter-long sword ray that was as red as fire shot out from his palms and charged forward at a speed faster than lightning. When the red fire sword light stabbed forward, it created a surging wave of fire like a lifelike fire dragon. The power of the sword light was extremely terrifying. The entire courtyard was filled with sword chi and cracks appeared on the ground. The air became extremely hot as if it had been ignited. Boom! With a flash of the red fire dragon, the sword light shot 50 meters away, crossed the courtyard wall and hit a towering tree outside the courtyard. That tree was hundreds of years old and its trunk was as thick as a water tank. Its lush branches and leaves covered an area of 30 meters, almost covering the entire courtyard. However, the crimson dragon's flames instantly broke the tree in half. The dense leaves and branches were also covered by the monstrous flames and were instantly burned to ashes. There will be a 6th update at 20 p.m. Looking for a few recommendation tickets. Chapter 205. Ji Tianxing stared blankly at the towering tree outside the courtyard, his heart filled with shock. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that a towering ancient tree as thick as a water tank could be smashed into pieces and burned into charcoal from dozens of meters away. What kind of destructive power was this? Was this still considered a sword art? Xiang Wuji casually executed the red dragon flash and turned to look at him. He said calmly, "Kid, did you see it clearly?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "I've seen it clearly, but I'd like to ask Senior to explain the circulation route and force exertion method of this sword technique." On the surface, the power of Scarlet Dragon Flash was indeed terrifying. However, the method and route to use this move were extremely complicated. Xiang Wuji explained it to Ji Tianxing in detail, and Ji Tianxing was able to comprehend the crux of it. He understood the essence of this sword technique. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he said to Xiang Wuji, "Senior, when you taught me this sword art, you used greenwood elemental vital energy. Why were you able to use fire elemental vital energy just now?" "You're stupid." Xiang Wuji stared at him and said, "When a martial artist reaches the sky origin realm, he can gather the power of the 5 elements and use the 5 elemental vital energy at will. Experts of this realm can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They can also tread on water and tread on fire, moving unhindered between heaven and earth. When I executed the red dragon flash just now, I only used 10% of my power. If I used all my power to execute the red dragon flash would be 100 meters long and could destroy a small mountain." Ji Tianxing didn't know much about the sky origin realm. After all, this realm was too profound. It was just a legend to him. Hearing Xiang Wuji's explanation, he was not only shocked, but also looked forward to it. Of course, he finally understood Xiang Wuji's power. He was the legendary Sky Origin Realm martial artist. He looked confused and asked again, "Senior, you already control the power of the 5 elements and can control fire elemental vital energy. Of course you can execute the red dragon flash. But I'm only in the ethereal realm and my natal vital energy is of the metal element. How can I practice the red dragon flash?" This question made Xiang Wuji frown. He was hesitant. After thinking for a while, he explained, "This is a problem. I was careless. The first 2 moves of the Flying Star Sword art that I created can only be used by martial artists of the Origin Core realm. This red dragon flash can only be used by martial artists of the Sky Origin realm. But since you understand the essence of the red dragon flash, you can practice this sword art. Even if you don't have fire elemental vital energy, you can replace it with metal elemental vital energy. The sword art is a sword arts, a sword art is a sword art is a sword art is a sword arts. You should practice it first. Once you reach the Sky Origin stage, you will be able to unleash its full potential." Hearing Xiang Wuji's words, Ji Tianxing understood what was going on and hurriedly cupped his hands in thanks. Next, he practiced Estes Flash. The first time he used the red dragon flash, he successfully channeled his vital energy and released a 2-meter-long golden sword radiance. The golden sword radiance emitted a faint outline of a divine dragon. Even though it was not as majestic as Xiang Wuji's red dragon flash, it was still domineering. Boom! Amidst the muffled sound, the golden dragon-shaped sword light flew out 20 meters and hit the bluestone wall of the courtyard. The wall immediately caved in, and a few cracks appeared on it. Xiang Wuji felt a little heartache, but he was still pleased. He smiled in satisfaction. "Ha, you're not bad. You managed to use the red dragon flash on your first try. However, this old man used the Scarlet Dragon Flash, while yours can only be called the Golden Snake Flash. Kid, you still have to work hard and practice diligently. Ji Tianxing naturally understood that it was his first time practicing the Scarlet Dragon Flash, yet he was able to achieve such an effect. How astonishing was that? Xiang Wuji mocked him because he was afraid that he would become arrogant. He practiced a few more times and listened to Xiang Wuji's guidance. His understanding of Red Dragon Flash deepened, and he was at the beginning. Unknowingly, it was already afternoon. Xiang Wuji was going to take his afternoon nap again. Ji Tianxing bid farewell and left. After returning to Towering Sky Peak, he went to the outer sect's chores yard. He explained the situation to the chores yard's deacon and asked the chores yard to send a few chores yard workers to the Grand Peace Palace to repair the old man's yard and walls. After all, he was not good at this kind of stone and wood construction work. It was usually done by the chores yard. After explaining this matter, he returned to the storm yard. Just as he entered the yard, he saw a few disciples standing under the banyan tree in the yard. They were discussing something in low voices. He did not pay them any attention and walked straight to his room. Just as he walked to the door, Nie Hao next door opened the door and greeted him. "Brother Ji, how are your injuries? I've been in seclusion for a few days. I'm completely healed now. Thank you for your concern." Ji Tianxing nodded and smiled at him. Nie Hao looked at the disciples under the banyan tree and said to Ji Tianxing with a serious expression, "Brother Ji, there's something you might not know. Something happened at Dragon Mountain." Dragon Mountain? Something happened? Ji Tianxing frowned. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. "We won the competition. It's been 7 days. The Tianjian sect should have returned Dragon Mountain to us. What could have happened?" Nie Hao explained with a serious expression. The Tianjian sect kept their promise. They evacuated everyone within 2 days and returned Dragon Mountain. In the past few days, the deacons of the sect have brought a large number of chores yard workers to Dragon Mountain. They have begun to take over Dragon Mountain. However, just yesterday, a group of chores yard workers in charge of mining suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knows if they're dead or alive. At this point, Nie Hao frowned. His tone was heavy. 10 odd job disciple disappeared right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone suspects that the Tianjian sect did it. After all, they lost the competition. They must be holding a grudge. The news has already spread throughout the sect. Everyone at Dragon Mountain is in a state of panic. The chores yard workers don't dare to enter the mountain. I heard that the sect master was very angry when he heard the news. He sent senior sister Yun Yao and the outer sect elders to investigate this matter. I just saw senior sister go to Elder Chu. She should be discussing this matter with Elder Chu right now. Ji Tianxing had a plan in his mind. He vaguely felt that this incident at Dragon Mountain would cause another storm. He frowned and thought for a moment. Then he turned and walked towards the door. Nie Hao was startled. He quickly asked, "Brother Ji, what are you doing?" "I'm going to see what's going on." Ji Tianxing quickly walked out of the storm courtyard and walked towards the palace where Chu Huaishan lived. Chapter 206. Ji Tianxing was now an influential figure in the outer sect, and with the Sky Pillar token, he could move freely within the Sky Pillar sect. He entered the palace where Chu Huaishan lived, and when he was still outside, he heard Chu Huaishan and Yun Yao's voices coming from inside the palace. Reporting to Elder Chu, disciple Ji Tianxing requests an audience. He reported as he cupped his hands at the entrance of the palace. Chu Huaishan was obviously startled, but he immediately said loudly, "Come in." Ji Tianxing stepped into the palace and saw 3 people inside. In addition to Yun Yao and Chu Huaishan, Han Qiusheng was also present. Seeing him arrive, Chu Huaishan asked in a concerned tone, "Ji Tianxing, have you recovered from your injuries?" Yun Yao and Han Qiusheng also looked at him, their eyes filled with concern. Ji Tianxing nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Chu. This disciple has been in seclusion for 7 days to recover from my injuries." "That's good," Chu Huaishan nodded slightly. "Do you have something to report? Or, do you need any cultivation resources?" Ji Tianxing hurriedly explained, "Elder Chu, this disciple heard that something had happened to Dragon Mountain, so I came to see if I could do anything to help." Chu Huaishan revealed a gratified smile. That's good. Dragon Mountain originally belonged to the Outer Sect, and you are the role model of the Outer Sect disciples. Now that something has happened to Dragon Mountain, it is rare for you to take the initiative to share the burden of our sect. Han Qiusheng also nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Ji Tianxing, since you took the initiative to care about this matter, you will definitely be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. Faced with Chu Huaishan and Han Qiusheng's praise, Ji Tianxing hurriedly said a few words of modesty. Next, Chu Huaishan and Yun Yao continued to discuss the matter of Dragon Mountain. Yun Yao said with a serious expression, "The news that has been circulating in the sect is that 10 odd-job disciples who were mining the ore veins have gone missing. Actually, after what happened yesterday, the sect leader had already ordered the 2 deacons stationed at Dragon Mountain to personally investigate this matter. However, the 2 deacons have also gone missing. Even now, there is still no trace of them. No one knows if they are dead or alive." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing suddenly frowned, and his expression became dignified. If it was only 10 odd-job disciples going missing, it was not a small matter, but it was not a big matter either. However, the 2 deacons who were stationed at Dragon Mountain had also disappeared. This matter had become very serious. But anyone that was able to assume the position of a deacon in the Sky Pillar sect required a strength at least at the first level of the Origin Core stage. There were very few Yuan Dan experts, and every single one of them was capable of assuming great responsibility. And after Long Shan's accident, 2 deacons went missing at once. To the Sky Pillar sect, this was not only a huge blow and loss, but also an intolerable provocation. If this was really the doing of the Tianjin sect, the Sky Pillar sect would definitely not swallow their anger. They would definitely seek justice. After that, Chu Huaishan introduced some information before and after the incident, allowing everyone to have a better understanding of Dragon Mountain's matter. After understanding Dragon Mountain's situation, Chu Huaishan and Yun Yao decided to set off and head to Dragon Mountain to conduct an on-site investigation. After all, they were still unable to make a conclusion based on the clues that they currently possessed. They were unable to determine who exactly did this. Seeing that Chu Huaishan and Yun Yao were about to set off, Ji Tianxing hurriedly said, "Elder Chu, this disciple requests to go with you. I can contribute a little to the sect." Chu Huaishan instantly frowned and was slightly hesitant. "Ji Tianxing, your injuries have just healed, so it's not suitable for you to go out. Moreover, there is something fishy about this matter. I'm afraid it's not a small risk." To him, Ji Tianxing was now the Outer Court's #1 genius, a future Inner Court's elite genius, and a cornerstone of the sect. He didn't want Ji Tianxing to take any risks. If anything happened to him, it would definitely be a heavy loss for the Outer Court. However, Yun Yao thought for a moment and nodded. "Elder Chu, junior brother Tianxing previously helped me complete the mission that the sect master gave him. He even received a reward from the sect master. Dragon Mountain is our sect's territory. This time, we're going to Dragon Mountain to investigate. It shouldn't be too dangerous. Let him come with us." Since Yun Yao had spoken, her words vaguely revealed the sect master's thoughts and intentions. Of course, Chu Huaishan wouldn't object. "That's good. Ji Tianxing is willing to share our worries. We can't refuse his kind intentions." Chu Huaishan nodded and led Ji Tianxing out of the main hall. Then, the 3 of them rode on their flying spirit beasts and flew high into the sky, rushing towards Dragon Mountain. Chu Huaishan rode on his own spirit beast, the Firebird, while Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao rode on her spirit beast, the Red-Crowned Crane. In less than 2 hours, the 2 spirit beasts flew 300 miles and landed on the peak of Dragon Mountain. The dragon viewing platform on the peak of the mountain was still the same as 8 days ago. The ground was still full of holes and cracks that no one repaired. Chu Huaishan led Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao along the bluestone path halfway up the mountain. They wanted to enter the belly of the mountain to investigate. Ji Tianxing originally thought that after the Sky Pillar sect took back Dragon Mountain, they would definitely plant more herbs and rebuild the herb garden, restoring Dragon Mountain to its original beautiful appearance. However, along the way, he only saw a few teams of odd-job workers opening up a few herb gardens on the mountain and planting some herbs that had a shorter growth period. Not long after, he followed Chu Huaishan into the cave halfway up the mountain and arrived at the depths of the mountain. When he arrived at the ore vein area, he saw that most of the odd-job disciples were busy mining the ore vein. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown and ask Chu Huaishan, "Elder Chu, after our sect takes over Dragon Mountain, shouldn't we rebuild the herb garden and restore it to its original appearance?" Chu Huaishan smiled and explained, "Dragon Mountain has been damaged to this extent. If our sect wants to rebuild and repair it, not only will it consume a lot of manpower and financial resources, but it will also take at least 10 years. In these 10 years, there will be 3 more competitions on Dragon Mountain. Our sect may not be able to win every time. Once Dragon Mountain is taken away by the Tianjin sect, won't our sect's efforts to rebuild Dragon Mountain be taken advantage of by the Tianjin sect?" Ji Tianxing suddenly understood. No wonder the Sky Pillar sect didn't rebuild Dragon Mountain. He said with some worry, "Even if our sect doesn't spend any effort to rebuild Dragon Mountain, what's the difference between us and the Tianjin sect?" Chu Huaishan shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course there's a difference. The Tianjin sect recklessly excavates resources and wantonly destroys Dragon Mountain spirit veins. Although our sect also excavates resources, we won't be as crazy as Dragon Mountain. Instead, we have a plan to excavate and protect Dragon Mountain to a certain extent. In addition, although Dragon Mountain is a land of treasured spirit veins, there are many such spirit veins in the Star Ancient Realm. Even if Dragon Mountain is completely destroyed one day, our sect can just find other spirit veins." After listening to Chu Huaishan's explanation, Ji Tianxing understood the Sky Pillar sect's attitude and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Chu Huaishan also ordered him and Yun Yao, "I'll go check out the other mining sites and meet with the deacons stationed at Dragon Mountain. You two go together and investigate the site of the incident. See if you can find any clues." Chapter 207. After parting ways with Chu Huaishan, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao continued their journey into the depths of the ore vein. The light in the mine was dim, and there was only one stone lantern every few dozen meters on the stone walls on both sides. The ground and the walls of the cave were made of dark brown rock, with layers of ores occasionally exposed in some areas. These ores were multicolored and contained the 5 elements spirit qi, which could only be formed after thousands of years of growth. The craftsmen of the Sky Pillar sect's refining hall would refine the ores they mined, refining them into even purer 5 elements spirit qi and materials to forge weapons and equipment. In addition, some gems would also appear in some areas of the ore vein with relatively high purity. These gems contained rich 5 elements spirit qi, which could be used by martial artists for cultivation, setting up arrays, or refining tools. In short, ore veins were very important resources for the sect. In order to mine the ore veins under Dragon Mountain, the Sky Pillar sect had once dug hundreds of deep and serene mine tunnels. After the Tianjin sect took over Dragon Mountain, they began to excavate even more wantonly, increasing the number of mine tunnels to nearly 200 and going even deeper underground. The many mine tunnels were connected to each other, creating many intersections that were as complicated as a maze. Fortunately, Chu Huaishan had already given Yun Yao a map of the mine tunnels, so the two of them wouldn't get lost in the endless forks. After an hour, the two of them walked along the dark and winding mine tunnels for more than a dozen miles and finally arrived at the scene of the incident. This was the end of the mine tunnel, an open space with a radius of nearly 100 meters, like a spacious and dark hall. Layers of ores could be clearly seen on the walls of the cave. Between each layer of ores was a layer of rock that was 7 to 8 meters thick, while each layer of ores was more than 3 meters thick and was filled with multicolored ores. Yun Yao looked around and said in a deep voice, "At the time of the incident, a group of 10 odd-job disciples were mining ores in this area." Ji Tianxing looked around for a while and saw many scattered ores, as well as several pickaxes and bamboo baskets, in the open space not far away. The bamboo baskets also contained a small amount of ores that were obviously newly mined. There were also a few traces of excavation on the ore layer on the rock wall. Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before probing, Although those 10 odd job disciples didn't enter the outer sect, they should all be at the second or third level of the true energy realm. At the time of the incident, they should have been scattered in this area mining. Even if an expert suddenly attacked, it was impossible to capture all of them in an instant without leaving any traces. Eldest senior sister, let's search carefully. We should be able to find some clues nearby. Yun Yao nodded in agreement with his analysis. The two of them spread out and began to investigate from both ends of the cave. Their eyes were sharp as they searched for traces. Not long after, Ji Tianxing discovered some clues and found many traces of fighting. On the rock walls and on the pickaxes thrown into the pile of ores, there were traces of swords and sabers. Yun Yao also made the same discovery. She found many traces of fighting. After the two of them communicated with each other, they vaguely analyzed some clues. From the traces of fighting left in the cave, the fight wasn't fierce. It was very short and ended very quickly. This means that the murderer's strength is far beyond the true energy realm, and there is more than one of them. That's why they were able to capture all 10 odd job disciples so quickly. From the traces of fighting in the cave and the remaining aura of true energy, the murderer should be at the mystic comprehending realm. At this point, Ji Tianxing already had a plan in his mind. He vaguely guessed that this incident was most likely done by the Tianjian sect. However, after a moment of silence, Yun Yao suddenly said another discovery. Junior brother Tianxing, I just detected the aura of the demon clan in this cave. The experts of the demon clan have been here before. What? The aura of the demon clan? Ji Tianxing was stunned. He furrowed his brows and his eyes were filled with doubt. Previously, he had assisted Yun Yao in carrying out a mission and had joined hands to break into the demon cave. He knew that Yun Yao had the bloodline of the heavenly spirit's sacred body, so she was very sensitive to the aura of various races. Since Yun Yao had detected the aura of the demon clan in the cave and confirmed that the experts of the demon clan had been here before, of course, he believed her without a doubt. He just felt puzzled. He felt that things were getting more and more complicated, and the truth was getting more and more confusing. Isn't it the Tianjian sect who did this? Why would the demon clan come here? They shouldn't be targeting Dragon Mountain. Then what do they want to do? Yun Yao also furrowed her brows and looked puzzled. The two of them pondered for a moment, but they couldn't figure out any useful clues. Therefore, Yun Yao suggested, judging from the traces left here, the 10 odd job disciples didn't die here. They should have been taken away by the murderer. Let's continue to explore the cave and see if we can find more clues. Ji Tianxing nodded in agreement and followed her out of the cave. They continued to walk downwards along a tunnel on the cave wall. This tunnel was even darker and a little narrow. Ji Tianxing looked at the map of the tunnel and confirmed that this tunnel was newly excavated by the Tianjian sect less than 2 years ago. The two of them walked along the tunnel for a while. Yun Yao detected the aura of the demon clan again, and he also found some subtle traces. It seems that this matter is very likely related to the demon clan. The 10 odd job disciples who were captured should have been taken from here. Let's continue to go deeper. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao continued to move deeper into the cave along the tunnel. Along the way, the two of them kept finding traces and clues related to the demon clan and the odd job disciples. After about an hour, the two of them had gone several thousand meters underground. This newly excavated tunnel also came to an end. They were blocked by a pitch-black cliff in front of them. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stood at the edge of the cliff, looking around with sharp eyes. Behind the two of them was a spacious cave, which was also the end of the tunnel and the site where the ores were collected. In front of them was the cliff, which was about 100 meters wide. The bottom of the cliff was pitch-black and bottomless. Seeing this, the two of them showed puzzled expressions and whispered to each other. How can this be? There's actually a cliff deep underground? The newly excavated tunnel of the Tianjian sect was blocked by the cliff here. If we hadn't come to investigate, I'm afraid no one would have come here. Junior brother Tianxing, there's still the aura of the demon clan here. It doesn't seem to be remnants. The aura is a little heavy. I suspect that the demon clan is hiding here. We have to be careful. Just as Yun Yao reminded Ji Tianxing to be careful, several black shadows suddenly rushed out of the spacious cave behind the two of them. A total of 5 black shadows rushed out of the darkness and silently rushed toward the two of them. Their bodies were bursting with dense blood-red light and killing intent. At that moment, Yun Yao was instantly alert. A cold light flashed in her palm, and a treasured sword appeared. "Junior brother Tianxing, be careful." She suddenly turned around and looked at the black shadows. She waved her hand and slashed out 5 dazzling sword rays. Chapter 208. Swish, 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 swish. 5 dazzling sword gleams shot towards the 5 figures in the darkness. The leader of the 5 black figures was a woman with a voluptuous figure. She was familiar to Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing. She instantly activated her demonic technique and turned her palms into a pair of giant bloody hands. She slapped at the 5 sword gleams. Only a series of muffled bangs could be heard as the 5 sword beams were all smashed into pieces, as if they had collapsed. Seeing this familiar scene, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's expressions changed slightly. A glint of killing intent flashed across their eyes. "Demoness! It's you again!" Yun Yao shouted angrily with a frosty face. She swung her sword at the leading demoness. Ji Tianxing also took out his black dragon sword and pounced at the 4 black figures behind the demoness with a murderous look. The 4 figures were abnormally tall and powerful. Their eyes were dark red and they were surrounded by black fog and demonic aura. They were obviously demon guards. Ji Tianxing had fought with these demon guards in the demon cave. He knew that they were all at the mystic enlightening realm. Swish, 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 swish. He swung his black dragon sword with all his might and slashed out 4 dazzling sword gleams towards the 4 demon guards. The 4 demon guards quickly counterattacked and blocked the 4 sword gleams. Their target was very clear. They ignored Yun Yao and charged at Ji Tianxing with their swords and sabers. In the blink of an eye, Ji Tianxing was surrounded and attacked by the 4 demon guards. On the other side, Yun Yao was also fighting with Blood Moon Infanta. Their fight was so intense that it caused a gale to blow in the cave. Both of them were Origin Core Realm experts. Every move they made had the power to shatter mountains and crack rocks. After exchanging a dozen moves, they moved to a corner of the cave, far away from Ji Tianxing and the 4 demon guards. The shockwaves from the battle between the two of them formed a violent gust of wind, blowing the sand and rocks in the cave into the air and splashing out countless broken stones. Bang bang! The Blood Moon Infanta swung her bloody hands towards Yun Yao, but Yun Yao dodged it. Her bloody hands slammed into the hard rock wall, leaving 2 washbowl-sized handprints on the rock wall. Dense cracks appeared all around the giant handprint, and countless pieces of gravel splashed out. Shwa! Yun Yao took the opportunity to counterattack. She swept her sword toward Blood Moon Commandery Princess, but Blood Moon Commandery Princess dodged it. The 2-meter-long blazing white sword light slashed the rock wall, creating a huge gully and sending countless rocks flying. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short time. On the other side, Ji Tianxing was besieged by 4 demon guards. His situation was very dangerous. Even though he was at LV1 of the Tongxian realm and wielded the black dragon sword, he was still unable to fend off the attacks of the demon clan guards. After all, the demon clan guards were all at LV4 of the Tongxian realm, and they had also cultivated the saber technique that allowed them to attack together. The 4 of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. All kinds of violent attacks emerged one after another. They were like stormy waves that could drown him at any time. This battle was even more dangerous and difficult than when he had fought Hang Chen. He had no choice but to put away the black dragon sword and use the flying star sword technique. Thousand Feather Blade! Ji Tianxing shouted angrily. He activated the power of the sword embryo and released 9 golden sword lights towards the 4 demon clan guards. Swish, swish, swish! The 9 sword lights stabbed at an extremely fast speed. They stabbed 200 times in a breath, and a dazzling golden light burst out. With him as the center, a radius of 10 meters was enveloped by the golden sword lights. Everyone's figures were also drowned by the golden light. This move was indeed effective. The 4 demon clan guards could no longer attack. They could only desperately defend against the sword lights. The sword lights collided with the long saber and the heavy sword constantly, producing crisp, ding-ding-dang-dang sounds that reverberated violently in the cave. Ji Tianxing finally felt less pressure. He took the opportunity to escape from the area enveloped by the golden light and distanced himself from the 4 demon clan guards. In a short span of 5 breaths, the 9 sword lights had stabbed more than 1,000 times. The power was extremely violent. The 4 demon clan guards were lucky not to die, but they were severely injured. It was a tragic sight. The armors worn by the 4 of them were all twisted and deformed by the sword rays, and a few cracks appeared on them. The areas that were not protected by the armor were pierced by the sword lights. There were many bloody wounds, and dark purple blood flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the 4 demon clan guards were covered in purple blood. Their hair was disheveled, and they looked extremely miserable. Fortunately, they protected their heads, chests, and other vital parts so that they would not die on the spot. Otherwise, they would have become corpses. Damn bastard! Kill him! Chop him into minced meat! The 4 demon clan guards roared furiously. They did not care about their injuries at all. Holding onto their long sabers and heavy swords, they pounced on Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was standing more than 10 meters away. He activated the power of the sword embryo and released the second move of the flying star sword technique. Wind Thunderstrike. 2 golden sword lights slashed out crazily, killing 2 of the demon clan guards. The golden light mixed with the violent hurricane. It was like a bolt of golden lightning that struck the 2 demon clan guards in an instant. Kaboom! In the deafening loud sound, the 2 demon clan guards were sent flying. Blood splattered all over their bodies, as though there was a rain of blood. A deep pit the size of a water tank was formed on the rocky ground. Countless pieces of gravel burst out. Ji Tianxing took care of the 2 demon clan guards in one move. They were severely injured and vomited blood. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. However, there were still 2 demon clan guards. They exploded with blood-red murderous aura and charged at him recklessly to avenge their companions. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing frowned. He had no choice but to use the 3rd move of the flying star sword technique. After I mastered the Crimson Dragon Flash, I haven't really used it in a fight. You guys are just right for me to practice. This thought flashed through his mind. He immediately made a special gesture with his hands, drawing out a mysterious trajectory. He activated the true core power in his body. In the next moment, he suddenly put his palms together and pushed forward. A 2-meter-long golden sword burst out from his palm. It carried a dazzling golden flame. Like the shadow of a dragon, it attacked the 2 demon clan guards. This Crimson Dragon Flash was not only powerful, but also focused on speed. When the Crimson Dragon Flash was practiced to a high level, it would flash past like an aurora, leaving the enemy no time to react or dodge. Bang! In the muffled sound, the Crimson Dragon Flash fiercely hit the 2 demon clan guards. The tall and sturdy bodies of the 2 demon clan guards seemed especially small and weak under the golden flame of the Crimson Dragon Flash. Without a doubt, the 2 demon clan guards were also sent flying. A rain of blood sprayed from their bodies. They fell on the ground 10 meters away. Ji Tianxing used 3 moves of the ultimate sword technique in a row and finally defeated the 4 demon clan guards. He was about to chase after them and kill the 4 demon clan guards. He wanted to eliminate them completely. However, at this moment, the Blood Moon Infanta rushed over. Swoosh! She turned into a black fog of demonic energy and swept away the 4 bloodstained and heavily injured demon clan guards in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she turned around and fled with the 4 demon clan guards. What surprised Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao was that she actually jumped off the cliff as fast as lightning. Chapter 209. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were startled when they saw Blood Moon Commandery Princess jump off the cliff. Both of them were puzzled. Why did Blood Moon Commandery Princess jump off the cliff to escape? The bottom of the cliff was pitch black and bottomless, and they didn't know what kind of dangers were hidden there. Since Blood Moon Commandery Princess jumped off the cliff to escape so decisively, could it be that she knew the situation under the cliff very well? Or was it that she was forced to retreat again and again by Yun Yao, so she panicked and didn't know where to go? Ji Tianxing frowned and was considering whether he should chase after the demoness or not. Yun Yao reached out to grab his wrist and jumped off the cliff. Although his wrist was grabbed by Yun Yao's slender hand, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling and ripple in his heart. But he was pulled by Yun Yao to jump off the cliff. At this critical moment, he didn't have time to think about random things. His mind was filled with surprise and worry. Oh my God! Eldest senior sister is pulling me to jump off the cliff? Both of us can't fly. If we chase after the demoness with all our might, won't we lose our lives? At the same time that these thoughts appeared in his mind, he and Yun Yao were continuously descending in the darkness, falling down the cliff at an extremely fast speed. Yun Yao seemed to have sensed his thoughts and used a secret sound transmission technique to say to him, "Junior brother Tianxing, don't panic. I have the fiery wind wings, so we'll be fine." As her voice fell, she reached out to pull out a white jade hairpin from her hair bun. Since the first time Ji Tianxing met Yun Yao, she had been wearing it. The hairpin was very exquisite and beautiful, with a lifelike flying bird carved on the end. In the past, Ji Tianxing only thought that this hairpin was very beautiful and matched Yun Yao's temperament very well. It made her look extremely beautiful and otherworldly like a fairy. But he didn't expect that this hairpin was actually a magic tool. When Yun Yao poured her boundless true core energy into the hairpin, it immediately lit up with a dazzling brilliance. The bird engraved on the hairpin seemed to come alive and instantly possessed Yun Yao's body. A ball of white light enveloped her body, and a pair of wings appeared on her back. This pair of wings was like the wings of a divine bird. The left wing was as red as fire, while the right wing was as white as snow. It was extremely gorgeous and dazzling. Yun Yao gently flapped her fiery wind wings and stopped falling, slowing down the speed of their fall. Only then did Ji Tianxing calm down. He stared at her wind and fire wings and couldn't help but reveal a look of envy. Yun Yao was looking around for traces of the blood moon Infanta with her sharp eyes, so she didn't notice his gaze. The bottom of the cliff was as dark as ink, without the slightest bit of light. The cliffs were also very steep, almost perfectly straight. Yun Yao flapped her fiery wind wings and circled in the air for a while, but she still didn't see the blood moon Infanta. Did she fall to the bottom of the cliff? Wouldn't he fall to his death? Impossible. She is the Infanta of the demon clan and has many treasures. Yun Yao analyzed silently. Then she continued to fall with Ji Tianxing and flew toward the bottom of the cliff. Ji Tianxing's left wrist was grabbed by her. His body was unbalanced, so he subconsciously stretched out his right hand and hugged her arm with both of his hands. This posture was a little intimate, which inevitably made people's imaginations run wild. But at this moment, the two of them were at the bottom of the cliff, floating in the dark air. Neither of them noticed this. Or perhaps, the two of them noticed it, but they tacitly pretended to be calm and pretended that nothing had happened. After a while, Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing fell for nearly 1,000 meters and finally landed at the bottom of the cliff. Their feet stepped on the rocky ground. The surroundings were as dark as ink. It was dead silent, and the air was a little gloomy and cold. After landing, Ji Tianxing let go of Yun Yao's arm and looked around to observe. With his current strength, even in this dark environment, he could see clearly within 20 meters of him. In addition to his eyes, he could also use his soul sense to sense and explore the surroundings. His soul sense had just been born, so it was still very weak. He could only sense within a radius of 10 meters. Yun Yao's strength was stronger, and her soul sense was also more powerful. She could explore within a radius of 100 meters. The two of them silently explored the surroundings. Neither of them spoke, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. In this dark and unfamiliar area, the two of them didn't move separately in order to avoid unpredictable dangers. Soon, 15 minutes had passed, and the two of them had explored the bottom of the cliff clearly. This was an open space with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. The ground was made of hard rock, and there were many broken stones scattered around. Apart from the two of them, there was nothing else in the open space. There was also no trace of the Infanta of the Blood Moon. Yun Yao could clearly sense that there was no aura of the Infanta of the Blood Moon here. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she guessed the result. Junior brother Tianxing, there is no aura of the Infanta of the Blood Moon here. She has never been here. Ji Tianxing was startled. He asked in disbelief, so, she has already escaped? But we saw her jump off the cliff with our own eyes. Could it be that she jumped into the air and left this place? How is that possible? You are right. Yun Yao nodded and explained, she really escaped in the air. Although this is inconceivable, she was able to do it. She must have used the smoke net umbrella. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, smoke net umbrella? Yes, it is a heavenly origin grade magic weapon. Yun Yao nodded slightly and explained in a calm tone, it is a sacred object of the demon tribe. It has an unimaginably powerful effect. In the past 100 years, the demon tribe's high priest has snuck into our sect several times. After being discovered by our sect's elders, he was able to escape safely. It was because of this treasure, the smoke net umbrella. After pausing for a while, she continued, if my guess is correct, the Infanta of the Blood Moon has already escaped from Dragon Mountain and is far away from this place. Sigh, what a pity. She escaped again. Ji Tianxing sighed with a face full of regret. Yun Yao said with a calm face, it's okay. We will have another chance in the future. Ji Tianxing nodded and asked, Senior sister, the trail ends at the edge of the cliff. The residual demon tribe's aura in the mine should have been deliberately left by the Infanta of the Blood Moon. She must have deliberately lured us to the edge of the cliff and ambushed us there. What should we do now? Should we go back the way we came and meet Elder Chu? Yun Yao shook her head slightly and looked at the dark area in front of them. She said in a calm tone, this place is strange. Follow me. Ji Tianxing didn't know the reason, so he quickly followed her. After walking for about 100 meters, they arrived in front of a rock wall. When they got closer, Ji Tianxing discovered that there was a pitch-black cave on the rock wall. The entrance of the cave was like a big door. Inside the cave was a pitch-black passage that led to an unknown place. This passage was obviously man-made. Moreover, the traces of it were very old. It was at least several hundred years old. Ji Tianxing immediately understood what Yun Yao meant. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It seems that there are some secrets hidden in the depths of this Dragon Mountain. Chapter 210. In the evening, the sun was about to set, and the forest was dimly lit. In a mountain range 200 miles away from Dragon Mountain, a black fog was galloping in the forest. It was rushing back to the demon cave at an extremely fast speed. The black fog was like a disc or the surface of an umbrella. It was spinning in the air at an extremely fast speed. Every time it flickered, it would fly several hundred meters away. After about 2 hours, the black fog crossed several hundred miles of mountain range and finally stopped in a forest at the foot of a mountain. Swish! The black fog suddenly disappeared and turned into a black paper umbrella. Blood Moon Commandery Princess and 4 demon guards appeared in the forest out of thin air. The 4 demon guards were covered in blood and were in an extremely sorry state. Blood Moon Commandery Princess was unharmed. She stretched out her hand to hold the black paper umbrella and put it away. The black paper umbrella immediately shrunk to the size of an embroidery needle and disappeared into her palm. She stepped into a thicket of thorns and waved her hand to release several black fog to break a formation. Immediately, a gloomy cave appeared in the thicket of thorns. Blood Moon Commandery Princess was the first to enter the cave. She rushed into the cave as fast as the wind, and the 4 demon guards followed closely behind her. After a short while, they returned to the gloomy and bloody demon cave. Blood Moon Commandery Princess passed through the spacious and gloomy cave and opened a stone door to enter a gloomy secret chamber. There was a dark red blood pool in the secret chamber. The statue of the demon emperor stood in the middle of the blood pool. The high priest was standing beside the blood pool. When he saw Blood Moon Commandery Princess return, he hurried to greet her and asked with concern, "Commandery Princess, how are you? Are you hurt?" Blood Moon Commandery Princess walked to the front of the high priest. A small black needle flew out of her right hand's fingertip. It was the smoky umbrella. She returned the smoky umbrella to the high priest and said with a smile, "This operation went smoothly. With the smoky umbrella in my hand, how could Yun Yao hurt me?" The high priest put away the smoky umbrella and revealed a gratified smile on his face. You deliberately left clues in the mine tunnel of Dragon Mountain and lured Yun Yao to the cliff. Since the operation went smoothly, they should have found that tunnel and the ancient tomb by now, right? Hee, they will definitely report to the Sky Pillar sect as soon as they discover the ancient tomb. At that time, the Sky Pillar sect will understand why the Tianjin sect is unwilling to give up Dragon Mountain. They will certainly send a large number of experts to explore the ancient tomb and find a way to crack the ancient tomb's protective array. The Blood Moon Infanta also sneered complacently and praised sincerely, "The high priest is brilliant enough to design such a perfect plan. The ancient tomb's protective array is a heavenly origin grade array. Neither the Tianjin sect nor us can break the array. Only the Sky Pillar sect has the strength to do so. When the time comes, the experts of the Sky Pillar sect will have gone to break the ancient tomb's formation. The Sky Pillar sect will definitely be empty of power and weak in defense. We can take the opportunity to sneak into the Sky-bearing sect and rescue His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Moreover, after the people from the Sky Pillar sect break the ancient tomb's formation, we'll catch them off guard and take away the treasures in the ancient tomb." This is really a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone. Next, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. The high priest smiled reservedly and said modestly, "Although my plan is brilliant, it is also due to the Infanta's contribution. If the Infanta didn't go to the Tianjin sect personally and capture Randonglai, how could I find out the secret of Dragon Mountain and know about the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb?" The Blood Moon Infanta nodded with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, after our plan succeeds and we rescue His Majesty the Demon Emperor, we will be the greatest contributors." The high priest and the Infanta looked at each other and revealed an expectant smile. Dragon Mountain, deep underground. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao passed through the dark and ancient passage and stood on a square paved with black stone slabs. This square, which had a radius of 100 meters, was ancient and decayed. The ground was filled with gullies and cracks. However, the two of them didn't care. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them, and their faces were full of surprise. Behind the square, there was a colorful light shield that had a radius of 1,000 meters. The light shield was like a giant bowl that was upside down on the ground. It shone with a dazzling 5-colored brilliance and emitted a majestic aura of true core strength. The 5-colored brilliance represented the true core strength of the 5 elements. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a grand array, a divine array." Yun Yao was also surprised. She nodded and said, "It's really incredible. Our sect has controlled Dragon Mountain for so many years, but we didn't realize that there was a divine array deep underground." Eldest senior sister, the divine array wouldn't appear here for no reason. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Ji Tianxing pulled Yun Yao and walked toward the grand array. The two of them walked across the dilapidated square and stopped in front of the divine array. Previously, the two of them were too far away to see what was inside the 5-colored light shield. At this moment, the two of them were observing from a close distance. Through the translucent divine array, they saw an ancient building in the middle of the grand array. Black boulders that were 5 meters long and weighed tens of thousands of kilograms paved a solemn path. At the end of the path, there were steps made of the same black rocks. After 18 steps, there was a high platform that was almost 100 meters wide. On top of the platform stood a gigantic stone tablet that was 1,000 meters tall, towering between heaven and earth. Even though they were hundreds of meters away and separated by a layer of the divine array, the two of them could still feel the desolate and solemn aura that the giant stone tablet was emitting. There were a few large words carved on the black stone tablet. The words were ancient, and the strokes were vigorous and powerful. They revealed a sharp sword intent that soared into the sky. Ji Tianxing stared at the giant black stone tablet. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not know why, but when he saw the giant stone tablet, he could not help but think of the sword tablet in Kenshin's tomb. The ancient words on the stone tablet emitted a soaring sword intent that gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ji Tianxing's heart skipped a beat. A thought flashed across his mind. Could this stone tablet be related to Kenshin's tomb in some way? Although he felt that this idea was a little absurd, it was almost impossible to link Kenshin's tomb and the stone tablet that appeared under Dragon Mountain. But for some reason, after this idea appeared, it lingered in his mind, and he could not get rid of it. At this moment, Yun Yao, who was next to him, whispered, "Junior brother Tianxing, this building in the Divine Array is an ancient tomb." Ji Tianxing looked over and saw that behind the 1,000-meter-tall stone tablet, there was indeed a tomb that was as large as a palace. The tomb was in the shape of a semicircle. It was made of huge black rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms. The surface of the huge rocks was mottled and filled with marks that were etched by time. He could vaguely estimate that this solemn and dignified ancient tomb had existed for at least 1,000 years. Without a doubt, this was a 1,000-year-old ancient tomb that was protected by the Divine Array. The person buried in the ancient tomb was definitely not a nobody. Chapter 211. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were both amazed as they looked at the 1,000-year-old tomb in the Tianyuan Formation. After a long time, the two of them saw the layout of the tomb clearly and began to discuss in a low voice. Ji Tianxing sneered and said, "No wonder the Tianjian sect was so determined to get Dragon Mountain. In order to win the competition, they didn't hesitate to cheat. At first, I was wondering why the Tianjian sect was still unwilling to give up Dragon Mountain when it had been destroyed to this extent. Now it seems that they had discovered the tomb hidden underground long ago. That's why they wanted to continue to occupy Dragon Mountain." Yun Yao nodded in agreement and said in a cold voice, "Our sect controlled Dragon Mountain for decades. We took care of Dragon Mountain like a paradise. We didn't excavate the underground mineral veins. That's why we didn't discover this underground tomb. However, after the Tianjian sect occupied Dragon Mountain, they excavated the mineral veins crazily. That's how they discovered this tomb by accident. Fortunately, this tomb is protected by the Tianyuan Formation. The Tianjian sect shouldn't have the ability to break the formation. Otherwise, they would have broken into the tomb long ago." Ji Tianxing said with a serious face, "Senior sister, the layout of this tomb is huge and magnificent. It has been protected by the Tianyuan Formation for thousands of years. The person buried in the tomb must be a martial arts expert. Even the Tianjian sect couldn't break the Tianyuan Formation. You and I have no chance of breaking the formation. In that case, we'd better leave here as soon as possible and return to report to the sect leader." Yun Yao nodded slightly and said, "I have the same idea. Only a Tianyuan expert can break this kind of Tianyuan formation. Let's return to the sect immediately. As for how to deal with this tomb, the sect leader will decide." After the two of them made up their minds, they turned and left the tomb. They crossed the broken square and entered the ancient passage. After passing through the long and dark passage, the two of them returned to the open space below the cliff. Yun Yao took out the hairpin from her hair bun again and poured her true essence into it, turning the hairpin into a pair of wind and fire wings. There was no need for her to reach out to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing had already consciously hugged her arm, waiting for her to take off. Yun Yao's expression didn't change. She didn't seem to have any thoughts about it. However, when Ji Tianxing stole a few glances at her, he discovered that her crystal-clear, jade-like earlobes were actually dyed with a layer of red. Yun Yao, such an otherworldly fairy, actually knows how to be shy? A strange feeling welled up in Ji Tianxing's heart. He was inexplicably happy. However, when normal girls are shy, their cheeks will turn red. Her face is normal, but her earlobes will turn red. Interesting. Just as he was secretly muttering in his heart, Yun Yao had already flapped her wind and fire wings, flying him up the cliff. After a few short breaths, the two of them flew to the top of the cliff and landed on the open space. Ji Tianxing hadn't carefully experienced the softness of Yun Yao's body yet. He could only silently let go of her arm and reluctantly withdraw his hands. "Let's go," Yun Yao said with a calm expression. Ji Tianxing nodded and hurriedly followed her footsteps. They walked side by side into the dark mine tunnel. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the complex and winding mine tunnel and returned to the mountainside. Chu Huaishan had already investigated several mining sites and was waiting for them at the entrance of the cave. After the three of them met, Chu Huaishan asked, Yun Yao, Tianxing, did you find anything? Yun Yao nodded and said in a low voice, Elder Chu, we found a secret deep underground. However, this matter shouldn't be publicized for the time being. Let's return to the sect first. Chu Huaishan saw her serious expression and understood that this secret was extremely important. He was also shaken and hurriedly nodded, All right, let's not delay. Let's return to the sect immediately. Then, the three of them returned to the dragon-gazing platform at the top of the mountain. Riding the spirit birds and red-crowned cranes, they rushed back to the Sky Pillar sect as fast as lightning. When the three of them rushed back to the Sky Pillar sect, it was already time to light the lanterns. Several of the mountain peaks in the sect were lit with lanterns. Chu Huaishan and Yun Yao went to the Sky Pillar Hall to report the news to Sect Master Chu Tianxing. Ji Tianxing returned to the storm courtyard. Ever since he saw the ancient tomb under the Dragon Mountain with his own eyes, he had been puzzled. He frowned and pondered for a while. He couldn't help but want to enter the Kenshin tomb and ask the sword soul of the burial of heaven about this matter. When his consciousness focused on the black hole in his dantian, it passed through the black hole and entered the Kenshin tomb. It was still the same dark and cold space. His consciousness condensed into a translucent human figure and flew over the wasteland. A moment later, he flew to the indomitable sword steel and stopped. He looked up at the four big words on the sword steel and found that the strokes, momentum, and sharp sword intent of these words were very similar to the words on the stone steel in the ancient tomb. This also confirmed his conjecture that the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb was related to the Kenshin tomb. Senior Burial of Heaven, sorry to disturb you. I have something to ask you. Ji Tianxing cupped his hands toward the huge sword steel and called out loudly. A moment later, the voice of the sword soul of the burial of heaven came from the black sword steel. Kid, did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? The voice of the burial of heaven was as ancient and desolate as ever. Ji Tianxing quickly shook his head and explained, Senior Burial of Heaven, I don't want to ask you about a cultivation problem. Today, I found a 1,000-year-old ancient tomb at the bottom of Dragon Mountain, 300 miles away from the Sky Pillar sect. He explained the matter in a simple and clear manner, including the layout of the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb and the appearance of the huge stone steel. I saw that the words, strokes, and momentum of the sword intent on the stone steel are very similar to the words on this sword steel. Senior Burial of Heaven, is there any connection between that 1,000-year-old ancient tomb and the Kenshin tomb? After listening to his story, the sword soul of the burial of heaven pondered for a moment before answering. Perhaps there is some connection, but this is a small matter from 1,000 years ago. I can't remember it clearly. Ji Tianxing frowned slightly and continued to ask, Senior Burial of Heaven, that 1,000-year-old ancient tomb is protected by the Heaven Origin Formation. From the layout and momentum of the ancient tomb, the person buried in it must have an extraordinary identity. It is very likely that he was a Heaven Origin expert. Don't tell me you can't remember anything at all? The sword soul of the burial of heaven chuckled and said in a low voice, Kid, there seemed to be several Heaven Origin experts in the star ancient realm 1,000 years ago. How do I know who is in that ancient tomb? Moreover, a Heaven Origin expert may be an unattainable expert to you, but to me and Kenshin he is just a weak ant. After a pause he continued, However, the Heaven Origin formation you mentioned is a little familiar, like déjà vu. Tell me more about the Tianyuan Grand Formation in detail. What is it like? 6th update, please recommend tickets and tips. In addition, thanks to the 10,000 book coins from First Love Monster Axezy, I will add another chapter for this brother tomorrow. There will be a total of 7 chapters. Chapter 212. Ji Tianxing told the sword soul burial of heaven all the details of the Tianyuan Great Array. After the sword soul burial of heaven listened, it pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, Boy, I still have to think about this great array. After that, it didn't make a sound. Ji Tianxing didn't know if it was asleep or lost in thought. He waited for a quarter of an hour, but the sword's soul burial of heaven didn't say anything, so he had to leave the Kenshin tomb for the time being. After his consciousness returned to his body, he entered the secret room and began to cultivate. Before, he had obtained a large number of elixirs, spirit fruits, and other resources, which could help him quickly refine his acupoints. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Ji Tianxing left the Wind Cloud courtyard and rushed to the White Cloud Hall to find Yun Yao. When he saw Yun Yao was sitting cross-legged on the highest stone platform on the roof of the White Cloud Hall. The stone platform was a piece of 1,000-year-old jade, which could help warriors cultivate, gather the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and make people's minds clear. It was a priceless treasure. Yun Yao, who was wearing a white dress, was sitting upright on the jade platform, meditating with her eyes closed. She was bathing in the early morning clouds on the mountain peak, facing the rising sun in the east, looking like a fairy who had descended from the ninth heaven. Ji Tianxing jumped from the corridor on the third floor of the palace to the roof and stood a few steps behind Yun Yao. Yun Yao didn't need to look back to know that he had come, so she stopped cultivating and asked with a calm expression, "Junior brother Tianxing, why did you come to find me?" Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior sister, sorry to disturb you. I came to find you because I want to ask you about that ancient tomb." Yun Yao was still sitting on the jade platform, with her back facing him, facing the sea of clouds and the rising sun in the east. She replied, "Last night I already reported the news to Zhang Men Shizhuan. Master sent 5 elders to Dragon Mountain overnight to investigate the Tianyuan array and the ancient tomb. The elders are stationed at Dragon Mountain, studying that great formation day and night. I believe that there will be a result soon. There is no need for us to worry about this matter." Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "That's good. With several elders guarding Dragon Mountain, even if the Heavenly Sword sect has any schemes, it will be difficult for them to execute them. However, eldest senior sister, I thought about it for a long time last night, and I keep feeling that this matter is a little strange. I carefully recalled the process of us discovering the ancient tomb yesterday. I feel that the appearance of the demons is very strange. It seems that they deliberately led us to the edge of the cliff and led us to discover the ancient tomb." Yun Yao nodded slightly and agreed. "Yes, I've also thought about this problem. However, I didn't detect the aura left behind by the demons at the bottom of the cliff and near the ancient tomb. Therefore, the demons didn't go down to the bottom of the cliff, and they shouldn't have discovered the ancient tomb. As for why the demons kidnapped the Ajab disciple and the 2 deacons, and why they ambushed us, sect leader has sent people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps the truth will be revealed soon." After Ji Tianxing heard this, he smiled and nodded. "That's good. Then I won't disturb eldest senior sister's cultivation." After that, he cupped his hands to Yun Yao and was about to turn and leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to add, "Of course, if there is any news about the ancient tomb on Dragon Mountain, I hope that eldest senior sister can let me know." "Definitely." Yun Yao nodded and agreed. Ji Tianxing was relieved and left White Cloud Hall. In the Tianjian sect, the main peak of the sect was called the Divine Sword Peak. On the peak of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace called the Divine Sword Palace. This was the residence of the Tianjian sect leader, and it was also the place where the elders of the sect usually discussed matters. According to the rules of the Tianjian sect, on the 5th day of every month, the sect leader would gather all the elders to discuss matters in the Divine Sword Palace. Coincidentally, today was the day of the meeting. All the elders of the various halls had already entered the Divine Sword Palace and were waiting patiently. 9 elders in purple robes stood in 2 rows on both sides of the main hall. Everyone was whispering to each other, and their faces were dignified and indignant. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had a sharp aura, walked into the main hall. Although this person didn't look impressive, he had the aura of a heaven origin stage expert, and his whole body exuded a sharp and domineering aura. When the 9 elders saw this person, they immediately stopped talking and bowed. "Greetings, sect leader." There was no doubt that this person was the sect leader of the Tianjian sect, one of the top 3 experts in the ancient star realm. Behind the sect leader of the Tianjin sect was an old man in a yellow robe with white eyebrows and a goatee. Although this person had dark skin, a short stature, and a big belly, he pretended to have the demeanor of an immortal. The 9 elders had different opinions about this person, but on the surface, they didn't dare to show any disrespect. They all cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, guest Huangfu. This person's surname was Huangfu, and his real name was unknown. He was temporarily the guest elder of the Tianjin sect. Although his position was the same as the 9 elders, he was deeply trusted and relied on by the Tianjin sect leader. His position in the Tianjin sect was extremely high, second only to the sect leader. The sect leader of the Tianjin sect walked to the main seat and sat down. Guest Huangfu stood beside him. Elders, in today's meeting, I would like to discuss an important matter with all of you. The sect leader of the Tianjin sect looked at everyone with a serious expression and said in a dignified and low voice, I believe everyone has already heard the news. Yesterday, people from the Sky Pillar sect discovered the ancient tomb under Dragon Mountain. Of course, this would happen sooner or later. From the day our sect lost the Dragon Mountain tournament and returned Dragon Mountain to the Sky Pillar sect, it was destined that the Sky Pillar sect would discover the ancient tomb. When the defeat of the Dragon Mountain tournament was mentioned, Elder Master Tang of the Outer Sect revealed an ashamed and uneasy expression. Fortunately, the sect leader of the Tianjin sect didn't dwell on it. He continued, the Sky Pillar sect has occupied Dragon Mountain for so many years, but they still haven't discovered the ancient tomb deep underground. Our sect has occupied Dragon Mountain for only 3 years, but we found the ancient tomb underground. What does this mean? Our sect is destined to be a great sect protected by martial arts fate. That 1,000-year-old ancient tomb should belong to our sect. Hearing this, the elders all nodded in agreement. The sect leader of the Tianjin sect continued, the people from the Sky Pillar sect are already investigating the ancient tomb. Our sect can't start a war with them. Moreover, guest elder Huangfu and I have been working hard for several months, but we still haven't been able to crack the ancient tomb's formation. Perhaps only the people from the Sky Pillar sect can break that formation. Since that's the case, I'll send 3 elders to secretly keep an eye on the ancient tomb's movements. Once the Sky Pillar sect cracks the ancient tomb's formation, our sect will take the opportunity to take action and seize the ancient tomb. After saying this, the sect leader of the Tianjin sect named 3 elders and told them to go to Dragon Mountain after the meeting to secretly keep an eye on the ancient tomb. The Discipline Hall elder frowned and thought for a moment before asking, Sect leader, that ancient tomb is located deep under Dragon Mountain. It's very hidden. The Sky Pillar sect has only taken over Dragon Mountain for a few days. How could they have discovered the ancient tomb so quickly? Isn't there something fishy about this? The sect leader of the Tianjin sect nodded slightly and said with a grave expression, It's indeed fishy. I suspect that someone in our sect leaked the information about the ancient tomb. Hearing this, the elders' expressions changed and they began to discuss in low voices. Traitors were taboo in all the great sections. Once discovered, they were basically sentenced to death. Outer Sect Elder Master Tang hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands and reporting to sect leader, Outer Sect disciple Ran Donglai disappeared for no reason the day after the Dragon Mountain tournament ended. This person is one of the 3 disciples who participated in the Dragon Mountain tournament and knows the secret of Dragon Mountain. This subordinate suspects that this person may have leaked the information. Today's Chapter 7 update, please recommend me and give me tips. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 2:13. When the Tianjin sect master heard this, he immediately frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This disciple was recruited from the Yong'an region. He has only been in the sect for 2 months and doesn't have much loyalty to the sect. How can we let him know the secret of Dragon Mountain? Elder Master Tang, Ran Donglai disappeared on the 2nd day of the large competition. Why did you only report this to me today? Elder Master Tang was enveloped by the Tianjin sect master's fierce aura. He immediately lowered his head in fear and quickly explained. Sect Master, please calm down. It's not a big deal for a new Outer Sect disciple to go missing. Sect Master has been busy recently, So this subordinate didn't dare to disturb you. Ever since this subordinate learned that Ran Donglai went missing, I sent people to search and investigate everywhere. There hasn't been any news or results in the past few days. This subordinate can't explain it to you, Sect Master. The Tianjin Sect Master frowned and waved his hand impatiently. He shouted in a low voice, "Forget it. Since it has already happened, it's useless to talk about it. Elder Master Tang, I order you to personally lead people to investigate this matter. You must find Ran Donglai. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Elder Master Tang quickly bowed and cupped his fists. This subordinate obeys. The Tianjin Sect Master's anger subsided a little, and he looked at Guest Elder Huangfu next to him. "Guest Elder Huangfu, how is your deduction of the Sky Pillar Sect's 9 Dragon Spirit Vein diagram?" Guest Elder Huangfu nodded and calmly cupped his fists. "Reporting to Sect Master, I've already made some progress. However, when Deacon Qi investigated the Sky-bearing sect for a few days, the spirit vein layout and terrain he found were somewhat superficial. It was only some superficial information. Based on the clues Deacon Qi found, this subordinate has preliminarily deduced the layout of the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein, but I'm still missing the most crucial details." At this point, he sighed with a face full of regret. If there's a chance for this subordinate to enter the Sky-bearing sect and personally observe the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein, this subordinate will definitely be able to present a detailed array diagram to the Sect Master. The Tianjin Sect Master narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "The Sky Pillar Sect is on guard against our sect. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to realize your idea, Guest Elder Huangfu. However, destroying the Sky Pillar Sect's 9 Dragon Spirit Vein is a major matter. I'm not in a hurry. Honorable Guest Huangfu, you are a Grand Master of Array Dao. I will have to trouble you with this matter. Please investigate more clues and do your best to complete the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein map. After I destroy the 9 Dragon Spirit Veins and destroy the Sky Pillar Sect's 1,000 years of foundation, my sect will be able to stabilize its position as the number 1 sect and replace the Sky Pillar sect in controlling the Heavenly Stellar region. At that time, I'll definitely give Guest Elder Huangfu the greatest credit." Guest Elder Huangfu smiled and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. He flattered, "It's this subordinate's honor to be able to contribute to the Sect Master's great ambition. The Sect Master is so far-sighted and far-sighted. It won't be long before you destroy the Sky Pillar sect and unify the Heavenly Stellar region." Of course, everyone understood that Guest Elder Huangfu was flattering the Sect Master. However, his flattery hit the Tianjin Sect Master's heart. It made the Tianjin Sect Master happy and his anger dissipated. Next, the Tianjin Sect Master asked about some sect matters before announcing the end of the meeting and letting the elders carry out their orders. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion in a secret room. After more than 40 hours of bitter cultivation, with the help of elixirs, he had successfully refined another aperture point. Although this result was not great and could not significantly increase his strength, it still made him feel gratified. "In just a few days, I've successfully refined 2 apertures. This speed should be very fast. When I've refined all 8 apertures in the first meridian, I'll be able to advance to the second stage of the profound comprehension realm." After finishing his cultivation, Ji Tianxing walked out of the secret room. He left the room and prepared to make a trip to the Great Peace Palace. However, just as he walked into the courtyard, he ran into Deacon Duwu. When Duwu saw him, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly waved his hand. "Ji Tianxing, it's good that I ran into you. I have something to give you." A trace of doubt flashed in Ji Tianxing's eyes. He hurriedly walked in front of Du Wu, bowed and asked, "Deacon Du, what is it?" Du Wu took out a letter from his spatial ring and handed it to him. He explained, "This is a letter sent to you by someone in a mundane kingdom. This letter was delivered to me yesterday. I knew that you were cultivating in seclusion, so I temporarily kept it for you." Ji Tianxing took the letter and thanked Du Wu before returning to his room. "A letter from a mundane kingdom? It should be from Father, right?" he muttered in a low voice. With a trace of anticipation, he opened the sealed envelope. The handwriting on the letter was neat and tidy, with over 1,000 words. He recognized it at a glance. It was his father, Ji Changkong's handwriting. The letter said, "My son Tianxing, after you left, I missed you very much. I was also worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt to the Sky Pillar sex rules. I know that you are meticulous and steady in your actions. However, the world of martial arts is complicated and people's hearts are unpredictable. You have to be more vigilant. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. I've already recovered more than half of my injuries. I'm fine for the time being, so you don't have to worry. The Ji family's businesses are also gradually recovering and will be back to normal in half a year. Half a month ago, the Shadow Sword Hall's men caught the fugitive Ji Hao in the Hengchuan Kingdom and have already brought him back to the Ji family. I didn't execute him because his father had already been beheaded and he was also a descendant of the Ji family. I imprisoned him in the dungeon for the rest of his life and made him face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. Ji Tianxing sat in front of his desk and carefully read the letter. Knowing that the Ji family situation had stabilized and that his father's injuries were no longer a problem, he smiled. He continued reading and saw that the letter said, "Not long ago, the news of Ji Ling's death had already reached the imperial city of Azure Cloud. The imperial family and several great clans have already received the news, but the imperial family wasn't angry and didn't have any reaction. I've asked someone to secretly inquire. The emperor's meaning is that Ji Ling's death is an internal matter of the Sky Pillar sect and the imperial family can't interfere. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the imperial family's revenge. After Ji Ling's death, the Ling family lost their backer and has calmed down. They've restrained themselves and no longer attacked our Ji family. However, I can feel that the Ling family is only calm on the surface. I've already investigated and found that the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Sihai, left the imperial city half a month ago and his whereabouts are unknown. Tianxing, although you should be safe in the Sky Pillar sect, I still have to be careful. But as your father, I still hope that you will be more careful and not have any accidents." Chapter 214. The contents of the letter. He put the letter back into the envelope and solemnly kept it in his space ring. Fortunately, the royal family did not use Ji Ling's death to cause trouble for the Ji family. Otherwise, father would be in danger. When he killed Ji Ling, he was worried that the news would spread to the royal family. Would it infuriate the royal family and bring disaster to the Ji family? Now that he knew the royal family's attitude, he was finally relieved. The royal family did not pursue the matter of Ji Ling's death and did not make things difficult for the Ji family. I guess it has something to do with Cuckoo? That silly girl must have told the royal family the whole story and pleaded for mercy for me and the Ji family. Otherwise, the royal family would not forgive me and the Ji family even if they put up a front for the sake of their reputation. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's lips curled into a smile and whispered, "Although Cuckoo did not say anything and pretended that nothing happened, I still owe her a favor." He kept this matter in mind and decided to return Ji Ku's favor when he had the chance in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he walked out of the room and left the Tempest courtyard. He planned to make a trip to the Grand Peace Palace to help Xiang Wuji clean the courtyard and ask about the cultivation of the Crimson Dragon Flash. He had practiced it many times in the past few days and his understanding of the Crimson Dragon Flash had deepened. However, he had a doubt in his heart and could not figure it out even after thinking for a long time. He walked down the Atlas Peak along the forest path and hurried towards the Grand Peace Peak that was 10 miles away. However, when he passed by a pavilion at the foot of the mountain, he saw two figures in the pavilion. Two young girls in long dresses were standing in the pavilion and admiring the scenery behind the mountain. They were chatting softly with smiles on their faces. One of them was wearing a long green dress with neat bangs. It was Xian. The other girl was wearing a long white dress. She was tall and beautiful and her temperament was even more charming. When Ji Tianxing looked at the girl in the white dress, his heart skipped a beat and he could not help but frown. Although the girl in the white dress had a beautiful smile on her face and her white dress fluttered in the wind, it showed her graceful and alluring figure. However, Ji Tianxing always felt that she was a little strange, as if there was an invisible chill on her body. That kind of chill made people instinctively feel disgusted, but it could not be seen or touched, as if it was there or not. Ji Tianxing stopped and couldn't help but look at the girl in the white dress. At this moment, the girl in the white dress seemed to have sensed something and turned her head to look at him. When she saw his appearance clearly, an imperceptible cold light flashed through the girl's eyes. But in the blink of an eye, the girl's expression returned to normal. She turned her head and said something to Xian Xian, the smile on her face still bright and beautiful. Only then did Xian Xian see Ji Tianxing. She smiled and waved her hand, greeting him. "Tianxing, why are you here?" Ji Tianxing withdrew his gaze from the girl in the white dress and walked towards the pavilion with a smile. He entered the pavilion and stood in front of Xian Xian. He nodded with a smile and said, "Junior sister Xian Xian, I was preparing to go to Great Peace Palace. I didn't expect to meet you here." Finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the girl in the white dress. He looked at her closely and asked Xian Xian, "Junior sister Xian Xian, this is?" Xian Xian revealed a faint smile and pulled the girl in the white dress's hand. She introduced to him, "Tianxing, this is Shulan, my good sister. Shulan is an inner court disciple of the Heart Moon sect and also my aunt's eldest disciple." Previously, when Ji Tianxing was reading the history books, Xian Xian had told him about the 8 great sects in the Star Ancient Realm. Heart Moon sect was one of them. The Heart Moon sect was the most special sect among the 8 great sections. This sect only accepted female disciples. Even the guards and odd job workers in the sect were all female. There was not a single male in the entire sect. The disciples of the Heart Moon sect mainly cultivated the Heart Moon mysterious technique and paid the most attention to cultivating one's character. They rarely participated in fighting and killing battles. Therefore, the female disciples of the Heart Moon sect were all beauties with dignified bearings and elegant temperaments. As for Xian Xian's aunt, Ji Tianxing had also heard her mentioned before. She was an elder of the Heart Moon sect and had an extraordinary status. Thinking up to here, Ji Tianxing cupped his hands and bowed to Shulan. He said with a slight smile, "I am Ji Tianxing. Greetings to Miss Shulan." At the same time as he bowed, he also stared at Shulan's eyes, wanting to see if there was any clue. But Shulan's expression was as calm as water. She revealed a gentle faint smile and said with a bow, "Shulan greets you." No matter if it was her gaze, actions, or tone, they were all very normal. There was not the slightest bit of abnormality. Ji Tianxing was secretly puzzled in his heart. His expression did not change as he asked Xian Xian, "Junior sister Xian Xian, there must be something important for Shulan to look for you, right? Did I take the liberty to disturb you too?" "It can't be considered a disturbance." Xian Xian lightly shook her head and explained, "My body has not been well since I was young. Aunt often asks Sister Shulan to come over and give me some precious medicinal ingredients. Today, Sister Shulan also gave me a golden leaf Ganoderma. I accompanied her to walk around the sect and see the scenery." "Oh, I see." Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded. "Coincidentally, I have been cultivating in seclusion for a long time and only came out today. Since I have nothing to do, I also want to walk around. If Junior Sister Xian Xian doesn't mind, I wonder if I can accompany you too to walk around?" The reason why he made this request was not because he had any improper thoughts. He just wanted to observe Shulan a little more. Xian Xian glanced at Shulan's expression. Seeing that she did not mind, she nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 of them walked together. They strolled on the forest path and enjoyed the scenery. Xian Xian and Shulan walked side by side in front, chatting as they walked. Both of them were in a good mood. Their faces were full of smiles. Ji Tianxing followed behind them. Occasionally he would say a few words. Most of the time he was silently observing Shulan. Unknowingly 2 hours passed. The 3 of them walked around the towering sky peak. It was already noon and the air was a little hot. Xian Xian and Shulan wanted to go back to rest. Ji Tianxing could only wave goodbye to them. After the 2 of them left, Ji Tianxing hurried to the Great End Palace. "I observed Shulan for 2 hours and did not find any clues or abnormalities. Could it be that I was mistaken?" He muttered in his heart. Then he temporarily put this matter aside. After arriving at the Great End Palace, He went straight to the third courtyard. Seeing that Xiang Wuji was refining pills in the pill room, he fetched a basin of water and found a rag to silently clean the room. The little ice fox and the little black dragon had been staying in the 100 treasures brocade pouch for a long time. They had already felt stifled. Ji Tianxing let them out and let them move around the great and palace as they pleased. After all, they were already very familiar with this place. Unexpectedly, as soon as the little ice fox and the little black dragon left the 100 treasures brocade pouch, they impatiently flew toward the pill room. They wanted to find Xiang Wuji to ask for snacks. In the past few days that they had been with Ji Tianxing, they had not been able to eat spirit pills and spirit fruits. They had been drooling for a long time. Chapter 215. The fragrance of medicine permeated the pill room. The violet-robed Xiang Wuji stared at the bronze pill cauldron in front of him. He constantly sent out vast amounts of vital essence to adjust the true fire in the cauldron. After a while, he stopped, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "This cauldron of pills is about to be completed," he muttered to himself. He murmured to himself as he turned around and walked to the corner of the room, lying down comfortably on the rattan chair. Then, he took out an azure wine gourd from his space ring and raised his head to drink. At this time, he caught a glimpse of two small heads at the door from the corner of his eye. They were peeking into the pill room. Seeing this, Xiang Wuji immediately smiled and said exasperatedly, "You two little fellows, you're already here. What are you still hiding for?" Qian Yu and the little black dragon immediately revealed joyful smiles when they heard this. They hurriedly flew into the pill room and came to Xiang Wuji's side. "Senior, we've come to visit you," the little black dragon said seriously as he stared at Xiang Wuji. Qian Yu extended a front claw and bowed. He said with a smile, "Senior, we haven't seen you in so long. We've missed you to death." After saying that, it even squeezed the little black dragon beside it and gave it a look. The little black dragon paused for a moment before reacting. It hurriedly nodded in agreement and said seriously, "Yes, we've missed you to death." Xiang Wuji grinned and gave a teasing smile as he glanced at the two of them. Don't try this. Do you think this old man doesn't know what you're thinking? Do you miss me, or do you miss my spirit pills and spirit fruits?" The little black dragon said without hesitation, "Both?" Qian Yu angrily glared at it and then hurriedly explained to Xiang Wuji with a smile, "Senior, of course we miss you. When we were in the Great Peace Palace, you took great care of us and gave us so many pills and fruits. We've always remembered this and are endlessly grateful to you." While it said this, its eyes had already drifted elsewhere. Seeing the bronze pill furnace in the pill room and smelling the pill fragrance coming from it, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Xiang Wuji took a sip of wine from his wine gourd and said slowly, "Since you're so grateful to this old man, why aren't you working for this old man? Little black dragon, go chop wood in the woodshed. You must fill the woodshed before nightfall. Little fox, go and fetch water for this old man. Today, you must fill all 36 vats with water." The little black dragon paused for a moment before turning to Qian Yu with a questioning look in its eyes. Qian Yu's eyes darted around before he quickly smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. A heaven origin stage cultivator like you is unfathomably powerful and resourceful. You can burn down mountains with a snap of your fingers and drown 7 armies with a wave of your hand. Why would you need us to carry water and chop firewood? Senior, I see that you're having a hard time refining pills. Why don't I massage your back?" Without waiting for Xiang Wuji to refuse, it waved its little claws and began to massage Xiang Wuji's back with all its strength. Seeing the little black dragon still in a daze in the air, it hurriedly gave the little black dragon a look, indicating for it to massage Xiang Wuji's legs. The little black dragon froze for a moment before reacting. It hurriedly extended a pair of claws that flashed with cold light and swatted at Xiang Wuji's legs. Xiang Wuji immediately frowned and cursed, "You two little bastards. Trying to curry favor for no reason, just what do you want?" The little black dragon hurriedly pulled back its claws in fright and looked dazedly at Xiang Wuji, not knowing what to say. Qian Yu continued to massage his back and said in a pitiful voice, "Senior, you don't know, but ever since we left the Graydon Palace, we haven't been able to eat enough or wear warm clothes. It's that we haven't been able to eat enough or sleep well. Senior, we really miss you, we really miss our days in the Great Palace. As it spoke, its big clear eyes were covered with a layer of mist. It looked like it was about to cry as it looked sincerely at Xiang Wuji. It looked especially pitiful and sad. Xiang Wuji couldn't help but roll his eyes. So you're saying that Ji Tianxing, that brat, is abusing you? Qian Yu hesitated and did not speak, but the little black dragon dazedly nodded. Xiang Wuji glared at the little black dragon and then knocked on Qian Yu's head. He cursed, "You two little bastards, don't play tricks with this old man. Forget it, this old man can't be bothered to argue with you. Look at your pitiful appearances." Before he could finish, Qian Yu's tears turned into laughter. It happily said, "Thank you, Senior. I knew that Senior was the best." At this time, the mist in its eyes had long disappeared. Where was the pitiful appearance? Xiang Wuji speechlessly shook his head. He took out 10 some spirit fruits and pills from his space ring and placed them on the table next to him. "All right, stop acting. Hurry and eat." The little black dragon and Qian Yu both let out joyful cries and hurriedly flew to the table to eat the spirit fruits and pills. Xiang Wuji couldn't help but smile at their joyful appearances. He picked up the azure calabash and continued to drink. In this period of time, Ji Tianxing didn't have many cultivation resources, so he naturally didn't have any extra spirit pills and spirit fruits for Qian Yu and the little black dragon. The two of them could only absorb the spiritual qi of the world and slowly recover their strength. They had been anxious for a long time. Now that they could eat their fill, these spirit pills and spirit fruits would be enough for them to refine for 10 days to half a month. In less than an hour, Qian Yu and the little black dragon had finished all the spirit pills and spirit fruits on the table. The two of them thanked Xiang Wuji before leaving the pill room in satisfaction. The two of them flew back to Ji Tianxing's side and burrowed into the 100 treasures brocade pouch to sleep, refining the energy of the spirit pills and spirit fruits. After Ji Tianxing finished cleaning the room, he went to the pill room to find Xiang Wuji and ask him about cultivation. With Xiang Wuji's guidance, he finally understood the crux of the problem. Unknowingly, an entire afternoon passed. Only when the sun set did Ji Tianxing leave the Great Palace and return to the storm courtyard. In a certain dazzling palace, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, Xian brought Shulan into the courtyard and smiled. "Shulan, you haven't come to see me in half a year. Since you're here, why don't you stay a few more days?" Shulan smiled and nodded. "Of course, us two sisters can spend a few more days together." Xian pointed at the secluded courtyard and smiled. "Shulan, you can stay in this courtyard for the next few days. This courtyard is used to entertain guests. Usually, no one lives here. If you stay here, no one will disturb you." Hearing this, Shulan immediately smiled and nodded. "That's great. Little sister Xian is so considerate. Okay, then you should rest early. I'll come find you tomorrow." Xian waved her hand and left the courtyard. Shulan maintained her smile. Only after Xian left did her smile disappear and her expression darkened. Chapter 216. Night was about to fall. The small courtyard was dark and silent. Shulan walked into the room expressionlessly. She didn't light the lamp. After closing the door and windows, she lay down on the bed. She lay on the bed, motionless. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her entire body looked stiff, like a puppet. After a short while, dark red blood light gushed out of her body and emitted a faint smell of blood. Then, a ball of blood-red brilliance drilled out of her forehead. Her eyes were still closed, and her body was motionless as if she had fainted. However, the ball of dark red light circled twice in the air and turned into a light red figure with a swoosh. The figure was a woman with a height of nearly 2 meters. She looked exactly like the Blood Moon Infanta. She floated in front of the bed and looked at Shulan with a cold expression. Her eyes were full of disgust. "Damn it! My primordial spirit stayed in her body for a whole day. I almost died from suffocation." As she spoke, she twisted her neck and limbs as if she was exercising her body. "Humph! Despicable and lowly human. If it weren't for the plan, why would I stay in your body? The human race is so hypocritical and cunning. I had to pretend to be close to them when I was in your body. It really disgusts me." The Blood Moon Infanta's tone was cold. She stared at the unconscious Shu Lan with a face full of disdain and hatred. Apparently, she was very unwilling. After a while, the Blood Moon Infanta's primordial spirit stretched out and felt much more comfortable. Her resentment dissipated. She sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the window, muttering to herself in a low voice. "The High Priest is so resourceful. He let me use a secret technique to possess a human body. In this way, I can easily enter the sky-bearing sect without arousing anyone's suspicion. My primordial spirit is in Shu Lan's body. Even if that bitch Yunyao comes, she can't detect my aura." Fortunately, Xian is innocent enough. She didn't see anything unusual and asked me to stay for a few more days. This is exactly what I want. In the next few days, I have to seize the opportunity to destroy the sealing array and prepare for the rescue of His Majesty. Speaking up to here, she recalled what happened during the day. She couldn't help but frown, her eyes revealing a cold, murderous intent. "Damn you, Jitenshing. That damned bastard seems to have sensed something. He's already suspicious of me and deliberately observed me for a long time. I have to stay away from him for the next few days. Even if my essence soul mystic technique is miraculous and almost impossible to be discovered, I still have to be careful. After all, I'm going to sneak into the Sky Pillar sect alone, so I have to make thorough preparations. When the time comes, I'll be able to work with the High Priest and break the seal in one fell swoop." After the Blood Moon Countess muttered to herself for a while, she made up her mind and confirmed her next plan. Then she went into Shu Lan's forehead. 5 days passed quickly. During these 5 days, Ji Tianxing had been cultivating in seclusion in the secret chamber. After 5 days of arduous cultivation, he had finally refined his third aperture. His strength had increased a little, and he was not far from the second level of the mystic enlightening realm. During these few days, the Sky Pillar sect had been peaceful and there was no news. After coming out of seclusion, Ji Tianxing went to the White Cloud Hall to ask Yunyao about the news and progress of the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb. The Sky Pillar sect's elders had already gone to the Dragon Mountain to investigate for 7 or 8 days. He thought that there should be some progress in the matter. However, after asking Yunyao, he learned that there was no progress in the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb. The Grand Heaven Essence formation guarding the ancient tomb was too profound and unfathomable. The Sky Pillar sect's elders had been studying it day and night for 7 or 8 days, but they still couldn't figure it out. They were still confused. The only thing they could be sure of was that the Grand Heaven Essence formation was ingenious and extraordinary. It had existed for thousands of years and was still intact. Ji Tianxing was a little surprised when he heard this, but he was more curious and puzzled. He was becoming more and more interested in the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden in the ancient tomb after the Grand Heaven Essence formation was broken. Unfortunately, his strength was too low and he couldn't help at all. He could only wait patiently for news in the storm courtyard. Xian hadn't come to find him these few days. He guessed that Xian should be accompanying Shu Lan. When he thought of Shu Lan's figure and aura, he felt a little uneasy. However, he had never met Shu Lan before, so he couldn't conclude that there was something wrong with her based on his intuition. After all, Shu Lan was Xuan's good sister. If he continued to pester and observe her, it would inevitably arouse Xian and Shu Lan's disgust. As a result, he could only turn a blind eye to this matter and not think too much about it. Late at night, he was cultivating in the secret room. Suddenly, the voice of the sword Soul Burial of Heaven sounded in his mind. "Boy, I have something to say to you." Hearing the voice of the Burial of Heaven, Ji Tianxing was delighted and quickly ended his cultivation. His consciousness entered Kenshin's tomb and condensed into a translucent human figure. He quickly flew across the wasteland and arrived at the sword steel. He looked up at the towering sword steel and asked loudly, "Burial of Heaven, you finally remember?" The voice of the sword Soul Burial of Heaven came out from the huge, pitch-black sword steel. "Yes, the ancient tomb and the Heaven Origin Grand Array you mentioned before reminded me of a past event from 1,000 years ago. Back then, Kenshin passed by the ancient star realm and stayed here for a period of time. By chance, he took in a boy with a bad fate. That boy and Kenshin were fated, so Kenshin kept him by his side and gave him pointers for a few days. He also gave him a secret Audiobook. More than 10 years after Kenshin left the ancient star realm, he still heard about that boy. At that time, that boy had already become one of the top heaven origin experts in the ancient star realm. He was also a great grandmaster who was proficient in array Dao. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but feel excited and happy. If that's the case, the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb deep under the Dragon Mountain might have something to do with that boy? Was he the one who set up the heaven origin grand array? Or is he one of the experts buried in the 1,000-year-old tomb? The sword's soul burial of heaven pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, "No, what I just said is a past event from 1,000 years ago. It has something to do with the ancient star realm. I can't be sure if that past event has anything to do with the ancient tomb under the Dragon Mountain. Boy, if you want to confirm this, you'll have to go to the Dragon Mountain again. I'll have to personally observe the heaven origin grand array and the ancient tomb before I can confirm if they are related." Ji Tianxing agreed to its request without any hesitation. "Okay, then I'll go to the Dragon Mountain tomb tomorrow morning and let you see the grand array for yourself." Today is the 5th chapter. There are 2 more chapters at 18 and 20 tonight. Please continue to ask for recommendation tickets and tips. Chapter 217. Early the next morning, Ji Tianxing left the Sky Pillar sect and rushed to Dragon Mountain. He ran madly through the lofty mountains and steep ridges, and it took him a full 4 hours to reach Dragon Mountain. There were squads of guards patrolling at the foot of Dragon Mountain. Each squad had 10 people, and they were all mystic comprehending experts. He followed the bluestone path halfway up the mountain and arrived at the entrance of the cave where the ore vein was mined. Not only were there more than 20 guards at the entrance, but there were also 2 deacons standing guard. The place was heavily guarded. Ji Tianxing was about to enter the cave when he was stopped by the guards for questioning. He could only show the Sky Pillar token and explain to the guarding deacons before he was allowed to enter. Inside the cave, there were many new stone lamps in the crisscrossing mine tunnels, making the originally pitch-black tunnels a little brighter. Ji Tianxing followed the mine tunnel and walked deep underground. Along the way, he discovered that there was a guard standing guard at every set distance. The odd-job disciples who had been mining in the tunnels had already evacuated. It seems that the sect values that ancient tomb very much. The value of that ancient tomb far surpasses Dragon Mountain. Ji Tianxing sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. An hour later he reached the deepest part of the tunnel and came to the edge of the pitch-black cliff. There were 2 deacons and a dozen guards standing guard at the edge of the cliff. Ji Tianxing was still thinking about how to reach the bottom of the cliff. The cliff was 1,000 meters high, and the cliff was steep and straight. There was no place for him to borrow strength. However, after talking with the 2 deacons standing guard at the edge of the cliff, he found out that the sect had already prepared for this. 2 rope ladders were set up at the edge of the cliff. They were 1,000 meters long and extended all the way to the bottom of the cliff. 15 minutes later, Ji Tianxing descended to the bottom of the cliff along the rope ladders. He hurriedly passed through the pitch-black ancient tunnel, crossed the dilapidated square, and finally arrived in front of the ancient tomb. He stood at the edge of the dilapidated square and looked at the Tianyuan array and the ancient tomb in front of him. He saw many figures moving around the array. Around the 1,000-meter Tianyuan Grand Formation, a dozen experts could be vaguely seen. Among them, there were 5 elders in purple robes and 7 or 8 deacons in black robes. Everyone was pacing back and forth to observe, or using their true essence to probe the reaction of the grand array. The huge 5-colored light shield was as dazzling as ever, exuding a majestic true essence fluctuation. Ji Tianxing observed the elders and deacons and said to the sword's soul burial of heaven in his mind, "Senior burial of heaven, I'm already near the Tianyuan Grand Formation. Please observe carefully." The burial of heaven did not speak, but Ji Tianxing could sense that it was silently observing the heaven origin array. At this moment, a purple-robed elder noticed Ji Tianxing and quickly rushed over. Ji Tianxing turned his head and saw that the elder was Chu Huaishan. Chu Huaishan came in front of him and asked calmly, Ji Tianxing, why are you here? Ji Tianxing saluted and explained, Elder Chu, I've been thinking about this matter, so I came to check on the situation today. Chu Huaishan nodded and did not say much. If it were an ordinary disciple, it would be impossible for them to come near the ancient tomb. Even if they did, they would be chased away by him. But Ji Tianxing was different. Not only was he the #1 genius of the outer sect, but he was also highly regarded and nurtured by the sect master. Chu Huaishan said in a low voice, Ji Tianxing, the elders are studying the array. Just stay here and watch. Don't go near the array to avoid disturbing them. Ji Tianxing quickly nodded and said, I understand. After a pause, he asked, Elder Chu, how is the situation? The elders have been studying it for so many days. Have they made any progress? Chu Huaishan shook his head, his expression serious. The elders are all array masters. It's a pity that they have been studying it for so long and have tried many methods, but they have not made any progress. They can't break this array at all. Seeing Chu Huaishan's worry, Ji Tianxing comforted him, Elder Chu, I believe that the elders can break this array. It's just a matter of time. Chu Huaishan shook his head again and sighed helplessly. Sigh, it's useless. This Tianyuan array is too exquisite. It's far more complicated and mysterious than an ordinary Tianyuan array. We tried to break the array with arrays. The elders worked together to set up a star-breaking array. They wanted to use the star-breaking array to break the Tianyuan array. In the end, after we activated the array and touched the Tianyuan array, the star-breaking array was devoured by the Tianyuan array's power and collapsed instantly. After a pause, he continued, we tried to break the array by force. We planned to break one of the nodes of the array first, then break the entire array. However, when the elders and I attacked the Tianyuan array with all our might, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only was there no reaction at all, but we were almost sucked away by the array. Last night, the second elder used the Xianji treasure pagoda. We worked together to activate the Xianji treasure pagoda, hoping to use it to break the array. Unfortunately, not only did we fail, but the Xianji treasure pagoda was also devoured by the array's power and was severely damaged. Ji Tianxing listened to Chu Huaishan, his heart full of shock. Seeing Chu Huaishan's anxious and worried look, he couldn't help but ask, Elder Chu, although this Tianyuan array is very powerful, you and the elders are all proficient in array Dao. You've all seen and touched the Tianyuan array. Why is it so difficult? Chu Huaishan stared at him and hesitated for a moment before he decided to reveal some secrets. Ji Tianxing, even heavenly origin grade grand arrays are divided into different grades, Ji Tianxing said. The Tianyuan grand formations that I and the other elders have come into contact with are all ordinary low-grade and mid-grade grand formations. But the Tianyuan array in this tomb must be of the highest grade. This array occupies the core of the Dragon Mountain spirit vein, forming a layout derived from the 5 elements. Therefore, the array's power will never be exhausted. In addition to the layout of the 5 elements, this array also contains the 6-direction stabilizing array, the Big Dipper 7 stars array, and even the 8-pole dragon lock. Just the layout of the 5 elements alone can form an ordinary Tianyuan array. This array also combines the 6-direction stabilizing array, the Big Dipper 7 stars array, and the 8-pole dragon lock. This is incredible! In addition to the layout of the 5 elements, these 3 arrays are all profound knowledge of Tianyuan array. Any one of these arrays can be used to form an upper-grade Tianyuan array, which can be used as a protective array to protect the sect. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, we wouldn't have believed that there is such a powerful array master in the world who can combine the mysteries of multiple arrays into one. After hearing Chu Huaishan's explanation, Ji Tianxing finally understood how profound the Tianyuan array was. Chapter 218. Ji Tianxing was weak and had never come into contact with a heavenly prime array. However, he had heard of Xiang Wuji's experiences and legends regarding array Dao. The common heavenly prime array was mostly based on the 5 elements derivation layout, with some minor changes. If an array Dao Grandmaster could master the 6-direction stabilization array or the Big Dipper 7 stars array, he could set up a more powerful heavenly prime array. As for the 8-level dragon lock, it was even more mysterious. Even Xiang Wuji had not fully mastered it. Xiang Wuji had once said that no one in the entire Star Ancient Realm had fully mastered the 8-level dragon lock. However, the heavenly prime array in front of Ji Tianxing was a combination of the 5 elements derivation layout, the Big Dipper 7 stars array, and the 8-level dragon lock. This was an unprecedented and shocking discovery in the martial arts world. Even Xiang Wuji would not be able to break this heavenly prime array. Chu Huaishan, the elders, and the deacons were only at the origin core realm. Of course, they were helpless against this array. After understanding the ins and outs of this heavenly prime array, Ji Tianxing thought to himself, no wonder the Tianjian sect could not enter the ancient tomb even though they had discovered it long ago. Even the Sky Pillar sect could not do anything about the ancient tomb's protective array. The Tianjian sect, which was weaker, could only watch helplessly. He frowned and thought for a moment before asking Chu Huaishan a few more questions. After answering his questions, Chu Huaishan turned and left the square to help the elders study the array. Ji Tianxing had nothing to do, so he strolled around the heavenly prime array. He observed it with interest and silently waited for the Sword Soul's response from the burial of heaven. The elders and deacons were busy studying the array. No one paid attention to him, but no one chased him away. Before he knew it, a day had passed. Ji Tianxing walked around the heavenly prime array many times and observed it many times. However, his foundation in array Dao was shallow, so he could not find any problems or clues. Fortunately, the Sword Soul, burial of heaven, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Its voice rang out in Ji Tianxing's mind. It said in a low voice, "Kid, the heavenly prime array's setup techniques were indeed taught by Kenshin." Ji Tianxing was taking a stroll in the square out of boredom when he suddenly heard Sword Soul Zhengqian, and a wisp of joy instantly flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly used divine telekinesis to ask in his mind, "Senior buried heaven, do you mean that this grand Tianyuan formation was set up by the young man who received guidance from the Sword God?" "That's right. Even the words on the stone tablet in the tomb have some of the charm of the Sword God." The Dipper Sword's voice was in a low, into the heavenly prime array. From the looks of it, Kenshin's teachings have benefited the youth greatly. He's imitating Kenshin's Sword Dao. Ji Tianxing was a little excited, anxious, and expectant. It's a pity that I can't break this array and see what the words on the stone tablet are. If I can decipher the words on the stone tablet, I'll be able to figure out who's buried in this ancient tomb. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of a question. His eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, "By the way, Senior Burial of Heaven, this heavenly prime array was set up by that youth. He became an array Dao Grandmaster because of Kenshin's guidance? Since that's the case, you must know this array like the back of your hand, right?" The Sword Soul, Burial of Heaven, said proudly, "Of course. It's just a heavenly prime array. It's not worth mentioning to me. This array is almost impossible to break for people in the ancient star realm. After all, it's a combination of 5 heavenly prime array formation techniques. They're all profound and unfathomable array Dao knowledge. 5 array formation techniques?" Ji Tianxing frowned and was a little puzzled. "That's right, there are indeed 5. The Sword Soul, Burial of Heaven explained that Elder Chu only mentioned 4 array formation techniques. It's actually incomplete. Perhaps they're too weak and haven't realized that the array formation techniques in this array aren't just the 6 directions of stability, the heavenly 7 stars, and the octupole dragon lock. There's also the 9 cauldrons universe." Ji Tianxing was even more surprised. He thought to himself, the 9 cauldrons universe must be far more profound than the other array formation techniques, right? "Of course." The Sword Soul, Burial of Heaven, said solemnly. Ji Tianxing said with a grave expression, "In that case, the Sky Pillar sect definitely won't be able to break this array. Even the 8 great sects of the ancient star realm don't have the strength to do so." "Senior, Burial of Heaven, can you break this array?" Burial of Heaven was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, I'm just a remnant soul now. I don't even have a physical body. How can I break this array? Ugh. Ji Tianxing was startled for a moment, then smiled embarrassedly and said, I forgot about this problem. After thinking for a moment, he probed, Senior, Burial of Heaven, although you can't break this array, you can tell me the method to break it. I'll break it. Burial of Heaven was clearly stunned for a moment, then said with a contemptuous tone, You're too weak. Even if I teach you the method to break it, it's useless. Unless you reach the origin core realm, then you can give it a try. The anticipation in Ji Tianxing's heart immediately vanished. Reach the origin core realm? How long do I have to wait? At least 2 or 3 years, right? Burial of Heaven added in an indifferent tone, You're limited by your congenital constitution. You can only stop at the 4th level of the path of the sword. You can't cultivate the 5th level of the path of the sword, so it's impossible for you to reach the origin core realm. Ji Tianxing was already a little disappointed, and now that he was stabbed again, he was even more speechless. After a moment, Burial of Heaven fell into a deep sleep and no longer made any sound. Ji Tianxing could only leave and return along the ancient path, climbing the rope ladder and climbing up the cliff. Just as he returned to the cliff, a black-robed deacon quickly came up to him and said in an anxious tone, Ji Tianxing, the deacon of our sect just sent a message, asking you to return to the sect immediately. He immediately frowned and asked in confusion, Sir Deacon, what happened? The deacon said with a solemn expression, It's an order from the sect master. He's asking you to return to the sect immediately and head to the sky-raising hall for a discussion. Hearing that it was an order from the sect master to summon him back to the sect for a discussion, his heart immediately tightened. He had a premonition that something must have happened. Thank you, Sir Deacon. He cupped his hands and thanked the deacon, then quickly left the cliff and followed the mine tunnel to the exit. An hour later, he left Dragon Mountain, not daring to waste any time, and rushed back to the sky-raising sect as fast as lightning. By the time he returned to the sky-raising sect, it was already 4 hours later. He went straight to the Scarlet Firmament Peak and entered the sky-raising hall. He saw that sect master Chu Tianxing was already sitting on the throne, waiting with a solemn expression. Today's 7th update has been delivered. This chapter is First Love Monster Axezy. I would like to thank this brother for the reward of 10,000 book coins. Shall he thanks? Chapter 219. Other than Chu Tianxing, there was another person in the towering sky hall. This person was Xiang Wuji. He sat on the left side of the hall with a serious expression. Although it was noon, the sun outside the hall was scorching hot. Even the air was a little hot. However, the atmosphere in the towering sky hall was a little oppressive and cold. When Ji Tianxing saw Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji's expressions, he knew that the situation was not good. Something big must have happened. He quickly walked to the hall and bowed to Chu Tianxing. Disciple greets sect master. Chu Tianxing nodded expressionlessly and said in a low voice, You may rise. I summoned you here because there is an important matter that requires your help. Ji Tianxing immediately revealed a puzzled expression. Sect master, what is so important that you need my help with? If there was really something big that even Chu Tianxing found troublesome, he did not have the ability to solve it. Chu Tianxing said in a serious tone, I need the power of your Xianjian bloodline to open the seal under the Crimson Firmament Peak and strengthen the seal. There is a demon's den under the Crimson Firmament Peak. There is a seal formation that is suppressing an unparalleled demon from 1,000 years ago. Chu Tianxing briefly explained the matter of the demon and the seal formation. Ji Tianxing remained silent as he listened to the news carefully. Regarding this matter, he had actually heard about it a long time ago and only heard a few words about it. He was very clear that Ji Ling was highly regarded by the sect master because the Xianjian bloodline could open the seal formation. However, Ji Ling's bloodline power was too thin or her strength was too weak. In the end, she failed. Other than that, Ji Tianxing did not know much about the other matters and did not know what was going on. Now that he heard Chu Tianxing's explanation, he finally understood the whole story. After talking about the unparalleled demon and the seal formation, Chu Tianxing said in a serious tone, A month ago, A demon expert sneaked into our sect and tried to destroy the seal formation. A few days ago, the demoness possessed the body of a female disciple of the Heart Moon sect and snuck into our sect, secretly moving around in the sect. Last night, the demoness and the high priest of the demon race worked together and led a large group of demon race experts to attack the sealing formation. They wanted to break the formation and rescue the sealed demon. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and repelled the witch and the high priest, preventing their scheme from succeeding. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The witch actually possessed a female disciple of the Heart Moon sect? No wonder I always felt that there was something strange about Shu Lan. Looks like my intuition is correct. Unbelievable! That sinister and despicable witch is actually capable of using such a method. His heart was filled with shock and worry. Was Xian hurt? At this time, Chu Tiantian continued, recently, the demon race has been constantly moving, frequently sneaking into our sect to destroy the Great Array, urgently wanting to rescue the peerless demon, simply too savage. Our sect also has a few elders stationed at Dragon Mountain, studying the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb every day, causing our sect's defense to be even weaker. At this critical moment, after I discussed with the Grand Elder, we decided to immediately open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation without delay. Ji Tianxing was very clear that the last time the demon race sneaked into the sky-bearing sect was when he was imprisoned in the Dark Wind Cave. At that time, he was almost killed by the witch. Just over a month later, the witch possessed Shu Lan again and sneaked into the sky-bearing sect, cooperating with the high priest to destroy the sealing formation. In just 2 months, the demon race sneaked into the sky-bearing sect twice. Their movements were indeed frequent and very arrogant. Originally, sect leader Chu Tiantian wanted to observe for a while and secretly cultivate him. Now that the situation was urgent, Chu Tiantian had to carry out the plan in advance, so he summoned him to the sky-bearing palace to discuss the matter and told him the whole story. Ji Tianxing understood everything and said to Chu Tiantian with a solemn expression, "Sect leader, protecting the sect's safety and resisting the invasion of the demon race is the responsibility and glory of our sect's disciples. If I can work for the sect, open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation, and strengthen the sealing formation, I will not shirk my duty. But there are some things I have to say. I believe sect leader also knows that long before I entered the sky-bearing sect, Jiling used a scheme to steal my Xianjian bloodline. Right now, whether my bloodline is effective or not is still unknown. Moreover, my strength is weak. I cannot guarantee that I can successfully open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation." He believed that Chu Tiantian definitely knew this. The reason he wanted to say it in person was to see Chu Tiantian's attitude. After all, with Jiling's example, he had to be on guard. If he couldn't open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation, how would the sect leader treat him? Of course, Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji understood what he meant. They both smiled playfully. Xiang Wuji glanced at him and said unhappily, "Kid, what are you worried about? You are now half a disciple of this old man. Even if you can't open the formation, as long as you keep your mouth shut and don't reveal the sect's secrets, no one will do anything to you." Chu Tiantian also said with a solemn expression, "Ji Tianxing, this seat understands your worries and concerns. Actually, this seat doesn't have much hope that you can successfully open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation. This seat has made this decision because I want to do my best and leave it to fate. Moreover, putting aside your Xinjian bloodline, the martial talent and aptitude you have displayed are worthy of our sect's attention and nurturing. As long as you are loyal to the sect and swear to protect the sect's core secrets, this seat will value you as always and nurture you into a cornerstone of the sect. Otherwise, why do you think this seat gave you the sky-bearing token back then?" Since Xiang Wuji and Chu Tiantian had expressed their stance, Ji Tianxing's doubts were dispelled. He immediately bowed to Chu Tiantian and said in a solemn tone, "Since sect leader and senior Xiang are willing to be honest with me, then I have no more concerns and am willing to contribute to the sect's safety." Seeing this scene, Xiang Wuji grinned and revealed a mocking smile. He muttered in a low voice, "This old man has long seen that a little brat like you isn't a good person. Our sect borrowed your bloodline to open the Great Formation, and you took the opportunity to inquire about our sect's attitude and negotiate with the sect leader? Ji Tianxing heard his muttering but pretended not to hear, and his expression didn't change. He could be loyal to the sky-bearing sect, but this was based on the sect's affection and righteousness towards him. He wouldn't be foolishly loyal and die for the sky-bearing sect. After losing his value, he would be kicked away by the sky-bearing sect. At this moment, Chu Tiantian flicked his finger and a red pill flew in front of him. Ji Tianxing, this is a blood spirit pill. It can help you refine the power of your bloodline. Take this pill immediately. After you refine the medicinal power, this seat will take you to the demon's cave and reopen the Great Formation. Today's update is still 7 chapters. Requesting recommendation tickets and rewards? Chapter 220. Ji Tianxing took the spiritual blood pill and swallowed it without hesitation. He sat in the hall and began to refine it. Since Xiang Wuji and Chu Tianxing had already expressed their stance, he didn't have any psychological burden. If he could successfully open the 9-dragon trapping demon formation, everyone would be happy. Even if he failed to open the formation, the sky-bearing sect wouldn't punish him. As for the sealing formation, the sect master and Xiang Wuji would think of another way. The sky-bearing palace quieted down and time passed quickly. Xiang Wuji and Chu Tianxing waited patiently, their faces calm as they pondered. 4 hours passed quickly, and Ji Tianxing finally refined the medicinal efficacy of the spiritual blood pill. This pill was very special. It was neither a healing pill nor a pill to increase one's cultivation. Its function was to stimulate the bloodline and refine Ji Tianxing's Xian sword bloodline. Under the effects of the pill, he could clearly feel the blood in his body flowing faster and stronger, like a surging flood. In this state, his skin was dark red and his body felt hot. Chu Tianxing saw that the time was right and decisively ordered, "The time has come. We should move." With that, he and Xiang Wuji got up and left the sky-bearing palace, bringing Ji Tianxing into the depths of the palace. Not long after, the 3 of them entered a dark secret room. The secret room was pitch black, but there was a powerful formation protecting it. It emitted surging energy waves. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji entered the secret room first, followed by Ji Tianxing. There was a circular formation on the floor of the secret room. It was engraved with dense patterns, as well as many special formation symbols. The secret room was originally empty. Other than this formation, there was nothing else. When Chu Tianxing waved his hands and used a secret formation technique, the formation on the floor was activated. A dazzling white light lit up in the formation's patterns, condensing into a blazing white door. This oval-shaped door was a teleportation formation. It led directly to the demon's den deep under the red firmament peak. "Let's go," Chu Tianxing said in a low voice. He was the first to step into the teleportation gate, only to see the blazing white light of the gate flash, and he disappeared with a whoosh. Then Xiang Wuji also entered the portal. Ji Tianxing followed closely behind and stepped into the blazing white light gate. He only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the dazzling white light flickered before disappearing. Shwa! The next moment, the light in front of his eyes returned to darkness, and his feet landed on the ground. He stood in place without moving, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was a cave in the depths of the earth. The cave was not big, only the size of a secret chamber. The walls were made of rough dark brown rocks. There were 2 stone lamps on the wall, emitting a dim yellow light that barely illuminated the floor of the cave. There was also a circular array on the ground, similar to the teleportation array in the secret room. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown as the air was somewhat dry and cold, and there was also a faint fishy smell in the air. "Let's go." At this moment, Xiang Wuji reminded him. He raised his head to look ahead and saw a dimly lit passageway. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji had already entered the passageway and walked into the darkness. Ji Tianxing was unfamiliar with all of this, so he didn't ask much and quickly followed. After the 3 of them passed through a dark passageway that was hundreds of meters long, they finally entered the underground cavern. The so-called underground cavern was an empty cave with a radius of thousands of meters. The giant cave was circular, and the air was constantly filled with black fog and demonic qi. The walls were made of black rocks, and there were many spots of colorful light that seemed to be embedded with gems. The ceiling of the cave was hundreds of meters high. Ji Tianxing used the dim light to see that the ceiling of the cave was flat rock, and there were dense array patterns carved into it. The floor of the cave was made of rough rocks, and there were many sharp edges. In the corner near the wall, there was some fertile black soil, and there were some moss and mushrooms growing out of it. But the moss and mushrooms had been contaminated by the demonic qi for many years, and had already changed. They were now purple-black in color, and were emitting a faint red light. The air in the cave was not only cold, but also filled with the chill of death, and there was a thick smell of blood. As Ji Tianxing walked through the cave, he felt like he was passing through the underworld. Surrounded by the aura of death, he felt cold all over. But the most terrifying thing was that there were some gloomy whispers and roars that came out of nowhere, quietly flowing and echoing through the cave. These sounds were like weeping and complaining, like the sobbing of the wind, and like the howling of ghosts. It made one's hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji clearly came here often, and were used to all of this. The two of them passed through the layers of black fog, and walked straight to the center of the cave. Ji Tianxing followed them to the center of the cave, and saw a 10-meter-tall altar in front of him. The altar was in the shape of a pyramid. It was made of black rocks, gold, red, blue, and white gems, and it had an ancient aura. Gems containing various kinds of vital essence were arranged in a regular pattern on the patterns and patterns of the array, emitting a mysterious aura. At the base of the altar, there were 9 lifelike statues of divine dragons, arranged in a circle around the altar. The 9 divine dragons were of different colors, and their postures were also different. Some were like flood dragons coming out of the sea, some were like divine dragons soaring into the sky, and some were like clouds riding on fog. But the one thing in common was that no matter what postures the 9 divine dragons took, their heads were all facing the altar. But the altar was not activated, and there was no vital essence light shining. The 9 divine dragons were dim and lifeless, and they did not have the aura of life. Wisps of black fog continuously surged out from the bottom of the altar, filling the entire demon's denver. The whispers and roars that Ji Tianxing heard before also came from the bottom of the altar. They were intermittent, but never stopped. He stared at the altar for a while, and roughly understood. This ancient altar should be the 9 dragons trapping demon formation that the sect master had mentioned. As expected, Chu Tianxing turned to look at him, and said in a serious tone, "Ji Tianxing, this is the 9 dragons trapping demon formation that our sect's elders set up back then. Under this great formation, there is an ancient formation that has already been destroyed, and it seals that unparalleled demon. Now, I will teach you the method to activate the 9 dragons trapping demon formation. You must remember it well, and you cannot make the slightest mistake. After you learn it, the Grand Elder and I will work together to help you activate the formation. Whether our sect can obtain another 100 years of peace and stability depends on your success." Chu Tianxing's expression was solemn, and his tone was serious. Xiang Wuji glanced at Ji Tianxing, and nodded at him with a serious expression. Chapter 221. Ji Tianxing understood that this matter was related to the sky-bearing sect's 1,000 years of foundation. He felt that he had a heavy responsibility and didn't dare to slack off. Then, Chu Tianxing waved his hands and used a secret technique to force out an egg-sized ball of golden light from his palms. He slowly extended his hand and pressed it against Ji Tianxing's forehead. That dazzling ball of golden light immediately drilled into Ji Tianxing's mind. Suddenly, Ji Tianxing felt countless amounts of information rush into his mind. His head was flooded with information that made him dizzy. Without a doubt, the golden light that Chu Tianxing sent into his mind was the method to activate the 9 dragons trapping demon array. The 9 dragons trapping demon array was a heaven origin level array. It was incomparably profound. Even the method to activate it contained a vast amount of information. If Chu Tianxing were to use his mouth to explain, he wouldn't be able to finish it even if he talked for a day and a night. For a heaven origin level powerhouse like him, of course, he had better methods to teach Ji Tianxing the method to activate the array. Ji Tianxing endured the impact of the endless information in his mind. It took him a long time to wake up. After the dizziness in his mind dissipated, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes and silently refined the information in his mind, learning the method to activate the array. Time passed little by little. The demon cave was cold, dark, and silent. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji stood beside Ji Tianxing, silently protecting him and patiently waiting. After a full 3 hours, it was already late at night. Ji Tianxing finally refined the ball of golden light and grasped the method to activate the 9 dragons trapping demon array. He opened his eyes and saw Chu Tianxing looking at him, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ji Tianxing, how's your learning? Ji Tianxing nodded. Don't worry, Sect Master. I have already grasped the method to activate the array. We can begin now. Chu Tianxing revealed a gratified expression and nodded. Very good. Xiang Wuji smiled silently and whispered to Chu Tianxing, this old man told you a long time ago that this kid's talent in arrays is extraordinary. Do you believe me now? Chu Tianxing silently nodded and revealed a knowing smile. Ji Tianxing saw the two of them acting so mysteriously and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. However, it was a critical moment for the restart array now, and he could not probe further. Ji Tianxing, come with me. Chu Tianxing was the first to ascend the altar and walked towards the top. Ji Tianxing hurriedly followed after him, stepping on the steps of the altar and ascending to the top. Under Chu Tianxing's instructions, he climbed to the top of the altar and sat cross-legged on a circular stone plate. This stone plate was only the size of a water jar, but it was the core array disk of the 9 dragons trapping devil formation. It was engraved with mysterious array patterns, densely packed grooves and patterns. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji sat down on either side of him. Their palms glowed with true essence as they pressed down on his shoulders. Suddenly, Ji Tianxing could clearly sense that the palms of these two people contained a majestic flood of true essence that could pour out at any time and drown him. Ji Tianxing, you can begin. Hearing Chu Tianxing's voice, Ji Tianxing hurriedly collected his thoughts and abandoned all distracting thoughts. His expression was solemn as he raised his palms and made a special hand gesture. He drew out a mysterious arc as he activated the formation. At the same time, Xiang Wuji and Chu Tianxing's palms also poured enormous amounts of true essence into his body. At that moment, Ji Tianxing's body swelled violently like an inflated balloon. The true essence of the 2 Heavens Prime cultivators was too terrifying. It almost made him explode and die. Fortunately, he immediately calmed down and waved his hands to activate the array. The endless true essence turned into 2 5-colored pillars of light and poured out. Bang, bang. With a muffled sound, the 2 5-colored pillars of light poured onto the circular array disk, immediately lighting up the array patterns on the disk. The dark brown array disk instantly became a riot of colors and lit up with dazzling 5-colored brilliance. The densely packed array patterns also flickered with 5-colored true essence radiance and emitted a majestic true essence fluctuation. Ji Tianxing saw with his own eyes that after the 2 5-colored pillars of true essence poured into the array disk, they were dispersed by the disk and poured into the altar. Thus, starting from the formation plate beneath him, the altar was gradually lit up from top to bottom, lighting up with dazzling multicolored light. As Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji continued to pour their true essence into the altar, the entire altar became dazzling. The patterns on the altar also became lifelike and shone brightly. A majestic and mighty aura emerged spontaneously from the altar and spread out in all directions. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire altar was lit up. The boundless suppressive power emanating from the altar also enveloped the entire demon's den, suppressing everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. It was Ji Tianxing's first time touching the Heavens Prime array. Feeling the majestic power of the altar, he was shocked. However, this was only the first step in reactivating the 9 dragons trapping demon array. He didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly waved his hands to activate the array. He carefully controlled the array disk and activated the array in the altar bit by bit. This process was very slow, difficult, and dangerous. There was no room for error. If he made a mistake, all his previous efforts would be wasted or he would suffer a backlash from the array. It was very likely that his life would be in danger. He had to abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on activating the array. He wasn't in a hurry. After a few minutes, the array disk below him started to change. A few patterns started to twist and turn. This meant that a small portion of the array in the altar had been activated. After a few minutes, a few more patterns on the array disk started to move and produce some mysterious changes. After a few minutes, a dozen patterns on the array disk seemed to have come alive. After an hour, as time passed, the patterns on the array disk changed more and more. The array in the altar was also gradually being activated. When Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji saw the subtle changes in the array disk, they were gratified. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Ji Tianxing's array skills didn't disappoint them. They saw the light of success in reactivating the array. Before they knew it, 6 hours had passed. The thousands of patterns on the array disk all seemed to have been given life and started to move according to a special pattern. The entire altar was no longer lifeless. Not only was it shining brightly, but all the arrays were activated. A majestic aura surged around the altar. At this time, Chu Tianxing's expression was serious. He said in a sonorous voice, "Ji Tianxing, we are very close to success. Now there is one last step. You need to inject your blood essence into the array disk and activate the array with Xian Jian's bloodline. When the 9 divine dragon statues light up, the 9 dragons trapping demon array will be successfully activated. Success or failure depends on this." Chapter 222. Hearing Chu Tianxing's words, Ji Tianxing was also filled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip and forced out a drop of blood from his heart. He dripped it onto the disc array beneath him. A drop of crimson blood dripped onto the disc array and spread outwards along the grooves. The disc array was still glowing brightly. The altar did not seem to have changed at all. Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji's hearts were in their throats. They stared at the disc array, hoping for a miraculous change. The second drop of crimson blood dripped from Ji Tianxing's fingertip onto the disc array. The crimson blood continued to spread outwards along the lines of the disc array. The disc array finally showed some changes. It was dyed with a layer of crimson. The power of the altar seemed to have increased as well. It shone even brighter than before. When the third drop of blood dripped onto the disc array finally underwent a miraculous change. The patterns on the disc array sped up, intertwining and twisting. The array inside the altar sped up as well. It intertwined and overlapped with each other, producing a miraculous change. The three of them could clearly feel that the power of the altar was increasing rapidly. In just a few breaths, it had doubled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The array inside the altar sped up and exploded with a vast amount of power. The entire altar began to tremble. The 9 dragons around the altar also shone with a faint 5-colored brilliance, exuding powerful energy waves. Seeing this, Chu Tianxing and Xiang Wuji looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy. This is great. Ji Tianxing's blood is indeed useful. We're finally going to succeed. The two of them were excited. They stared at the disc array with sparkling eyes and secretly clenched their fists. Ji Tianxing was also overjoyed. However, he did not dare to relax. He continued to force out a 4th drop of blood and dripped it onto the disc array. The changes on the disc array sped up. It shone with a 5-colored brilliance, forming huge seal words and array symbols. The 9 divine dragons around the altar also became more and more dazzling, becoming lifelike and extremely imposing. As time went by, the 9 dragon trapping devil formation was about to be fully activated. It emitted a domineering aura that could suppress everything. That formless aura enveloped the entire demon's denver. The power of the array enveloped the entire demon's den and was constantly strengthening the seal. The unparalleled demons sealed under the formation also sensed the powerful aura of the 9 dragons trapping demon formation and seemed to be panicking. The devil struggled violently, roaring and howling nonstop. Large clouds of black mist surged out from under the altar, from which came shrill howls that were filled with resentment. Ji Tianxing's face turned pale under the demonic sound, and his consciousness became a little blurry. Xiang Wuji and Chu Tianxing hurriedly channeled their power to protect him, preventing him from being hurt by the demon's roar. Finally, the array formation of the 9 divine dragons was fully activated, emitting an aura that could suppress heaven and earth. The 9 divine dragon statues were connected to the 9 mountain peaks of the Sky Pillar sect. They imperceptibly gathered the power of the 9 mountain peaks. The so-called 9 dragon trapping demon formation used the power of the 9 mountain peaks of the Sky Pillar sect to form a formation to suppress the unparalleled demon. As long as the Sky Pillar sect did not decline and the 9 dragon spirit veins were not destroyed, this 9 dragon trapping demon formation would be able to grow and multiply, forever suppressing the demon. At this time, Ji Tianxing's Xian Jian bloodline power had already activated the 9 dragon trapping demon formation. The altar released a dazzling 5-colored curtain of light that extended in all directions, condensing into a formation light barrier that was 1,000 meters wide. Once the formation light barrier was formed, the 9 dragon trapping demon formation would be fully activated and complete. At this time, the unparalleled demon in the ceiling formation was also furious to the extreme. Endless black mist and demonic energy crazily surged out from under the altar, condensing into large patches of black clouds in the demon's den. An incomparably violent impact fiercely slammed into the ground of the demon's den, causing the entire demon's den to shake. Muffled rumbling sounds continuously came from the ground, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Suddenly, the unparalleled demon sensed Ji Tianxing's presence and was stunned. Its angry roar came to an abrupt stop, and the shaking ground calmed down. After a moment of silence, the unparalleled demon suddenly let out a shrill howl filled with shock and anger. The howl was in the language of the demon race, and its voice was somewhat hoarse and difficult to distinguish. However, Ji Tianxing could clearly hear the resentment, hatred, and murderous intent in his voice. He could even feel that the howl of the unparalleled demon was directed at him. In just a few short breaths, the 5-colored curtain of light completely enveloped the demon's den, forming a semicircular formation light barrier. This formation gathered the power of the entire Sky Pillar sect and firmly suppressed the unparalleled demon. The unparalleled demon no longer made any sound or movement. It could not even release the black mist, demonic energy, or cold energy of death. The demon's den calmed down. Xiang Wuji was proficient in the language of the demon race and had already understood the howl. He glanced at Ji Tianxing with a strange expression, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he vaguely suspected something. Ji Tianxing asked with a puzzled expression, "Sect Master, Senior Xiang, what did that unparalleled demon say just now?" Chu Tianxing did not quite understand the demon's words, so he looked at Xiang Wuji questioningly. Xiang Wuji said with a solemn expression, "The demon only said a few words." "It's actually you? Even you have such a day?" Hearing this, Ji Tianxing frowned, feeling even more puzzled. His intuition told him that the demon's words were directed at him, but he did not understand what the demon meant. At this moment, Chu Tianxing revealed a relieved smile and said, "We have successfully activated the 9 dragons trapping demon formation and finally strengthened the seal. We have won another 100 years of peace for our sect. Ji Tianxing, you have done a great service for our sect this time. This king will carefully consider how to reward you. Let's go, let's leave this place first." Chu Tianxing was in an extremely good mood. After he finished speaking, he led Ji Tianxing down the altar. At the same time, 9 mountain-like divine dragon phantoms appeared in the pitch-black night sky above the Sky Pillar sect. The 9 divine dragon phantoms shone with a dazzling 5-colored brilliance, illuminating the night sky within a radius of a few hundred miles. They erupted with a domineering aura that suppressed heaven and earth. Countless disciples of the Sky Pillar sect were awakened by this phenomenon, and they all revealed astonished and aghast expressions. The 2 sects thousands of miles away from the Sky Pillar sect also saw the divine dragon phantoms in the sky and were shocked by this earth-shaking phenomenon. In the demon cave thousands of miles away from the Sky Pillar sect, the High Priest and Blood Moon Infanta also saw the phenomenon in the night sky. Chapter 223. After a long time, the 9 divine dragon phantoms in the night sky gradually dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. The night was still dark as if nothing had happened. On the mountain peak where the demon cave was located, the Blood Moon Countess and the High Priest stood side by side on the mountain peak. Facing the night wind, they looked in the direction of the Sky Pillar sect, their eyes filled with hatred. After a long time, the Blood Moon Countess cursed in a low voice, "Damned Sky Pillar sect. That group of human reptiles who deserve to die 10,000 deaths." They actually activated a new sealing formation and completely suppressed His Majesty the Demon Monarch. The High Priest narrowed his eyes, a cold glint surging in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Sky Pillar sect to act so quickly. Our operation last night failed, and they reactivated the 9 Dragons formation tonight. Fortunately, we had the smoke net umbrella. Otherwise, we would have died under Chu Tianxing's sword last night." As he spoke, he subconsciously touched the left side of his chest. There was a long and narrow sword wound there. It was so deep that the bone could be seen. The skin and flesh of the wound were as black as charcoal, preventing the wound from healing. Just a little bit more and the sword would have pierced his heart and taken his life. The Blood Moon Countess wore a loose black robe and a cloak, only revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. When she heard the High Priest's words, deep hatred surged in her eyes. During the operation last night, her primordial spirit had possessed Shulan's body. After being seen through by Chu Tianxing, she had been stabbed in the heart and throat during the fight with Chu Tianxing. However, the one who had been killed was Shulan. Her primordial spirit had escaped from Shulan's corpse. With the High Priest's help, she had successfully escaped from the Sky Pillar sect. Thinking of the fierce battle last night, as well as the more than 30 demon race guards killed by Chu Tianxing, her hatred for the Sky-bearing sect grew even deeper. After a moment of silence, she turned to look at the High Priest beside her and asked, "High Priest, the Sky Pillar sect has reactivated a sealing formation. His Majesty the Demon Monarch definitely won't be able to break that formation in a short time. We also won't be able to sneak into the Sky Pillar sect and destroy that formation. What should we do next?" The High Priest frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, a mocking sneer appeared in his eyes. He obviously had an idea. He said with a playful tone, "Princess, you know that humans are the most hypocritical, cunning, and greedy race. For the sake of benefits, they will scheme against each other and even fight to the death. If we want to deal with the Sky Pillar sect, we don't necessarily have to do it ourselves. When the time is right, we can borrow the strength of other human sections." Kik. At this point, the High Priest sneered sinisterly. The Blood Moon Infanta frowned and asked doubtfully, "High Priest, do you already have a plan? How are you going to borrow the strength of the other sects?" Of course I have a better plan." The High Priest looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. With a confident tone, he said, "Princess, you should stay in the cave and recuperate. After a while, I will show you a good show about the internal conflicts of the humankind." Hearing this, the Blood Moon Commandery Princess became more and more curious. "High Priest, do you mean we can use the Tianjin sect?" The High Priest purposely kept them in suspense and nodded with a smile. At dawn, Ji Tianxing returned to the Tempest Courtyard. When he left the underground demon's cave, Chu Tianxing gave him 2 dew pills to help him recover his vitality. After all, in order to restart the 9 dragons trapping devil array, he had consumed 4 drops of his heart's blood essence. Heart's blood essence was different from ordinary blood. It was the condensed essence of one's bloodline and formed from the accumulation of one's true essence. It had a powerful effect. Every time a martial artist lost a drop of heart's blood essence, his vitality would be damaged. If too much heart's blood essence was lost, it would affect one's strength and realm, which would lead to serious consequences. Tonight, Ji Tianxing had consumed his heart's blood essence and was fully focused on controlling the 9 dragons trapping devil array. His body and mind had consumed a lot of energy. When he returned to his room, his face was still pale and his breath was unstable. He hurriedly entered the secret chamber and took the dew pills given to him by Chu Tianxing. He hurriedly circulated his energy to recover his vitality. Unknowingly, a day had passed. On the morning of the second day, he finally refined the medicinal effects of the jade dew pill and finally recovered to normal. After finishing his cultivation, he didn't leave the secret chamber. Recalling the words of the unparalleled demon, his heart was still full of doubts and doubts. He vaguely had some guesses in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. Therefore, he decided to ask the sword soul of the burial of heaven. He focused his consciousness in the black hole in his dantian and entered Kenshin's tomb with a swish. Flying through the gray sky and the cold and desolate wasteland, he soon arrived at the towering sword steel. Senior burial of heaven, I have something to ask. Ji Tianxing saluted the sword steel and shouted loudly. After a while, the deep voice of the burial of heaven came out from the towering sword steel. Boy, what do you want? Ji Tianxing hurriedly explained, Senior burial of heaven, the matter is like this. In the depths of our sect's Red Cloud Peak, there is an unparalleled demon suppressed. According to the sect master, 1,000 years ago, the unparalleled demon went on a killing spree in the Star Ancient Realm and was defeated by an expert sword. He briefly explained the legend of the unparalleled demon and what happened to him in the Devil's Den the night before. After he finished, the tone of the sword soul of the burial of heaven changed a little. It seemed to have become a little subtle. Boy, after you activated the seal, the unparalleled demon roared at you. It seemed to be full of hatred and killing intent towards you. Are you sure that the demon's roar was targeted at you? Ji Tianxing nodded with a solemn expression and said, Senior burial of heaven, I believe in my intuition. The burial of heaven was silent for a moment. No one knew what it was thinking. After a while, it asked again, What did the unparalleled demon say to you? Ji Tianxing answered truthfully, The demon spoke the demon race's language. I couldn't understand it. But our sect's grand elder told me that the demon was talking about, it was actually you? You also have a day like this? Hearing this, the burial of heaven was silent again. It didn't say a word. Ji Tianxing asked with a face full of doubt, Senior burial of heaven, I'm just a 17-year-old boy from a secular kingdom. I definitely have nothing to do with the unparalleled demon from 1,000 years ago. What the unparalleled demon said definitely has nothing to do with me. So I'm guessing that the unparalleled demon might have something to do with Kenshin. Was that sentence said to Kenshin? The burial of heaven was still silent, as if it was thinking about how to answer. Ji Tianxing waited patiently for a long time before he heard its old and indifferent voice say, There is heaven's will in the unseen world. Many things seem to be coincidental, but they are actually heaven's will. Mortals try to guess heaven's will in vain. They always want to understand everything and explore the unknown. But in the end, they often don't have a good ending. Chapter 224. After hearing the burial of heaven's answer, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but frown and secretly criticize it. Senior burial of heaven, you just need to tell me whether that unparalleled demon has anything to do with Kenshin. You said a lot of irrelevant and illusory things, but it's actually the same as saying nothing at all. Of course, he knew that the burial of heaven's words had a deeper meaning, and he needed to figure it out himself. But he just wanted to solve the doubts in his heart and get a clear answer. But the burial of heaven seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and no longer paid attention to him. Ji Tianxing could only leave Kenshin's tomb and secretly ponder over its words. He pondered for a long time and vaguely had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. Moreover, on the basis of this answer, more doubts and conjectures emerged in his mind. All kinds of doubts and conjectures entangled in his mind, making it impossible for him to calm down for a long time. In the end, he simply suppressed these thoughts in the bottom of his heart and ignored them. If the burial of heaven doesn't want to say it, then forget it. Let nature take its course. Maybe it's just like it said. When the time comes, I'll naturally understand. With this thought, his heart calmed down and he began to cultivate. 5 days later, in the Tianjian sect. Early in the morning, an old man with white hair and a beard and an immortal aura came to the front gate of the Tianjian sect. This old man wore a white robe and was tall and burly. His long hair, eyebrows, and beard were all snow-white. His complexion was ruddy, and his eyes were clear and contained a bright light. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. He held a horsetail whisk with a golden handle and silver thread in his hands and stood calmly in front of the gate, asking to pay a visit to the Tianjian sect master. Although the guards guarding the gate didn't know who this old man was, they didn't dare to neglect him when they saw his posture of an enlightened expert. Their words were quite respectful. "Senior, if you want to pay a visit to our sect master, please report your name or title. Otherwise, this junior will not be able to report to the sect master." The captain of the guards bowed respectfully and said carefully. The white-haired old man's posture was proud. He looked at the guard captain with disdain and said expressionlessly, "This seat's Taoist name is Tianji." The younger generation of the martial arts world respectfully calls this seat Taoist Tianji. Taoist title, Taoist, was something that ordinary experts would never dare to use. "For what reason do you want to pay a visit to our sect master?" Taoist Tianji raised his eyebrows, a hint of anger appearing between his white eyebrows. "You only need to say the words 9 Dragon Spirit Vein Diagram to your sect master, and your sect master will come personally to welcome me." The guard captain had no idea what the 9 Dragon Spiritual Pulse Diagram was. But when he saw Taoist Tianji's powerful aura and his displeasure, he did not dare to say anything more. "Please wait here for a moment." The guard captain dropped these words and hurriedly turned around to enter the sect to report the news. Taoist Tianji turned his back to the gate and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for the Tianjin sect master to personally come to greet him. Just as he expected, about half an hour later, a blue light flew out of the Tianjin sect. The Tianjin sect master condensed a pair of wings with his blue true essence and rushed to the gate as fast as lightning. He landed on the ground. His face was expressionless, but his eyes contained a hint of surprise and expectation. After landing, he stared at the back of Taoist Tianji, secretly sizing him up. The guards at the gate bowed to the Tianjin sect master when they saw him. Taoist Tianji clearly knew that the Tianjin sect master had come, but he turned a deaf ear to the guards' salutes. He still closed his eyes to rest and maintained an arrogant posture. Seeing this, the Tianjin sect master felt that Taoist Tianji's aura was extraordinary. He quickly walked behind Taoist Tianji and bowed. The Tianjin sect master greets Taoist Tianji. Taoist Tianji slowly turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "Sect master, please don't be so courteous." The Tianjin sect master stood up and made a "please" gesture. He said with a smile, "Taoist Tianji, please sit in the main hall. We'll talk later." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Taoist Tianji smiled. He stepped through the gate and entered the Tianjin sect. Not long after, the two of them entered the main hall of the Tianjin sect. Only the short and stout guest elder Huangfu was present in the spacious and luxuriously decorated main hall. After the two of them met, they exchanged pleasantries and flattered each other before sitting down to drink tea. The Tianjin sect master and guest elder Huangfu had never heard of Taoist Tianji's title. However, they felt that Taoist Tianji's aura was extraordinary and that he had mentioned the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein Diagram. Therefore, they treated him with respect. After the three of them chatted for a while, the Tianjin sect master felt an itch in his heart and took the initiative to ask about business. "Taoist Tianji, just now you had the gate guard report that the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein Diagram was mentioned. What does Taoist Tianji mean?" Taoist Tianji slowly put down his teacup and glanced at guest elder Huangfu with a smile. "This matter is related to the mysteries of heaven. I can't reveal it here." Hearing his words, the Tianjin sect master and guest elder Huangfu immediately understood his meaning. Guest elder Huangfu tactfully stood up and bowed with cupped hands. "Since sect master has something important to discuss with Taoist Tianji, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now." Then, guest elder Huangfu turned around and left. When only the two of them were left in the main hall, Taoist Tianji slowly said, "For nearly 100 years, I've been traveling around the Tianxian continent, observing the mysteries of heaven and monitoring the world. A few years ago, I've been wandering around the Tianxian region. I've observed that the will of heaven has descended here. It's the time when the winds and clouds are gathering and the golden dragon is about to appear." Although Taoist Tianji's words were vague, the Tianjin sect master frowned and thought for a moment before he guessed what he meant. "Taoist Tianji, you mean, the winds and clouds are gathering in the Tianxian region, And the dragon god is about to appear? Taoist Tianji nodded slightly and said seriously, "That's right. The situation in the Tianshan region hasn't changed for 1,000 years. It's not in line with heaven's will. The great Tao that I've been cultivating all my life is the great Tao of heaven's will. Naturally, it's in line with heaven's will and people's hearts. According to heaven's will, the situation in the Tianshan region should change." A glint flashed across the Tianjin sect master's eyes. He vaguely understood something. He quickly asked, "Taoist Tianji is right. The situation in the Tianshan region should change. But I wonder, who is the dragon god that you're talking about?" Taoist Tianji turned his head and looked at him with a playful smile. "I've personally come to your sect to talk to you about this. Who do you think is the dragon god that's about to change the situation in the Tianshan region?" These words confirmed the Tianjin sect master's guess, making him secretly happy. He asked with a smile, "Taoist Tianji, what can you teach me? How can I turn into a dragon and change the situation in the Tianshan region?" Taoist Tianji revealed an unfathomable smile. He took out a scroll from his sleeve and placed it in front of him. "This 9-dragon spiritual vein map will definitely allow you to borrow the power of the winds and clouds to soar into the sky and turn into a dragon." Shock flashed through the Tianjin sect master's heart. He stared at the scroll in disbelief and didn't dare to take it. He knew very well that if the scroll really contained the 9-dragon spiritual vein map, he could smoothly destroy the 9-dragon spiritual vein of the Sky Pillar sect and cause their sect to decline and be destroyed. However, the 9-dragon spiritual vein map was a treasure that he had schemed and used all his means to obtain. Taoist Tianji, who had appeared out of nowhere, suddenly came to him and placed this treasure in front of him. Chapter 225. The Tianjin sect master sized up Taoist master Heavenly Secret, inwardly weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, he reached out and picked up the scroll on the table, unfolded it and carefully examined it. To him, it didn't matter what Taoist master Heavenly Secret's goal was, as long as this 9-dragon spirit vein diagram was real. When he unfolded the scroll and saw the diagram drawn on it, his eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that the half-meter wide and 1-meter long scroll had a diagram of a spirit vein formation drawn on it. The dense lines clearly outlined the topography of the 9 mountain peaks. The 9 dragon veins were clearly distinguishable, forming the 9-dragon spirit vein formation. The formation base and key positions of each dragon vein were marked. There was no doubt that this was a clear and detailed 9-dragon spirit vein diagram. Compared to the 9-dragon spirit vein diagram deduced by guest elder Huangfu, this diagram was many times more detailed. He only gave it a cursory glance, but he had an answer in his heart. This diagram was most likely real. This was the diagram he yearned for even in his dreams. After pondering for a moment, he asked Taoist Master Heavenly Secret, "Taoist Master, the 9-dragon spirit vein diagram is a secret of the Sky Pillar sect. How did Taoist Master obtain this diagram? Moreover, to be frank, our sect has no friendship with Taoist Master. Why did Taoist Master help our sect so much?" Taoist Master Heavenly Secret calmly stroked his white beard and said indifferently, "This is heaven's will. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed." The Tianjin sect master's expression didn't change, but in his heart he cursed, "Old swindler." The smile on his face didn't diminish, and he continued to ask, "Taoist Master really is an expert who understands heaven's secrets and monitors the world. Taoist Master's gift of this diagram is indeed a great gift to our sect. How should we thank Taoist Master?" When it came to gifts and rewards, Taoist Master Heavenly Secret's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "While traveling the continent, this Taoist Master is busy observing the hearts of the people and conveying heaven's will. I have no time to cultivate in seclusion. If Sect Master has the heart to thank me, you might as well offer some spirit stones as a token of gratitude to the heavens." The Tianjin sect muttered in his heart, "Stinky Taoist, you make yourself sound so dignified. You just want the spirit stones, don't you?" Spirit stones were precious gems produced from mineral veins in treasured lands, containing abundant and pure true yuan. Martial artists could directly absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi from spirit stones to cultivate, and the effect was much better than taking pills. Therefore, spirit stones were highly sought after by warriors in the martial arts world. It was a pity that the number of spirit stones was so small that an ordinary mine could only produce a few dozen spirit stones every year. Even the Tianjin sect, which was the second largest sect in the world, only had a few thousand spirit stones, and that was after many years of accumulation. The Tianjin sect master still maintained his smile. He nodded and said, "You're right. Compared to your hard work, a few spirit stones are nothing." Then he took out 30 spirit stones from his space ring and placed them on the table. Each spirit stone was the size of an egg, and it was 5-colored. It contained a vast amount of spirit chi. The Tianjin sect master pushed the 30 spirit stones in front of Taoist Tianji and said with a smile, "This is a small gift from our sect. I hope Taoist Tianji will accept it." Taoist Tianji glanced at the spirit stones and shook his head with a smile. "Sect master, since you want to carry out the will of the heavens and change the situation of the Tianjin region, how can you be so insincere? You think it's too little?" The Tianjin sect master muttered in his heart. He took out another 30 spirit stones from his space ring and placed them in front of Taoist Tianji. "You're right. The will of the heavens cannot be offended. I'm also sincerely thanking the heavens. Unfortunately, our sect's foundation is shallow, and I'm embarrassed to have so many spirit stones." His meaning was obvious. Our Tianjin sect is a small sect, and I don't have many spirit stones. You should be content with the amount I'm giving you. Taoist Master Tianji was also well aware of this. Therefore, he no longer put on an act. Instead, he went with the flow and accepted the 60 spirit stones. With a wave of his sleeve, the 60 shining spirit stones on the table were all taken away. "Sect master, since you're so sincere, you'll definitely be able to meet the will of the heavens and become a divine dragon that can stir up the situation and change the situation," Taoist Tianji said with a smile, and got up to leave with his horsetail whisk. "Sect master, you must remember that this matter should not be delayed. If you miss the opportunity, I'm afraid the will of the heavens will change again." The Tianjin sect master hurriedly got up to see Taoist Tianji off. He didn't stop until he reached the door of the main hall. Watching Taoist Tianji's back disappear into the distance, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. After a while, when Taoist Tianji was far away, he returned to the main hall. He took out the 9-dragon spiritual vein map and carefully observed it. At this time, guest Huangfu, who had been waiting in the side hall, rushed into the main hall and came to the side of the Tianjin sect master. "Sect master, did Taoist Tianji leave?" He raised his head and looked out of the main hall, then looked down and saw the scroll on the table. He was stunned. "This is a formation map?" The Tianjin sect master nodded and said with a smile, "This is the 9-dragon spiritual vein map. I bought it for 60 spiritual stones." Guest Huangfu was surprised and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sect master, you bought the 9-dragon spiritual vein map for a mere 60 spiritual stones? Were you deceived by Taoist Tianji?" The Tianjin sect master nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. That bullshit Taoist Tianji, he's just an old swindler. He talked nonsense about turning into a dragon by chance, about the will of the heavens and the people's hearts. He even said that I'm the divine dragon that can change the situation of the Tianjin region. Haha, who would believe that?" Guest Huangfu became more and more confused. He frowned and said, "Sect master, since Taoist Tianji is full of lies, why do you still believe him? Although 60 spiritual stones isn't much, it's still a considerable amount of wealth." The Tianjin sect master waved his hand and pointed at the 9-dragon spiritual vein map on the table. He said with a smile, "Guest Huangfu, although Taoist Tianji is a swindler, this formation map is real. Take a closer look. Is there any problem with this formation map?" Guest Huangfu was a formation master. After hearing the words, he stared at the formation map and observed it. He first exclaimed in surprise, then his expression became more and more joyful. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh in surprise. "Haha, It really is the 9-dragon spiritual vein map. This formation map is more detailed than the one I deduced. The dragon veins and formation bases are clearly marked. It's reasonable and exquisite. Sect Master, your 60 spiritual stones are really a big profit. Guest Huangfu couldn't help but applaud. After calming down, he asked in confusion, Sect Master, this 9-dragon spiritual vein map is a secret of the Sky Pillar sect. Not to mention 60 spiritual stones, even 600 or 6,000 spiritual stones can't buy it. Who is this Taoist Tianji? What is his purpose? Why did he give this treasure to our sect? The Tianjian sect master nodded slightly and said with a playful smile. He said that he traveled the continent and cultivated the great path of heavenly secrets to convey the will of heaven. How can I believe such nonsense? In my opinion, this Taoist Tianji is most likely someone else in disguise. It's very likely that this person is from another sect or a certain force. He wants to borrow our sect's power to deal with the Sky Pillar sect. After all, the Sky Pillar sect has been the leader of the 8 sects and has controlled the Tianshan region for thousands of years. It's not just our sect. The other sects and major forces have long been dissatisfied with the Sky Pillar sect. Chapter 226. After listening to the Tianjian sect master's analysis, guest elder Huangfu came to a sudden realization. He praised from the bottom of his heart, Sect Master is brilliant. No matter who Taoist Heavenly Secrets is or what his motives are, the sect only used 60 spirit stones to exchange for the 9-dragon spirit vein diagram. This is great wisdom. With this diagram, our sect will soon be able to destroy the Sky Pillar sect's spirit vein and destroy their 1,000-year-old foundation. Guest Elder Huangfu beamed with joy at this point, and his tone was full of anticipation. At that time, our sect will definitely replace the Sky Pillar sect and control the Tianshan region. Sect Master will also be able to rule the Tianshan region and become the overlord of the region. These words made the Tianjian sect master feel very comfortable, and he couldn't help but sneer proudly. That damned Sky Pillar sect took back Dragon Mountain and discovered the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb. They wanted to snatch away the fortune that originally belonged to our sect. Now it seems that our sect is well supported, while the Sky Pillar sect is unjust. The great formation guarding the ancient tomb is very profound. The Sky Pillar sect definitely won't be able to crack it in a short time. After our sect destroys the Sky Pillar sect's 9-dragon spirit vein, not only will we destroy the Sky Pillar sect, but the 1,000-year-old ancient tomb will also belong to our sect. Guest Elder Huangfu nodded in agreement and asked, Sect Master, now that the spirit vein diagram is in our hands, when should we take action? The Tianjian sect master waved his hand and smiled confidently. There's no need to rush. Let's first study this spirit vein diagram and determine its authenticity. Moreover, the Sky Pillar sect has many powerhouses and is heavily guarded. It won't be easy to destroy the 9-dragon spirit vein. We must plan carefully. This subordinate understands. Guest Elder Huangfu nodded quickly. Then, the two left the guest hall and entered a secret room to study the spirit vein diagram. In a mountain range 100 miles away from the Tianjian sect, Taoist Heavenly Secrets, dressed in a white robe and holding a horsetail whisk, was running through the mountain forest at high speed. He was extremely fast, and his clothes fluttered as he ran, leaving white afterimages behind him. A moment later he entered the depths of the mountain forest. Seeing that no one was following him and that there was no one around, he revealed his true body. Shwa! His body twisted and changed, and a large cloud of black fog gushed out. The white robe and horsetail whisk also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a burly old man who was more than 2 meters tall with purple skin all over his body. He had a head full of purple hair that was tied into dozens of small braids. He was dressed in a sinister black robe and had a pair of large, fan-like feet. There were also many tattoos on his neck and arms, which made him look very sinister and evil. Without a doubt, this person was the high priest of the demon race. He twisted his neck and limbs, and as he stretched his body, he sneered and muttered, "Hee, the Tianjian sect's leader is such a stingy villain. He's so stingy." I gave him a spirit vein array diagram. It's such a precious treasure, and he only used 60 spirit stones to get rid of me. Speaking up to this point, he was filled with anger and hatred. His tone was cold as he shouted, The human race is sinister and cunning. This Tianjin sect leader will never achieve anything great. Even if he uses the spirit vein array diagram I gave him to destroy the 9 dragon spirit vein of the Sky Pillar sect, it's impossible for him to control the Tianjin region. When the time comes when I rescue His Majesty the Demon King, I'll definitely massacre the ancient star realm. After saying that, the high priest's body twisted and turned into a cloud of black fog. He shuttled through the mountain forest as fast as lightning, rushing back in the direction of the demon cave. Inside the Sky Pillar sect. In the Sky Pillar Hall, Chu Tianxing sat on the sect master's throne with a dignified aura. Several elders stood in the hall. Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were also among them. Everyone was discussing something. Chu Tianxing's voice was dignified as he announced in a loud and clear voice, Everyone, I've gathered all of you here today to discuss something very important. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other and exchanged glances. They all smiled knowingly. Obviously, everyone had already guessed what Chu Tianxing was going to announce. After all, the heaven and earth anomaly that night was very shocking. The 9 divine dragon phantoms illuminated the world and could be seen from thousands of miles away. Chu Tianxing revealed a gratified smile and announced loudly, Recently, the demon race has been rampant. They've repeatedly attacked our sect, trying to destroy the seal array and rescue the unparalleled demon. Just 5 days ago, the Grand Elder and I brought Ji Tianxing into the demon cave and successfully reactivated the 9 dragon trapping demon formation. After the restart array, the unparalleled demon has been completely suppressed. It's impossible for him to break the seal for at least 100 years. Even if another demon race expert sneaks into our sect, it's impossible for him to destroy the seal array. To put it bluntly, Chu Tianxing meant that the Sky Pillar sect would be safe from now on for at least 100 years. They didn't have to worry about the unparalleled demon breaking the seal, nor did they have to worry about the demon race experts destroying the seal. The several elders all showed expressions of relief, revealing smiles on their faces as they discussed in low voices. Of course, the elders looked at Ji Tianxing with eyes filled with gratification and admiration. Everyone knew that Ji Tianxing had made a great contribution to the sect this time. His future was bound to be boundless. At this time, Chu Tianxing continued, Of course, our sect is safe for the time being. However, we need everyone to speed up the investigation and decipher the Dragon Mountain tomb. In addition, the elders in charge of guarding the sect must also step up their defenses. We must not let the demon race invade again. Humph! Those damned demon race remnants won't give up on destroying our Sky Pillar sect. Sooner or later, our sect will catch them all in one fell swoop and annihilate them all. The elders in the hall all cupped their hands to express their obedience. Then, Chu Tianxing looked at Ji Tianxing with a burning gaze and said in a solemn tone, In addition to this matter, I want to announce a second matter today. This time, Ji Tianxing has successfully reactivated the 9 dragons trapping demon great array and made a great contribution to our sect. This merit should be heavily rewarded. Today, I announce that Ji Tianxing will be promoted to the inner sect and accepted into the sect as my 3rd personal disciple. In 3 days, the apprenticeship ceremony will be held in this hall. The elders didn't expect that the second matter Chu Tianxing was going to announce was to accept Ji Tianxing as his personal disciple. A sect leader accepting a personal disciple was definitely a shocking and far-reaching matter. The elders all understood what this decision meant. Everyone revealed complicated expressions as they looked at Ji Tianxing, their eyes flashing with a burning light. Although 6 elders didn't have any objections to this matter, they were just surprised. There were also 3 elders who clearly had other thoughts and plans and didn't agree with this matter. Among them, a graceful and plump female elder had a complicated expression as she pondered. Chapter 227. This female elder was the 7th elder of the Sky-bearing sect. She usually kept a low profile and rarely showed her face. Ji Tianxing was not familiar with the elders. He only knew the outer elder Chu Huaishan and the great elder Mu Yunhai. As for the seventh elder, he neither knew nor had seen her before. However, he could feel that the seventh elder's objection was not directed at him. She might have other considerations. After the seventh elder raised her opinion, Chu Tianxing did not immediately refute her. Instead, he said in a dignified tone, "Who else opposes this matter?" The other two elders looked at each other and stepped forward. They cupped their hands and bowed. "Sectmaster, this matter is of great importance. Please reconsider." "Sectmaster, please reconsider." Chu Tianxing nodded slightly. He glanced at the three elders and said in a solemn tone, "The three elders are right. As the sectmaster, I naturally can't accept a disciple so easily. However, I already had this plan. After careful consideration and discussion with the Grand Elder, I made this decision. Originally, the Grand Elder was fated with this child and wanted to accept him as his last disciple. The decision I just announced is the result of many discussions." Chu Tianxing's tone was resolute and had an unquestionable majesty. When the elders heard that the Grand Elder wanted to accept Ji Tianxing as his disciple, they were surprised and incredulous. This time, the three elders didn't say anything and silently retreated. Chu Tianxing had already made it very clear that if he did not accept Ji Tianxing as his disciple, the Grand Elder would accept him as his last disciple. In this way, Ji Tianxing's seniority would be too high. He would be of the same generation as the sect master and the elders. This was not what they wanted to see. The elders were all secretly sizing up Ji Tianxing, silently guessing in their hearts. What exactly was so extraordinary about this kid? Why did the sect master and the Grand Elder think so highly of him? In addition to having a special bloodline and being able to open the 9 dragons trapping demon formation for the sect, did he have another identity? Or perhaps, he was a top genius whose aptitude was comparable to Yun Yao's? At this time, Chu Tianxing said in a dignified tone, "Since there are no objections, then this matter is settled. Third Elder, prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days." Next, Chu Tianxing gave orders to several elders to deal with some matters in the sect. After the meeting ended, all the elders left the main hall. Chu Tianxing also left. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao left the main hall together and strolled on the forest path at the top of the Red Cloud Peak. Yun Yao saw that he looked calm and seemed to be thinking about something. She asked, "Junior brother Tianxing, congratulations. You will soon become the personal disciple of the sect leader. This is an honor that many disciples dream of. Why do you seem so unhappy?" Ji Tianxing smiled and explained, "Eldest senior sister, if it were any other disciple, they would definitely be ecstatic and overjoyed. However, I am a little surprised. I didn't expect the sect leader to give me this as a reward." Yun Yao was not surprised. In fact, she had already guessed it. Back then, when the sect leader brought Ji Ling to the restart array, he had said that if Ji Ling could restart the array, he would accept him as his personal disciple after he entered the inner sect. Now, not only had Ji Tianxing successfully activated the 9 dragons demon trapping array, but his martial talent and moral character far surpassed Ji Ling's. Of course, he would become the sect leader's personal disciple. Thinking of this, Yun Yao revealed a rare faint smile. She looked sideways at him and said, "You are about to become my junior brother. Other than being surprised, aren't you happy?" Ji Tianxing turned to look at her beautiful face. When he saw her smile, he could not help but be a little absent-minded. "Of course I am happy. However, I understand that the identity of the sect leader's personal disciple is too important and sensitive. I will definitely be watched by many people." He retracted his gaze and stared at the mountain peak in front of him. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I don't have powerful strength, nor do I have martial talent like you, eldest senior sister." When the sect leader announced the news just now, there were already elders who objected. After the news spreads, who knows how many disciples will criticize me behind my back? I reckon that they will all think that I was just lucky and relied on my special bloodline to activate the array and directly enter the inner sect and become the sect leader's personal disciple. Yun Yao stopped and stared at him. she said in a serious tone. Junior brother Tianqing, if the gazes and criticisms of others give you pressure, you might as well try to turn the pressure into motivation. When you are outstanding enough and prove yourself time and time again, all the criticism will disappear and turn into admiration and reverence. As the chief disciple of the Sky Pillar sect, the successor of the sect leader, and the #1 genius of the heavenly stellar region, she was most qualified to say these words. This was because back then, she had rapidly risen to become a top genius amidst the criticism of everyone and won tens of thousands of glory. Now, whether it was the Sky Pillar sect or the various large sects of the ancient star realm, when her name was mentioned, everyone would praise and respect her from the bottom of their hearts. Ji Tianqing nodded heavily. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yun Yao. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior sister. I will remember your words." Yun Yao nodded slightly. A smile flashed across her clear eyes. The two continued to walk side by side on the forest path. Ji Tianqing frowned and thought for a moment. He asked doubtfully, "Eldest senior sister, I have a question that I want to ask." Just now in the main hall, the sect leader said that he would accept me as his third personal disciple. Could it be that besides you and me, the sect leader has accepted someone else as a disciple? But why have I never heard of this disciple? Yun Yao nodded and said with a calm expression, "Besides you and me, the sect leader does have another personal disciple who was accepted into the sect 2 years ago. This junior brother is called Yen. He is a 10-year-old boy and the crown prince of the Southern Wasteland Fire Tribe." Ji Tianqing immediately revealed a look of surprise. He asked with some doubt, "Southern Wasteland Fire Tribe? Crown Prince?" Yun Yao nodded slightly and explained patiently, "The Tianshan region is one of the 9 southern regions of the continent. The Southern Wasteland refers to the 2 southernmost regions of the continent. The Fire Tribe is a rare foreign race. They are very similar to the human race. However, the Fire Tribe is born with the ability to control fire. Our sect has a relationship with the Fire Tribe hundreds of years ago. We have been friends for generations and have had many dealings with them. This generation's Fire Emperor is a close friend of the sect leader. Yen'er is the crown prince of the Fire Tribe. He was born a martial arts genius and inherited the talent of the Fire Emperor and Fire Empress. He has 2 bloodlines, the extreme cold Yin fire and the crimson yang purple fire. Originally, Yen was a once-in-a-century genius and the pride of the Fire Tribe. But 3 years ago, he awakened a special constitution and obtained the wildfire treasured body. Chapter 228. Ji Tianqing listened to Yun Yao's story about the Fire Clan's crown prince with great interest. Ordinary people with a special bloodline could become a martial arts genius and reach a height that ordinary people could not reach. People with 2 special bloodlines were definitely very rare. They were rare martial arts geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years. Their future was immeasurable. Yen was the Fire Clan's crown prince and had a pair of strong parents. He was blessed by the heavens. He actually inherited the Fire Emperor and Fire Empress's bloodline. This was definitely a great blessing. Not only that, he also awakened the wildfire treasured body and had a special physique. In Ji Tianqing's opinion, since Yen had 2 special bloodlines and a special physique, he would definitely become a monstrous genius. But he did not expect that the wildfire treasured body would cause Yen to suffer pain and torture. Senior sister, Yen has 2 special bloodlines and the wildfire treasured body. Isn't he going to reach a higher level and become a top genius? Yun Yao shook her head gently and sighed with a solemn expression. If junior brother Yen only had 2 bloodlines, he would be a top genius. If he didn't have 2 special bloodlines and only had the wildfire treasured body, he could also become a top genius. It's a pity that he has 2 special bloodlines and the wildfire treasured body. This is a disaster. The Fire Emperor's red sun purple fire is of the Yang attribute. The Fire Empress's extreme cold Yin fire is of the Yin attribute. Junior brother Yen has 2 special bloodlines. Yin and Yang are in harmony. He won't feel any discomfort and his strength will increase rapidly. But the wildfire treasured body is of the extreme Yang attribute. It can devour all kinds of fire energy in the world and turn them into wildfire. It is the most powerful and domineering. Junior brother Yen's two special bloodlines clashed violently with the wildfire-treasured body, causing his strength to go out of control. That's why junior brother Yen's strength dropped and he suffered pain and torture. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing nodded and said with pity and sympathy, "I see. What a pity." Yun Yao continued, 3 years ago, after junior brother Yen's wildfire-treasured body awakened, he has been suffering pain and torture. As his strength increased day by day, the pain he suffered also increased. The Fire Emperor and Fire Empress tried everything but could not solve this problem. 2 years ago, the Fire Emperor sent Yen's to our sect and asked the sect leader for help. From then on, junior brother Yen's stayed in our sect. The sect leader also accepted him as a personal disciple and took good care of him. In the past year, junior martial brother Yen's situation has gotten worse and worse. He could only sleep in the secret room and rely on the array formation set up by sect master to suppress the wildfire in his body. Ji Tianxing finally understood the whole story. He nodded and said, "No wonder I have never heard of him." Then he asked Yun Yao a few more questions. The two of them chatted for a while and only parted when the sun was setting. When Ji Tianxing returned to the storm courtyard, he saw several disciples gathered together and discussing something. Although he was far away, he could vaguely hear the words "activate the formation" and "enter the inner sect." He immediately realized that the news must have spread, and several disciples must be talking about him. Sure enough, when those disciples saw him, they immediately shut their mouths. If it was in the past, the disciples would look at him strangely and quietly discuss and envy him behind his back. However, after the Dragon Mountain tournament, the disciples of the Storm Courtyard were convinced of his abilities and had the intention to build a good relationship with him. Now, he had made great contributions to the sect and was directly promoted to the inner sect by the sect leader. He was even accepted as a personal disciple. With such a glorious and illustrious identity, everyone could only envy him. They didn't even dare to have jealousy in their hearts. The disciples all revealed smiles and didn't feel embarrassed. They all cupped their hands and greeted him. "Senior Martial Brother Ji. Senior Martial Brother Ji is well. Greetings, Senior Martial Brother Ji." After greeting him, the disciples all rushed over and surrounded Ji Tianxing. Everyone's faces were full of admiration and envy. They all asked him what was going on. "Senior Martial Brother Ji, we just heard that the sect leader announced today that he wants to promote you to the inner sect. Senior Martial Brother Ji, the sect leader wants to accept you as a personal disciple. In the future, you'll be one of the most respected disciples in the sect. You won't ignore us, right?" "Hee, Senior Martial Brother Ji, when you become the sect leader's personal disciple, you'll be able to go everywhere together with eldest Senior Martial Sister. You'll make everyone envious. Senior Martial Brother Ji, can you tell us what's going on with that great array?" The disciples were all full of curiosity and doubt. They looked at him eagerly, waiting to hear him talk about the twists and turns of the story. Ji Tianxing nodded to the crowd and faintly smiled. "That's right. In 3 days, after the apprenticeship ceremony, I'll be able to enter the inner sect. Junior Martial Brothers, you must also work hard in your cultivation and strive to pass the inner sect exam in 3 months. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect." His tone was calm and his expression was indifferent as he chatted with the disciples. Although he was now the sect leader's favorite and was envied by all the disciples, he was still as calm as ever. There wasn't the slightest trace of pride or arrogance on his body. The disciples not only envied his good fortune, but also admired his determination and self-restraint. Only a genius martial artist who was neither arrogant nor impatient, who was indifferent to favor or disgrace, could go further and achieve more astonishing achievements. Ji Tianxing chatted with the disciples for a while. He didn't mention the 9 dragons trapping demon array, but only encouraged them. Other than that, he didn't mention a word about the secrets of the sect. It wasn't that he didn't trust the disciples, but that there was no need to tell the disciples that information. When the disciples entered the inner sect and had enough strength and important status, they would naturally be qualified to know those things. After they talked for a while, Ji Tianxing cupped his fists and said goodbye, returning to his room. The disciples looked at his back as he left. They still gathered together and discussed with emotion for a while. Mo's expression was complicated as he sighed with emotion. Ah, fate is really wonderful. In just 3 months, senior martial brother Ji has undergone such a tortuous change. It's really unbelievable. Shi Jingqing also nodded in agreement. Yes, when we entered the Wind Cloud Academy together, senior martial brother Ji's strength was lower than ours. At that time, not only was he framed and punished to sweep the floor, he was also locked in the dark wind cave to reflect. Ordinary people can't imagine the twists and turns and difficulties. Now, not only has he reached the metaphysic realm and won the Dragon Mountain tournament, but he has also made great contributions to the sect. He entered the inner sect in advance and became the sect leader's personal disciple. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Another disciple said in agreement. So, as the old saying goes, gold will always shine. Even when senior martial brother Ji encountered difficulties, he didn't give up. He still practiced hard and performed well. That's why he has today's opportunity. Chapter 229. For the next 3 days, the Sky Pillar sect was filled with a joyous atmosphere. After the news spread, everyone in the sect knew that there were 2 happy events in the Sky Pillar sect. The first was that the huge hidden danger that had been threatening the Sky Pillar sect for a long time had finally been contained. For at least 100 years, the Sky Pillar sect would be impregnable and safe. As for the second thing, the sect master wanted to accept outer sect disciple Ji Tianxing as his personal disciple and directly promote him to the inner sect. It hadn't been long since the Dragon Mountain tournament. The outer sect disciples had all heard of Ji Tianxing's name and knew of his deeds. In the eyes of many outer sect disciples, Ji Tianxing's performance in the Dragon Mountain tournament was outstanding. He was actually able to defeat a genius disciple of the Tianjian sect. It was indeed very inconceivable. However, even if he was a martial arts genius, he shouldn't be so valued by the sect master and be accepted as a personal disciple, right? While many outer sect disciples were envious and jealous of him, they also felt deeply puzzled about this. Later, another piece of news spread in the sect. It was said that not only was Ji Tianxing's martial arts talent outstanding, but he had also opened some great formation and made a great contribution to the sect. It was because of this that he received such shocking treatment. After many disciples heard this news, they came to a sudden realization. Compared to the envy and amazement of the outer sect disciples, the feelings of the inner sect disciples were a bit complicated. There weren't many inner sect disciples in the Sky Pillar sect, but all of them were martial arts geniuses. Before this, many people didn't know Ji Tianxing and didn't pay attention to him. Now that he had suddenly appeared, he didn't need to go through the inner sect assessment and was about to enter the inner sect out of thin air and become the sect master's personal disciple. This made many inner sect disciples feel uneasy. They were shocked and jealous, and they secretly discussed and slandered him. All kinds of speculations about his deep enmity were also spread among the inner sect disciples, especially the elite geniuses of the inner sect. They were either disciples of some elders or dreamed of becoming the sect master's disciple. These disciples had been in the Sky Pillar sect for many years and had lofty ambitions and revenge in their hearts, but they had never been able to fulfill their wishes. Now, Ji Tianxing had emerged into the world, and his status had risen rapidly, causing his future to be so vast that it surpassed all of them. How could they not be jealous? How could they not feel frustrated and angry? Among the palaces of the inner sect, there was a quiet and secluded courtyard called the Impermanence Courtyard. There was a towering tree in the courtyard. Under the tree, there was a stone table and 4 stone stools. Dressed in a white robe, Bai Wuchen was sitting on a stone bench. His face was gloomy as he stared at the stone table. His eyes were burning with anger. Sitting opposite him was Hao Meng, who was tall and sturdy like an iron tower. Hao Meng took a sip of tea from his teacup. He shook his head when he saw Bai Wuchen maintaining the same posture for a long time, still fuming with anger. "Senior brother Bai, please calm down." Bai Wuchen clenched his fists and frowned. He said in a low voice, That kid has only been in the sect for 3 months. How could he have climbed so fast? How Meng, tell me, in our sect's nearly 100 years of history, which disciple was like him, entering the inner sect within 3 months and even becoming the sect leader's disciple? How Meng frowned and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, I don't think there is such a precedent. Ji Tianxing's opportunity is too amazing. However, this matter is a foregone conclusion. The sect leader has already announced it in front of everyone. All the elders have no objections. What can you do even if you are dissatisfied? Bai Wuchen remained silent, but his mind was filled with thoughts. He was analyzing the aftermath of this incident and the possible situations that might arise in the future. Hao Meng took a big gulp of tea and put the teacup down. He said calmly, Senior Brother Bai, you don't have to be so angry, do you? Everyone has their own fate. Some things are predestined. You should take it easy. Although I don't like that kid Ji Tianxing, I don't like him. He's like a taciturn gourd. Too boring. But he's not an annoying guy. Senior Brother Bai, how did he offend you? Why are you the angriest after hearing the news? Bai Wuchen frowned and said in a low voice, he didn't offend me, but he blocked my path. His appearance ruined my plan. Plan? Hao Meng widened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Bai Wuchen glanced at him and waved his hand. He said angrily, you won't understand even if I tell you. Sigh, if only all the disciples in the sect could be like you, Junior Brother Hao. How good would it be to live a carefree life? Hao Meng widened his eyes and said with some dissatisfaction, who's carefree? I'm carefree and have no desires. That's why I'm carefree. Besides, Senior Brother Bai, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Hao Meng curled his lips and whispered in a strange tone, don't you want to get close to Senior Sister? But why don't you think about what kind of person she is and what kind of personality she has? With Senior Sister's talent and background, why would she stay in the small Tianjin region in the future? She wholeheartedly cultivates martial arts. She's a pure fairy. Why would she fall in love with you? Do you feel suffocated because eldest Senior Sister is close to Ji Tian, and both of them will become the head disciple in the future and can go out as a couple more justifiably? Bai Wuchen was stunned for a moment. His expression became a little strange as he stared at Hao Meng and observed him carefully. After a while, he showed a wry smile and said self-deprecatingly, I've long found that Junior Brother Hao looks reckless, but in fact, you're very thoughtful. You know everything. It seems that what you said just now really pierced my heart. Hao Meng grinned silently and said in a low voice, and I also know that getting close to Senior Sister is only one of your plans. You also want to become the chief disciple and compete for the position. Hearing this, Bai Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He said in a dignified tone, Junior Brother Hao, you can't talk nonsense. Hao Meng rolled his eyes at him and said indifferently, there are only 2 of us in the dustless yard. What can I say? Besides, you're not the only one who wants to compete for the position of chief. The other elite disciples also have the same idea. Except for me who doesn't have that ambition, those guys can still get along with me peacefully. But you guys are all competitors. When have you ever been peaceful and harmonious? Bai Wuchen frowned and didn't speak. After all, what Hao Meng said was true. In the inner sect, this was no secret. Many disciples knew about it. The sect also knew about the competition between the elite disciples, but they didn't intervene. Instead, they acquiesced. After all, without competition, there would be no motivation to work hard, and a sect would lose its vitality. The reason why the Sky Pillar sect could dominate the Tianjin region for thousands of years and prosper for so long was that it had a complete and mature competition system that could continuously cultivate many geniuses and powerhouses. Several elite disciples in the inner sect all had the opportunity to compete for the position of chief and become the next chief.